Hi, nice to see you. Welcome back to another compilation of true crime stories. All the cases I cover on this channel are real and well documented on the media. Before we start, please comment down below where you are listening from and what time it is currently. Thanks. Let's get to it. When two condemned brothers vanished from a prison built to hold the worst, Richmond wasn't shocked. It remembered. Because the city had survived the Briley brothers once. Barely. At the time, Richmond was a patchwork of neighborhoods divided by highways, habit, and history. Money pooled in a few corridors, but entire blocks, mostly black and working class, lived with thin margins and thinner trust in institutions. Patrol cars covered wide territories. Detectives shared rumors more than databases. Incidents did not always talk to each other because the agencies did not either. In that landscape, three brothers learned how to move without a trace. Linwood was the oldest. Tall, quiet in public, with a capacity for abrupt, clinical violence. James, everyone called him JB, was charismatic, a performer who could flip from joking to icy in seconds. Anthony, younger, stayed in their slipstream, absorbing the rules they enforced. Their father worked long hours, their mother kept the house. From the outside, it looked ordinary. Inside, the hierarchy was clear. Linwood decided, JB enforced, Anthony followed. Neighbors remembered snakes, kept, handled, and flaunted. There were stories of cruelty to animals and of a detached fascination with pain. Get this, they actually thought they were untouchable, not because of any grand plan, but because day-to-day authority rarely pressed into their orbit. The psychology of the moment is important. In a city where the police response was often reactive, a small and mobile group with no clear motive could operate in the seams. Then there was Duncan Meekins. He was not a brother, but he wanted in, younger than Linwood and J.B. He became the fourth piece, the watcher, the driver, the one who would do what he was told and try not to look too long at what it meant. He bled for belonging. In hindsight, he also became the conscience, though only when survival demanded it. People in 1979 were locking their doors, but routines were predictable. Night shifts ended at 2, bars closed at 3. Families left windows cracked because the summer heat did not forgive. The brothers studied those patterns the way a locksmith studies tumblers. No grudges required, no debt to collect. Opportunity, dominance, and thrill were the motives investigators later considered. Meanwhile, police capacity lagged behind the emerging idea of a pattern. A burglary would be logged in one precinct, a suspicious fire in another, a gunshot in a third. Reports sat in separate stacks. Analysts were not yet analysts. They were overworked sergeants with pencils and maps tacked to walls. What stands out now in retrospect is that the gap between acts was not just time, it was administrative silence. Micro-story. On a humid Saturday, a woman on North Avenue heard what she thought were leftover fireworks. The pop echoed once, then nothing. She poured another glass of tea, turned up the TV, and forgot it. Days later, she learned a man had been shot 2 blocks over that same night. In missing person cases, silence is usually gradual. With the Brileys, silence arrived like a switch. Linwood carried himself like a tradesman, comfortable on roofs, in yards, at doorways. He could talk about gutters, offer a fix, spot the vulnerabilities of a home by the angles of its eaves. J.B. charmed. He smiled. He teased. He watched where you kept your wallet, your keys, your kids. Anthony took it all in, rarely speaking. His presence a pressure more than a voice. But here is the twist. The spree that would follow was not born of hunger. They were not stealing to live. They were living through the rush that stealing, invading, and hurting gave them. The acts escalated because control escalated. Each successful entry, each unchallenged night, widened the field. The city's blind spots became their map. What nobody knew at the time was that staging would become a signature. Fires would follow deaths. Scenes would be rearranged to mislead. Arson was not just erasure, it was performance, smoke to hide intent, and heat to obliterate trace. Forensics in 1979 could read burn patterns, but budgets and coordination made those reads slow and fragmented. The first known murder tied to their hands would show how this worked. An older woman, alone in a house that should have been safe, a familiar face on the porch, a small errand, a quick fix, a door opened to neighborly help. Then control taken, life choked out, and flames meant to make the body tell the wrong story. That was the template, and it did not require a grudge. And then there was the city itself, waking slowly. DJs kept spinning, Night workers kept punching clocks, and families kept setting plates at tables, not knowing that routes, routines, and doorways had already been studied. The stakes were not theoretical. They were intimate and domestic. Everything was about to change when the first body contradicted the fire. On a weekday afternoon in 1979, the house on Barton Avenue looked quiet, shades drawn against the heat. Orline, Christian, elderly and careful, answered the door because the face outside belonged to a neighborhood boy she recognized, Linwood. He talked about the roof, loose shingles, an easy fix before the next storm. He spoke softly, deferential. Why would she refuse a small kindness from someone she had seen since childhood? The stakes could not be more intimate. A private home, a woman alone, a door opening on trust. What happens when the threshold itself becomes the crime scene? Action came quickly once he was inside. There was no argument to the neighbor's ears, no crash that pulled anyone to a window. Inside, controls shifted. Linwood moved like a worker, but his purpose was calculated. The ligature was improvised, pressure applied, until breath stopped. The house, her careful life, folded laundry, letters in a drawer, became a stage. And then, the fire. Papers gathered, accelerant spread, a match that fed fast. Flames climbed the walls, smoke pressed low. A murder dressed as an accident, or as a desperate mistake with a stove. Forensic evidence cut through that illusion. Fire investigators walked the rooms after the crews knocked the last embers down. Burn patterns told a story. The heaviest charring started low, in more than one place, suggesting ignition points rather than a single accidental source. But the body told a different story, the crucial one. Autopsy revealed petechial hemorrhages, tiny burst vessels in the eyes and face, classic markers of strangulation. There was soot on furniture, but none in the airway. She was gone before the fire started. Arson as staging. What stands out in hindsight is the confidence. He was not rushed. He ransacked with focus, took items that could be sold, and erased what he could with heat. There were no obvious fingerprints recovered, no forced entry that would have placed a stranger at the door. The familiarity made it cleaner. He had used the social fabric of the block as the key. The family impact landed with the worst kind of whiplash. Her son arrived, expecting a routine visit, and saw tape on the doorframe, the chemical scent of burned plaster still hanging in the air. He asked how a fire could take her, when she was so careful, when she always unplugged appliances. He mentioned a boy from the neighborhood who used to help with small tasks. They did not assign malice to him. They were remembering chores and short conversations, the small economy of trust that keeps older people safe in their own homes. Police initially wrote it as a suspicious fire. Then the autopsy forced a reclassification to homicide. Detectives canvassed. Who had seen anything unusual? A man on the corner said he noticed someone on the roof earlier in the week. A woman 2 houses down remembered a knock at her door, an offer to check her gutters. It sounded neighborly then. Now it sounded like reconnaissance. The psychology of the moment is important. This was not theft of necessity. It was a controlled rehearsal, entry by pretext, domination in silence, erasure by flame. Investigators considered the absence of sexual assault, the methodical ligature, the post-crime arson. It suggested a perpetrator who valued control over chaos, who understood that fire confuses timelines, who had enough composure to stage after killing. The police response was constrained by the tools of the era. Evidence bags were filled, photographs taken, but the case lacked a living witness. Without a forced entry, suspicion thinned out into generalities, someone she knew perhaps, or a tradesman who had happened by. No one had a pattern to match yet. In another precinct, a burglary with a cut window screen sat in a separate pile. In a third, a carjacking report waited for attention. The connective tissue had not formed. And yet, for all this, a seed was planted. Arson, as staging, would repeat. Control would repeat. The choice of vulnerable targets would repeat. What happened inside Orline Christian's house taught the Brileys something about silence. The city absorbed it. The neighbors went back inside, shaken but hopeful it was a tragic one-off. Meanwhile, the brothers took the lesson forward. Micro-story. A firefighter later told colleagues he had noticed the tidiness of the front room, except for the scorched arc along the baseboard, like a line drawn to redirect the eye. He did not know it then, but that line would trace through several scenes in the months to come. What nobody knew at the time was that this first body had already opened the door to randomness. There was no personal feud, no visible grievance. Just a practiced approach, an older woman's trust, a calculation that her home's privacy would double as its vulnerability. The city did not shudder yet, not fully, but the first body had spoken, and its language was control wrapped in fire. 3 weeks later, the city's noise shifted from daytime errands to neon and bass. Johnny G. Gallagher, a popular DJ at a local club, wrapped a late set and stepped outside for air. He was known, easy to spot, the kind of person whose laugh carried over a parking lot. He moved between music and modest gigs, a night worker in a city that relied on them. What happens when the people who keep the nights alive walk into a darkness no one expects? The stakes cut wider now. This was not an elderly neighbor in a quiet house. This was a public figure moving along a well-lit corridor of nightlife, surrounded by witnesses, with a routine that should have guaranteed safety. If a man like Johnny could vanish, anyone working late felt exposed. Bartenders closing tabs, cleaners locking doors, cabbies cruising the same streets. Action did not wait long. Witnesses later described a car idling near the club's backlot, a sedan with 2 silhouettes up front and one in the back, low and watchful. Johnny took a call, laughed, then headed for his vehicle. A sudden shift, 2 men approached, quick, hands up as if friendly, then a flash of metal. He was pushed into a car that was not his. Someone said he heard a joke, a line thrown out in a voice that wanted to sound calm. Laughter, but it did not match the moment. The brothers had done this before. Close distance, seize control, move. They drove him toward the river, away from lights, away from witnesses. The psychology of the moment is important. This was not a targeted hit. It was the selection of a man whose visibility made the act louder. Inside the car, Johnny likely tried to bargain. Night workers learn negotiation, a kind of de-escalation without pride. But here, dominance was the point. They took his cash, his jewelry, his watch, then walked him into the brush near the waterline. A shot cracked across the surface, then another. Quick and final in their definition. They left him where the river swallowed sound. The car spun gravel and slid back toward the city. A radio station played his voice the next night, the easy banter between songs, unaware that the voice was now an echo. Unknown to them, across town, families heard sirens drift without context. The impact rippled fast. When Johnny did not show for his next set, calls started. The club manager phoned his pager, then his home, then the hospital. The police logged him as missing, then, within days, found the body. The scene told a blunt story. No struggle marks nearby, just tire tracks and a few footprints lost in mud. He had been shot at close range. There were signs of robbery, but not the usual panic of a mugging gone wrong. The calm staging, even without fire, fit a pattern of control. Forensics worked with what they had. Ballistic analysts recovered shell casings, logged caliber, and rifling characteristics. Later comparisons would connect that weapon to other scenes, but at the time, the data lived in folders, not networks. A waitress reported the odd laughter. A bouncer mentioned a dark car, maybe blue, maybe brown. Descriptions blurred under club lights and fatigue. Community fear warmed into something more durable, a permanent wary. DJs asked for escorts to their cars. Bartenders walked in pairs. Service workers, people who lived on tips and late clocks, rehearsed new rituals, scanning lots before stepping outside, keeping keys between fingers, calling friends to stay on the line. The city's shiver was not theatrical. It was procedural. It reordered habits. Police posture shifted, but not enough. Scattered leads landed on multiple desks. A detective in homicide knew the river site and suspected a team. A patrol officer recalled a recent carjacking that felt similarly controlled. Information drifted, waiting for someone to pin maps and see clustering. What stands out now, in retrospect, is that the brothers' mobility outran the system's memory. Microstory. A cab driver, finishing a 12-hour shift, pulled into a diner for coffee. He heard chatter about a missing DJ, shook his head, and said he had seen a car blow a light near the river 2 nights back. He did not call it in, too tired, too used to speeding cars at 3 in the morning. He would replay that flash of taillights for months. The case's psychology divided observers. Was this calculated performance, an escalation after the controlled quiet of the first murder? Or was it simple opportunity, money, power, a test of how public an act could be without consequence? Investigators considered both. The lack of personal motive, the double presence, the scripted movements, suggested a small team comfortable with abduction and killing. In the aftermath, Johnny's circle gathered at the club, candles on milk crates in the alley, a radio placed on a speaker, playing the old set as a vigil. The city absorbed another shock. this time in stereo, private grief and public dread. The brothers had learned that public spaces were not immunity, they were camouflage. This was the moment everything changed for Richmond's night workers. The fear gained shape, not a faceless city threat, but a pair, maybe three men, who moved fast, laughed at the edge of violence, and left few traces behind. The policing would catch up soon, but not yet. And while that was happening in the clubs, another front was about to open. Doors pried in quiet cul-de-sacs, bedrooms invaded, families forced to listen to footsteps they could not stop. While clubs whispered and alleys traded rumors, the brothers pivoted to where people felt safest, their living rooms, suburbs just beyond busy corridors, working-class streets with sagging porches, blocks where neighbors knew each other by first name. This was the stakes shift. Families, children, elders, forced to surrender their homes for minutes that felt like hours. Once the threshold broke, the rest of the city's rituals broke with it. Action started with soft entries and sudden presence. A back window tested, a screen eased out, a pry bar under a sill, or simply a door watched until a hand reached for the lock and the chain was not latched. They carried knives and small-caliber pistols, tools of quiet intimidation. Inside, it was fast. Wake the father first, weapon to the neck, the order to lie prone. Then the mother, dragged from sleep, hands bound behind with a lamp cord, tape rough against the mouth. The children heard it all. Shoes on hallways, drawers snapped open, a whispered laugh that tried to turn terror into a joke. The Harvey family was not unique, but their night captures the pattern. He was told to keep his face down, not to look, every nerve focused on the carpet fibers and the pressure on his spine. She was led to the kitchen for the cash jar, then to the bedroom for jewelry. The brothers performed dominance more than theft, narrating their movements, asking questions they knew the answers to, inventing grievances to justify cruelty. They took what could be sold quickly, rings, stereos, a television carried by two, and sometimes they took time for humiliation that served no financial purpose. Micro-stories marked the trail. A child in one house slid into a closet, knees tight to chest, watching through a slat as a man rifled through drawers and lifted a family photo, pausing as if considering the faces. The boy counted to 50, then to 100, then lost count when a muffled cry came from the living room. He did not move until a neighbor banged on the door later that morning, after the police had already come and gone. In another house, a father lay face down, palms open, listening to his wife's breathing from across the room. He imagined the knife as a point on his back, even when it was not there, the phantom weight training him not to lift his head. He heard the words "do not move," and found that his muscles obeyed even after the invaders left. Weeks later, he still could not sleep on his stomach. The Wilkersons and the Jacksons, two families in different neighborhoods, experienced variations with the same signature. At the Wilkersons, bindings were careful, double-knotted, mouths taped, then untaped to demand safe combinations. At the Jacksons, the invaders lingered longer, drank a soda from the fridge, adjusted the radio to a low murmur, establishing a casualness that felt designed to increase fear. In both places, small arson attempts appeared afterward. Trash can fires started in bathrooms, newspapers lit in a hallway, quickly smothered by residents once they were free. It was not meant to burn the house down. It was meant to muddle timelines and fingerprints. Meakin's role ran through these nights as the outside pulse. He watched the street, engine idling, scanning for porch lights flicking on. He knocked first sometimes, testing responses, then stepped back so the brothers could take control. Later, when he spoke to detectives, he framed himself as the driver, the reluctant witness dragged along by stronger wills. The psychology of the moment is important. He feared them, yes, but he also enjoyed belonging. That blend created a silence that lasted long enough to cost lives. Forensics began to see consistencies. Ligatures were often made from what was at hand. Phone cords, appliance wires, belts, knots repeated, tight and efficient. Ballistics, when shots were fired, often pointed to the same small-caliber weapon seen at other scenes, but more revealing were the ritual touches. The radio playing softly in the next room, a chair placed oddly in a hallway, the quick torching of paper, staging, not just to erase, but to leave a thumbprint that was not easily recognized as one. Meanwhile, neighborhoods shifted behavior. People slept with lights on. Clergy spoke from pulpits about buddy systems, about checking on elders before nightfall. Hardware stores sold out of deadbolts and window bars. Dogs were adopted. Block captains clipped newspaper clippings and passed them hand to hand. The fear was not cinematic. It was administrative. A daily list. Lock this. Call her. Leave that light. Police reached an inflection point. Calls clustered on briefing boards, pinheads stitched by cotton thread. A task force formed. Detectives compared notes and saw the same psychological signature: entry for dominance, theft as pretext, humiliation as method, arson as misdirection. Composite sketches started to circulate. 2, sometimes 3 men, one tall, one broader, a quiet third who was not always seen. But sketches without names do not arrest anyone. Tips poured in, noise masking signal, microstory. A mother, after one home invasion 2 streets over, began checking each window twice, then once again, then returning to the first because she could not remember if she had truly latched it. That was the cost. Time stolen from sleep, attention hijacked by fear. She did not know the names yet, but she knew the shape of their shadow. What nobody knew was that this phase was also rehearsal for worse. Elderly couples would be next, more isolated, more vulnerable, targeted with a cruelty that crossed from domination into sadism. The brothers had learned the city's response time, its blind corners, the way panic could be choreographed. And here is the twist. The more the community armored up, the more the invaders adapted, shifting hours, changing doors, pressing into the gaps that locks cannot cover. The next names arrive like a hard stop. Blanche Page and Charles Garner on Smoot Court. And later, Mary Winstead and Booker Brown on Bowen Street. Elderly, routine-bound, trusting the clock and the porch light more than any deadbolt. The stakes narrow to the most vulnerable rooms in a city. Bedrooms with pill bottles on nightstands, slippers lined at the foot of the bed, radios that play softly after dinner to keep the house from sounding empty. Action began with the same quiet entries. But what happened inside changed tone. At the Smoot Court address, they moved with a cruelty that was not about speed. Blanche and Charles were overpowered, bound, and brutalized. Knives appeared. Household items were converted into weapons. The intruders adjusted a radio to a low murmur, as if to pace themselves. And then, stabbing, mutilation, the kind of contact that announces power for its own sake. The radio kept playing through it, a distorted lullaby for violence. The psychology of the moment is important. Up to this point, domination had been efficient. Here, it became expressive. Investigators later considered whether the violence signaled frustration or if it was a test to see how far they could go without interruption. The cuts were not random. There were patterns, hesitation marks, then decisive strikes. The staging afterward felt deliberate. Items were displaced to simulate ransacking, but valuables sat untouched. Fire was considered, small ignition attempts, but abandoned. They did not need smoke to hide this. The savagery itself muddied motive. Evidence bore the quiet truth. Bloody shoe prints, consistent with a size seen at other scenes, tracked through the kitchen into the hall. Knife patterns, nicks on bone, angles of entry, suggested at least 2 hands working with different rhythms. A chair was placed facing a bedroom doorway, a seat for someone who watched while the other inflicted. It read like a performance, a rehearsal space, in a room meant for sleep. Neighbors woke to sirens, then to officers fanning out with notepads. The impact spread through the block. People who had spent decades in those homes started to pack small bags and sleep at relatives' houses. Clergy visited front steps with flyers about door reinforcement and escort chains. Hardware stores ran out of window locks before lunch. The city was not just afraid, it was reorganizing itself around a new kind of threat, one that targeted frailty and turned familiarity into a hazard. Police hit an inflection point. The task force logged the signatures. Soft radios, precise bindings, disproportionate brutality. Composite descriptions sharpened. A tall man with a flat affect, a second with a smile that did not reach his eyes, possibly a younger third who hung back. Patrols increased in the evenings around the elderly, but what stands out now in retrospect is that the predators adjusted more quickly than the patrol grids. Then, Bowen Street. Mary Winstead and Booker Brown lived a disciplined life, meals at set times, a television that clicked off before the late news, blinds closed. The entry was late, the tempo controlled. Voices were low, almost conversational. Booker was bound first. Mary tried to bargain, offering rings and cash. The men took the items, then stayed. The radio clicked on, that same soft soundtrack. Violence escalated in phases, stabbing, beating, the use of a household object repurposed into a weapon. The cruelty was intimate, inflicted at close range, with intervals that suggested someone paused to observe. Forensics found the same tells. Footwear impressions overlapped in the hallway, one heavier, one narrower. Blood spatter analysis placed at least 2 assailants in the room at key moments, one near the doorway, one at bedside. A kitchen drawer stood open, knives missing. A towel lay on the floor, used to wipe hands and then dropped. Partial prints, smeared beyond use. Staging again, valuables in odd places, fingerprints avoided, small arson hints aborted. The killers controlled when the scene would be discovered by leaving doors closed, lights off, the radio on a whisper. Microstory. A neighbour, up early to prep for a morning shift, noticed the Bowens' milk delivery untouched at midday. She felt something unusual and unsettling in her stomach, but convinced herself it was a mix-up. She knocked once, twice, then walked away, telling herself not to pry. She would sit with that memory through every interview with detectives, replaying the moment she could have called sooner. The city reacted in layers. Senior centres organised check-ins, phone trees that rang each night at 8. Adult children brought their parents to live with them temporarily. A locksmith made the local paper for working 18-hour days. Meanwhile, the killers moved. The task force pressed hard, canvassing pawn shops for jewellery, interviewing night workers, chasing cars that matched partial descriptions. But the link they needed sat in a passenger seat, Meekins, and he had not cracked yet. The psychology sharpened within the squad room. Investigators saw sadism's arc, a need to assert absolute control over the most defenseless, paired with ritual touches that suggested pride. This was not rage spilling over, it was choreography. They did not always need fire, they needed time, and they were taking it. Profiles sketched a duo capable of public charm and private cruelty, comfortable in ordinary clothes, able to knock on a door and sound helpful. And yet, for all this, a detail would begin to whisper through the edges. A car seen idling too long, a face recognized from a different block, a name spoken under breath by younger men who had ridden along for smaller crimes. The city, holding its breath after the Bowens, did not know it, but the silence was starting to fray. A survivor would soon speak. And when he did, the brothers would vanish, and the hunt would sharpen from rumor into pursuit. It did not end with a cinematic raid. It started with small mistakes. A traffic stop that felt routine, a license plate that did not match paperwork, a driver who looked away 1 second too long. Officers noted a nervous passenger, a bulge under a jacket that turned out to be a small pistol, and a trunk with items that matched recent burglary reports. A stereo, jewelry, a distinctive ring described by a victim's family. The decision to run IDs turned a random stop into a thread. The thread held. While that was happening in one corner of the city, a robbery went sideways across town. A clerk refused to open a second register, hit a silent alarm, and stalled with a story about a jammed drawer. Patrol units rolled up faster than expected. The suspects fled, ditching a bag with ammunition and a scarf seen on a home invasion suspect. The city's map began to tighten around them. Meekins cracked first. Picked up on a parole violation and confronted with the trunk haul, he looked down and asked for a cigarette. He lasted through half of it. Then he started talking, not in a flood, but in measured drops. Names, streets, a house with a radio left whispering, a night by the river. He said he drove, he watched, he never wanted the worst parts. He placed Linwood as the decider, JB as the enforcer. He drew diagrams of rooms, listed which cords were used, and, crucially, where stolen items were pawned. The detectives did not interrupt. They let the silence pull more. But here is the twist. Even as Meekins cooperated, the brothers moved with calm. Linwood kept his face flat when officers approached the doorway of a relative's house. He asked if they had a warrant, then stepped back and clasped his hands behind his head when they showed it. J.B. tried a smile that did not reach his eyes. The arrests landed like a pressure release across precinct radios. The names Briley and in custody finally shared a sentence. Forensic confirmations followed quickly. Ballistics matched casings from the riverbank to a handgun recovered from a crawl space identified by Meekins. Fibers from a distinctive blanket at one scene turned up in the back seat of the car seized during the traffic stop. A ring found in a glove compartment was identified by engraving, 2 initials and a date, tying it to an elderly victim. Stolen goods surfaced at pawn shops Meekins had mapped. Receipts time-stamped inside the windows of the crimes. Courtroom days became a study in demeanor. Linwood sat impassive, eyes forward, as medical examiners described petechial hemorrhages and ligature marks. J.B. watched the gallery, scanning faces, occasionally smirking at a point of procedure. Families of victims filled rows, clutching photographs, listening to the clinical language that reduced loved ones to exhibits. The prosecution leaned on physical evidence and Meekins' testimony, careful to corroborate each point with something tangible: a pawn ticket, a shoe impression, a ballistic match. Defense counsel pressed Meekins' credibility, asked why a confessed participant should be trusted. The answer was in the details he provided that only the perpetrators would know: the position of a chair in a hallway, the dial setting on a radio at the Bowens, the way a cord was looped twice around a wrist and cinched with a belt. Jurors heard the pattern, not just the accusation. Sentencing came with the weight of accumulation. Death for Linwood, death for JB, life for Anthony, who had followed and, in the eyes of the court, carried enough culpability to never walk free. Cooperation brought Meekins the possibility of living in the open again, someday, though under names and shadows. Outside, relief felt complex. Grief anchored it, but it was relief all the same. The city exhaled, slowly, believing the nights might quiet. They would, for a time. Then Mecklenburg reset the pulse. 4 years after the sentences, the names faded from headlines, replaced by other cases, other fears. Then, on a humid night in May 1984, the radios lit up again. Mecklenburg Correctional Center, maximum security, reported a disturbance. Not a riot, not yet. Staff movement slowed. Lights flickered in a pattern that did not look accidental, and a rumor moved through the tiers like a current. Hostages. The psychology of the moment is important. In prison, routine is oxygen. Break routine, and authority stumbles. The plan that unfurled inside Mecklenburg was built on routine's weak joints. Evening medlines, roll calls, a maintenance request that brought a cart where it did not belong. Inmates had been watching for months, clocking guard habits, keys on hips, radios unclipped, doors that lagged before locking. The brothers slid their patience into those gaps. Action started with a staged fight, loud enough to pull attention, contained enough to look manageable. A guard stepped in, separated bodies, missed the look that passed behind him. A blade flashed, crude but effective. He was disarmed and bound fast, gagged with a strip torn from a sheet. Another officer arrived to assist, then a third. Within minutes, a small crew had control of a corridor, doors propped with broom handles, camera sightlines blocked by a sheet taped across, as if for painting. Then came the bomb. It was not a bomb, not in any technical sense. It was a box, wires, tape, and a clock face, compact enough to lift, obvious enough to scare. They strapped it to a hostage's chest, pushed him forward, and announced terms. This would be a hostage transfer, they said, for medical evaluation, the usual bureaucratic choreography. The brothers' voices stayed calm. They understood tone, confident, clipped, like staff. Meanwhile, other inmates, 4 more, moved into position. 6 men now aligned behind the performance. Unknown to administrators, a van had become the linchpin. The facility's own transport vehicle, familiar to every guard, its presence a visual permission slip. They used uniforms stolen and assembled over weeks. Shirts laundered to remove inmate smell, name tags approximated from memory. A radio script was rehearsed. They answered questions before they were asked. When a gate officer hesitated, the fake bomb shifted, the hostage whimpered, and the clock hand was tapped. The gate opened. Outside, the night took them in. Sirens were not immediate. The first calls were confused. Possible transfer, possible drill, something off, but not declared. They drove out of one gate, then another, each security layer, trusting the layer before. It was not until a supervisor walked the corridor and saw the sheet taped over the camera, the broom handles wedged, the empty keys on an empty belt, that the word escape was spoken into a phone with urgency. The statewide manhunt ignited fast. Virginia State Police rolled. Sheriff's departments set perimeters. The Federal Bureau of Investigation coordinated air support. Roadblocks sprouted. Helicopters cut circles over fields and 2-lane blacktops. The phrase that moved across scanners was simple and heavy. Briley's out. For Richmond. The phrase reached back in time. People who had stopped sleeping with lights on turned lamps on again. A mother checked windows twice, then checked the back door again because habit had become ritual after the horrors of 1979. Parallel pursuit meant maps spread in multiple rooms. One command post targeted likely family contacts. Another watched bus and rail stations. A third tracked reports of stolen cars. The escapees split. 2 peeled off toward urban cover. The brothers leaned on the same instincts that once carried them through neighborhoods. Blend, move, avoid patterns that read like signatures. A delivery driver, Easing down a side street in the early morning, caught a glimpse of two figures on a stoop, faces turned away. He called it in, voice steady, plate partial, units converged. Found nothing but a warm cigarette on the step. While that was happening in Virginia, a tip in Philadelphia began to develop. A relative's apartment, a neighborhood where out-of-towners could disappear if they kept to the right storefronts and never asked for directions. Surveillance built slowly. No heroics, no door kicking. Just patience, trash pulls, a light that clicked on at odd hours, a pattern of food deliveries that suggested extra mouths. Agents coordinated with local police, waited for a moment that did not risk neighbors. The capture, when it came, felt almost subdued. A perimeter tightened, plainclothes officers took porches. A negotiator lifted a bullhorn and kept it simple. Come out with hands visible. No one wants this to end messy. Inside, the brothers did not bluster. They calculated. The odds were against them. No hostages now, no van, just a room and thin walls. Linwood stepped out first, hands high, face closed. J. B. followed, eyes scanning for a seam that was not there. Cuffs clicked, no shots fired. Relief arrived not as cheers, but as air returning to chests. In the aftermath, the administrative reckoning was immediate. Reports tallied how a maximum security unit had been gamed by routine, how uniforms were too accessible, how communications were too trusting, how a fake bomb could sway protocol that should have defaulted to containment. Shake-ups followed, leadership changes, tightened movement logs, revised hostage policies, camera redundancies, and a cultural shift towards skepticism that made every deviation ask for proof. What stands out now in retrospect is how the legend of the escape eclipsed, for a time, the earlier terror. People retold the van, the fake bomb, the cool voices on the radio, as if prison walls were the only defense that had ever held. But the names that mattered most were still the ones from 1979 and 1980. The victims whose routines were studied and exploited. With the brothers back in chains, those names moved forward again, back to the center, where they always belonged. Back in Virginia, the legal machinery moved. Appeals challenged procedure, argued racial bias in jury selection, questioned Meekin's deal, and pressed mitigation about childhood and environment. Courts reviewed transcripts, weighed ballistic matches, the autopsy findings, the pawn slips. The rulings came down the same, convictions upheld, sentences affirmed. For families, each appeal reopened the wound, another calendar date to steel themselves against. Linwood went first. On death watch, he stayed flat, the same fixed expression that had followed him from courtroom to cell. Outside, a small crowd gathered, some praying, some holding photos. Inside, the protocol unfolded with clinical pacing. After midnight, the call confirmed it. Execution carried out. Weeks later, J.B. followed, his last days marked by a few interviews that gave nothing new, just the same posture, the same refusal to account for the quiet rooms he had shattered. Anthony aged into decades behind walls. He moved from one unit to another, a lifer whose name meant fear outside and routine inside. The system forgot him except on parole dockets he would never clear. Meekins disappeared into the grey zone. Protective transfers, rumours of new identities, a life defined by looking over his shoulder. He became a footnote with a pulse. The families never had that option. They lived with empty chairs, altered holidays, and the way certain songs or a radio left on low could turn a room cold. Some advocated for reforms, better interagency communication, alert systems for patterns, outreach to seniors. Others chose private rituals, a porch light left on, a ring worn on a chain, a daily call at dusk just to hear a voice. Neighborhoods kept quiet, rules after dark. Learned from 1979. Call if you see a car idling. Walk your elder neighbor to the door. Lock twice. Law enforcement absorbed lessons. Task forces formed faster. Analysts mapped clusters in days, not months. Patrol briefings included behavioral signatures, not just descriptions. Survivors were offered protection and trauma support that did not exist then. In hindsight, these were not just procedural upgrades. They were acknowledgements that the city had once been outpaced by a small crew that understood silence better than anyone. What remains is memory, carried by people who still check windows, even when the locks are new. Let's get to story number 2. He was found in the shower, water still running, the bathroom walls streaked red. Friends had been calling for days. The last text was strange, then silence. When they broke in, They saw a scene so violent, detectives would need hours to count the wounds. Travis Alexander had been careful with his image, careful with his faith, careful with his future, but someone had crossed the threshold and turned a private life inside out. To understand how a bright, ambitious salesman ended up butchered in his own home, we have to pull at threads he tried to keep neat: faith, ambition, desire, and the person who slipped through the gaps. Travis Victor Alexander grew up with big dreams and a complicated past. Born in Riverside, California, in 1977, he and his siblings weathered instability and neglect. By his teens, he craved order, meaning, and a path forward. He found it in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Baptism gave him a community and a code. Missionary service gave him purpose. He learned to speak persuasively, to set goals, to measure progress in clean lines and checklists. By his 20s, he had moved to Arizona and rebuilt himself into a public success story. He joined prepaid legal services, later known as Legal Shield, and discovered he had a knack for network marketing. On stage, he was charismatic. Off stage, he was driven, planning talks, studying self-help, and setting quarterly targets. He liked suits, cut slim, cars detailed, and a home that reflected his climb. His Mesa house was a hub, with roommates coming and going, friends dropping by, church activities, and business presentations. He smiled easily, but he drew lines. No alcohol, no swearing in professional settings. Dating stayed within boundaries his faith expected, at least on paper. He framed his life as a comeback. He talked about rising above childhood hardship, about showing others how to build abundance. He blogged about gratitude and discipline. Sundays were for church and family calls. Weeknights could be for trainings and social events, where he played the elder brother and the closer. He wanted marriage, and he was clear about that. A temple wedding, a partner who shared his belief system, a home with structure and warmth. But he also wanted romance that felt electric, and attention fed that part of him. Friends described Travis as a mix of earnest and sharp. He could be blunt when something did not meet his standard. He loved pranks, banter, and road trips to conferences. He mentored younger representatives, set up charity events, and acted as a connector. The church network overlapped with his business network, and he navigated both with practiced ease. His calendar had color codes for prospects, church, gym, and flights. He made time for photography, especially portraits, and for motivational books stacked bedside in neat piles. Inside that order lived tension. His faith urged chastity before marriage, but his dating life did not always match the ideal. The gap between belief and behavior was not unique in his circle, but it weighed on him. He spoke about struggling to be the man he wanted to be. He set rules, then loosened them. He asked leaders for advice, then kept certain details off the record. He was not false so much as human, trying to reconcile desire with doctrine. He visited family often and showed up for milestones. He paid for dinners, sent encouraging texts, and posted bright captions that framed each challenge as a lesson. At church, he called people by name, remembered birthdays, and pitched in during moves. In business, he celebrated rank advancements and flew to conventions where he delivered lines that landed. Videos from those stages showed confidence that felt contagious. Mesa, for him, represented a fresh chapter with spacious rooms, a big kitchen, and a bathroom suite that would later become the focus of the case. He had roommates, a steady flow of guests, and a community that noticed when he did not answer his phone. He kept his phone close and his laptop open. He logged workouts, tracked macros for stretches, and swung between discipline and indulgence the way many high performers do. He dated within and outside his faith. He wanted compatibility and chemistry, and sometimes he prioritized the latter. He could be affectionate and attentive, then pull back when a relationship did not fit the long-term vision. People around him saw a pattern: fast starts, then doubt. He worried about settling and about wasting time. He was, in many ways, a man auditioning partners for a role that had to satisfy spiritual and social expectations, while still thrilling him. Faith was his anchor. He taught lessons, prayed daily, and believed in repentance and renewal. He also took pride in the life he had built. The trips, the friends, the stage lights. He did not see those as contradictions, more as a balancing act he could master with enough willpower. He told friends that the right woman would bring the balance into focus. That certainty made him a target for admiration, and sometimes for obsession. His charm and structure drew people in. His boundaries created friction. When he said no, he meant it, until he did not. That inconsistency, in the wrong relationship, could turn volatile. By 2007, Travis was 30, established, and looking ahead. He wanted to write a book. He wanted a family. He still carried pieces of that boy from Riverside who needed love to feel safe and rules to feel strong. In his bathroom mirror, he practiced speeches and smiled at the man he had become. In his private messages, he revealed confusion he would not voice on stage. That contrast, public control and private conflict, would become the crack where everything seeped in, and through that crack, someone would step who would not let go. He first saw her in Las Vegas in September 2006, at a prepaid legal leadership conference where the lobby buzzed like a stock exchange. Travis was circulating, handshakes, pats on shoulders, quick jokes that landed when a blonde woman with a camera and a badge caught his eye. Jodi Arias was 26, an aspiring photographer who had come to the conference at a friend's invite to network and maybe pick up clients. She asked to take his picture. He said yes, leaning into his practiced smile. The frame clicked. A door opened. They were introduced by a mutual contact that night at a company dinner. Jodi listened closely, a skill that made people feel studied in the best way. Travis talked about personal growth, about systems and habits. She asked questions that pressed past small talk. She told him she loved photography and was trying to grow her business. He praised her initiative. Their conversation stretched as plates cleared and people drifted to casinos and after-parties. There was an ease that felt like recognition, or the illusion of it. The next morning, they met again at a hotel restaurant. She wore a red dress. He wore a tie with tight stripes. He had noticed her poise. She had noticed his attention. He invited her to a company event later, a banquet where he would be networking. She came. Photos show them close and smiling. In a world built on performance, they performed well together. Friends saw sparks. Within days, they were calling and texting regularly, starting a rhythm that would speed up fast. Back in California, Jodi told friends she had met someone extraordinary. Back in Arizona, Travis described her as beautiful and sweet, someone who got him. There was a complication, though. He was devout, and she was not a member of his church. He framed faith as central to his future marriage. She heard a requirement and made it a goal. Within weeks, she started meeting with missionaries and studying the Book of Mormon. In November 2006, she was baptized. Photos show Travis in white, smiling beside her. He held the towel, and the room applauded. The meaning to him was spiritual. The meaning to her was layered. Commitment, belonging, and access. Their early days had the intensity of a sprint. They took photos in parks, flirted over instant messages, and traded book recommendations. He flew to California. She visited Mesa. He liked her attention, the way she praised his talks and mirrored his interests. She liked his ambition, his steady plans, and the warmth of his community. They made each other feel chosen. But beneath the rush sat tension, the rules of his faith and the pull of their chemistry. They crossed lines, then promised each other they would reset. He felt guilt and attraction in equal measure. She learned the cadence of apology and reassurance. In early 2007, she shaved off some pieces of her life to fit closer to his. She ended a long-term relationship in Northern California. She took more trips to Arizona, making herself a regular presence at his house and among his friends. She started attending church events, absorbing norms and names. Meanwhile, he introduced her to his circle but kept parts of the relationship ambiguous. He had told friends he wanted a temple marriage. With Jodi, he was drawn in but unsure. To bridge the gap, he spoke in maybes. She heard those as promises. Travel became their pattern. They took road trips, posed at landmarks, and kissed under streetlights. Their messages swung from tender to playful to explicit. He shared doubts. She countered with devotion. When he pulled back, she found ways to be near, calls late at night, drop-ins on trips that lined up just so. His friends began noticing red flags. Sudden appearances, a tendency to monitor, a possessive edge. He would laugh it off, or confide that things felt complicated. He told some he was not sure she was wife material. He did not always tell Jodi that. In June 2007, the label shifted. Depending on who was asked, they were exclusive or seeing each other seriously. He brought her to friends' gatherings. She cooked in his kitchen and left her belongings in drawers. She was attentive, eager to please, and quick to smooth conflict. He liked comfort and excitement, and the way she made both easy. When they fought, the reconciliation was intense. Each high set a new bar. By late summer, cracks widened. He wanted options. She wanted certainty. He flirted with other women. She noticed. He questioned long-term fit. She heard temporary doubt. She journaled about love and progress and small setbacks. He journaled about temptation and resolve and needing to be better. They acted like a couple and argued like one, but their visions diverged. Still, they kept meeting in the middle. Late-night calls, quiet mornings, long drives, convinced that effort could fix misalignment. What neither admitted was how fast the foundation was shifting under them and how hard it would be to step away. They did not slow down. After Las Vegas, Jodie folded herself into Travis's routine with a kind of cheerful intensity. She learned his favorite protein shake, remembered names in his church group, and mirrored his motivational mantras. She posted photos that cast them as a glowing pair and left comments on his MySpace and blog that read like little spotlights. Friends saw the devotion and the pace. Some smiled, some worried. He brushed off the worry because the attention felt good, and because he believed he could manage anything with enough rules. The rules did not hold. They talked about chastity, then slid past it. He felt guilty and tried to reset the boundary. She offered contrition, affection, and a plan to do better. When he travelled for prepaid legal, she would line up to meet him before or after events, sometimes unexpected, sometimes with a surprise gift. He liked being wanted. He liked being followed less. He explained it away, saying she was passionate, she cared, and it was early. In Mesa, roommates noticed her car outside at odd hours. A friend recalled her appearing in the backyard unannounced. Another mentioned that she would ask where he was going and who he would be with, then show up nearby. Travis tried to make space. He told her they needed to slow things down. He told friends he needed to date other women to find a long-term match. He did not completely close the door. He was not cruel. He was conflicted. The breakup started. They would end things, then talk for hours and meet again. He said he could not see marriage with her. She said she could adapt, that his doubts were fears they could solve. Every reconciliation came with assurances. She would respect boundaries. He would be honest. They would keep things clean. Hours later, they would be back in patterns neither could always resist. The conflict turned inward for him, outward for her. People in his circle started setting their own boundaries. A female friend said her tires were slashed after a night out with Travis that Jodie knew about. Others alleged late-night calls and prying questions. Doors stayed locked. Social media settings tightened. Nobody could prove anything, but enough incidents stacked that the picture sharpened. Travis told some friends he was scared of her temper and her persistence. Then he would excuse it as heartbreak, saying she was not a bad person, just invested. The intimacy did not stop. They exchanged explicit messages and photos. There were recorded calls that revealed a side of their relationship far from the church ideal. She learned how to soothe and how to provoke. He alternated between confessing shame and leaning into desire. It bound them, even as it corroded trust. She kept souvenirs, images, messages, moments that could be replayed. He tried to compartmentalize, but secrets have a way of bleeding through. In early 2008, he started seeing other women more openly, including someone he hoped to take to Cancun that June. He told Jodie the romantic chapter needed to end. She cried, promised friendship, and offered to help with tasks around the house. She also moved to Eureka, California, to live with her grandparents and start fresh. Friends in Mesa exhaled. Distance felt like relief. For a few weeks, the phone calls softened. Then the rhythm returned. Late-night check-ins, sudden tenderness, and sharp questions about his plans. There were strange blips. A hacked Facebook account. A window left open. A voicemail with a joke that felt like a jab. He brushed off what he could and strengthened his passwords. He tried to pour energy into work, the gym, and trips with friends. He posted about growth, about letting go. But he also kept engaging with Jodie when she reached out, especially when the conversations turned intimate again. That pull was a pattern. A person who wanted to be righteous and a person who wanted to be wanted. Friends sounded alarms more loudly. One told him flatly, "She's dangerous." Another said, "You need to cut her off completely." He nodded, agreed, and then wavered. He planned Cancun, flirted with the idea of a new relationship that fit his faith, and rehearsed a clean break. Jodie, for her part, played the role of supportive ex on some days and wounded partner on others. She tracked his schedule more closely than he realized. She knew when he would be home alone. She knew when he would be distracted. By late May, he told several people he was done for good. He wrote about it. He told Jodie to stop coming over unannounced. He changed his garage code. He joked to a friend that if he ended up dead, Jody would be a suspect. It sounded like gallows humor, but it carried weight. He sensed volatility, and he still underestimated it. She heard finality, and she refused to accept it. The whirlwind romance had become a storm, and storms, once formed, find a place to break. It did not start with a single explosion. It crept in through routines. Who called first? Who replied faster? Who yielded more? After the last "we are done," they still talked, then argued, then slipped. Each contact reset the counter. He would say they needed distance. She would agree, then send a memory that pulled him back. A photo, a late-night message, a voice note that moved from apology to seduction. The pattern was not dramatic day to day. It was steady, narrowing his choices until the boundaries he drew felt negotiable. Control lived in little checks. She would ask where he would be after church, who was coming to a work party, what time his flight landed. When he went quiet, she would switch tones, gentle, then urgent. If that did not work, she would show up where she knew he would be. Friends saw her car idling, the way she watched from a short distance, then walked in with a reason that sounded plausible. He let it slide, telling himself it would fade with time. It did not. It adapted. He tried to date around her. That was when the pressure spiked. New numbers saved under initials started getting strange texts. A friend found her tires slashed after being seen with him. He got messages about loyalty and honesty, couched as concern. He would push back and she would pivot, talk about her own struggles, remind him they shared things he could not share with anyone else. The leverage was not just intimacy. It was the story of them, curated in photos and recordings, capable of stirring shame and craving in the same breath. Their private language took on edges. She would call him out for hypocrisy, then call him "my best friend." He would say she was manipulative, then spend an hour consoling her. The push and pull left him exhausted and reactive. He was not a puppet. He was inconsistent. That inconsistency gave the cycle life. Every no that became a maybe taught her where the hinge was. Every confession opened a door she walked through later. Control also looked like helpfulness. She offered to clean his house, take care of errands, and run small tasks. It placed her inside his space and inside his day. He rationalized it as kindness after a breakup. She used the access to map his habits, who stopped by, where he kept things, how the alarm behaved. Meanwhile, he vented to friends, apologized for the drama, and promised he would end it soon. Soon kept moving. When he talked about Cancun, her questions sharpened. Who was going? What dates? Did she know about their history? He did not answer everything. He did not have to. Silence told her enough. She tracked shifts in his energy and filled gaps with assumptions. When he posted upbeat messages about change, she read them as rejection dressed up as growth. He was building a life without her. She decided to insert herself anyway. The cycle was not only hers. He called when he was lonely. He responded when she dangled affection. He split himself in two: public Travis, who wanted a temple marriage, and private Travis, who replayed their intimacy. That split bred self-contempt, which made him vulnerable to anyone promising relief. Jody promised relief and absolution. She packaged it as devotion. I know the real you, and I am still here. That is a potent hook for someone who feared being unworthy beneath the polish. Friends escalated their warnings. One said, "She will not stop." He shrugged, said she had moved back to California, and that distance would resolve it. Distance gave her room to plan. She changed her look, reset alibis with a road trip narrative, and rehearsed answers to questions nobody had asked yet. Control turned into strategy. She borrowed gas cans to avoid leaving a trail. She turned her phone off across state lines. The cycle that once fed on emotion now fed on logistics. Meanwhile, he tried to reclaim control the way driven people do, through scheduling and decisions. He blocked numbers, then unblocked them. He told roommates to keep doors locked. He told friends he was finally done and meant it. He also replied when a familiar ringtone hit at midnight. He was not careless. He was tired of the fight. The path of least resistance ran through old habits. There were moments that felt like clarity. He joked about being in danger, and his friends heard the truth inside the joke. He told her directly not to come over again, and she said she understood. Then a week later, she appeared cheerful and contrite, with a story that made her presence sound necessary. He did not want a scene. He let her in. That is how control works at the end. Quietly, like a key you forgot you gave away still turning in the lock. By late spring 2008, Travis wanted a clean slate. He had told close friends the back and forth had to end. And he said it to Jody too, calm, direct, and final. She responded with tears and promises, then with practical offers. She would help him with photos, with cleaning, with a few tasks he had been putting off. He said no, then softened, then reasserted the boundary. The pattern tried to restart, but he refused to let it. He was booking Cancun with another woman. He wanted peace. In Eureka, Jody pivoted. She talked about self-improvement, about moving on, and about finding work. Then her attention snapped back to him. The calls resumed in controlled bursts, sweet one day, raw the next. When he did not answer, she left long voicemails that mixed apology with critique. She brought up faith and integrity. She pointed to their private intimacy as proof of a deeper bond and accused him of acting. He countered that it was over. He told her not to come to Mesa. She said she would not. Around Mesa, friends noticed old behaviors flaring again. A car idling late, a shadow at a window, a door that had been unlocked now double-checked. One woman he had been spending time with reported unnerving messages and felt her tires had been targeted. Travis tightened his routines. He told his roommates to lock up. He joked with a friend that if he were ever found dead, they should look at Jody. The joke did not land. It sounded like a boundary he wished he could enforce with a punchline. He tried to make the breakup real by filling his calendar with new connections. He flirted openly, scheduled dinners, and felt brief relief. Then he would get a message from Jody that landed like a magnet, an old photo, a memory he could not quite resist revisiting. He replied, sometimes out of habit, sometimes out of guilt, sometimes because desire and shame twist together. Every reply reopened a door he had tried to close. He hated that, and he hid it. He told himself it was a last kindness, a calm transition. She heard it as a continuation. This was when the escalation hardened into logistics. In late May, she borrowed gas cans from an ex-boyfriend. She dyed her hair darker. She mapped a route that could avoid predictable stops. She told friends she would visit another ex in Utah. She reset her narrative into a road trip, equal parts spontaneous and oddly detailed. The phone would go dark in stretches that matched her plan. On the surface, it looked like independence. Underneath, it was approach. Meanwhile, their communication wore grooves. He stopped engaging during business hours. She adjusted to nights. He did not answer for a day. She sent a soft apology, then pivoted to a challenge about honesty. He said he had moved on. She asked who the woman in Cancun was. He did not tell her. She pieced together more than he said from social media crumbs, from church chatter, from the cadence of his posts. Jealousy hardened into a goal, remove the barrier, reclaim the story. Rooms in his house had their own histories with her. The office where she had sat, the bedroom where they had reconciled, the bathroom where he rehearsed speeches. She knew the layout, the creaks, the mirror angles. She knew when roommates left for work. Even after moving, she still seemed to know his schedule. A friend caught her inside the house once after the breakup, claiming she needed to return something. Another time, a garage door opened without anyone's code being shared recently. He confronted her, then backed off when the conversation turned to tears and guilt. He wanted a low-drama exit. His messages told two stories. One to friends, "It's over, I'm serious this time." One to Jody, "Stop, but also, don't implode." He did not want to be cruel. She knew he hated chaos. She calibrated pressure around that. Never enough to make him block her forever. Always enough to make him feel responsible. It is a quiet form of stalking, built on access and emotion, not alleyway confrontations. There was one more shift. She stopped pleading and started performing calm. She posted about positivity, called herself grateful, and feigned acceptance. She asked to drop off a set of photos she had shot. He stalled, then agreed to meet on a day that looked open. He believed he could control the terms now. He believed he could manage the exit. He did not see that the exit was no longer an argument to win. It was a plan that was already in motion. He started the day with plans and a deadline. Cancun was days away. The house on Queensborough Avenue felt quiet, roommates in and out, errands stacked, phone buzzing. By midday, a car rolled through the neighborhood that nobody remembered seeing often. The driver had changed her hair. She had practiced this approach for weeks. She parked out of sightlines and walked in with the confidence of someone who had done it before. They spoke, not shouting, not yet. The tone was transactional at first. Loose ends, photos, a few things she said she would return. He had tried to hold firm. He had also learned that a short, controlled interaction could be easier than a fight. Minutes stretched. The phone calls and texts that day leave blanks in the timeline. What the camera later filled in was more precise than anyone expected. At some point, they reconciled in the way they always had, a last lapse that looked, on screen, like tenderness. The digital card would later yield images time-stamped mid-afternoon, the bedroom, the bed, his body, and hers intertwined, faces turned to the lens, unguarded. The gap between his faith and his private life was never clearer than in those frames. He had wanted a clean break. Instead, he let the pattern run one last time. Afterward, there were shower shots. He stepped under the water, head down, eyes partly closed. She stood close enough to fill the frame, far enough that he stayed centered. The sequence shows angles, his back, his face, his hands on the tiled ledge. It was intimate and oddly clinical. The timestamps moved in tight increments, each click cataloguing minutes he did not know were being recorded into evidence. What happened next is not captured on video. It had to be reconstructed from blood, injuries, and those frozen moments. Investigators would later argue that the first injury was a stab, not a gunshot, based on blood loss and wound tracks. In a confined bathroom, surprise turns into chaos fast. He was taller, stronger, but he was naked, wet, and disoriented. She had the advantage of planning and a weapon in hand. A single cut can start a panic. Multiple cuts become a fight for seconds. Blood spattered the sink and counter. Cast-off patterns arced on the wall. He moved down the hallway, leaving prints that showed his attempt to brace and flee. A bloody palm landed on a wall at shoulder height, sliding as he lost grip. The carpet soaked in narrow paths that widened as the struggle dragged on. He tried to head for an exit. Maybe the bedroom door. Maybe anywhere that was not the bathroom. He did not make it far. The wounds multiplied, sharp force trauma to the torso, defensive cuts on hands and forearms. This was not quick. It was frenzied and targeted. When his strength flagged, his attacker pulled him back toward the bathroom. The fatal injury to his throat almost severed structures that let him breathe and speak. It reads like an act meant to end any possibility of recovery. Sometime before or after the throat wound, a .25 caliber round entered his head. The shell casing landed on blood, near the sink. The order of events would be argued later, but the volume of blood told a grim story. He died from the blade. He collapsed near the bathroom threshold, then was dragged. Drag marks showed on tile and carpet, a body pulled by limbs toward the shower. His shoulders scraped against baseboards. The garbage can moved. A towel darkened and then disappeared. He was placed back where the day had started, under the same shower head, water washing over new stains. That staging mattered. It suggested control, time spent trying to limit damage, a mind shifting from violence to cleanup. Small choices hint at calm after the storm. Bedding stripped, items thrown into the washing machine. The camera, dropped during the struggle or afterward, ended up there too. Whoever loaded it did not realize that deleted does not mean gone. Buttons were pressed. A cycle started. The machine churned, smearing traces and sealing the most important witness in a drum. Sometime later, a door closed. A car rolled out of the neighborhood. Travis's phone went still. His friends' texts stacked up. He missed church commitments he usually kept. He missed a conference call he was supposed to lead. The dog barked and then quieted. The house settled into silence. That evening, elsewhere, a new narrative began. Calls placed to alibis. A drive north wrapped in pit stops disguised as spontaneity. In Mesa, the master bathroom cooled, water ran, then slowed to a drip. Blood dried in edges and halos. Behind a closed door, the last known moments of a life built on structure and hope had been reduced to fragments, some visible, some buried in a camera card that would speak louder than any witness. By June 9th, the silence had stretched past normal. Travis was not missing calls. He was vanishing from routines he never missed. He had not shown up for church on Sunday. He did not answer messages about the upcoming Cancun trip. A few close friends, people who knew the cadence of his life, drove to the Mesa house on Queensborough. They knocked. They called his name. A roommate returned and helped them get inside. The dog barked, upset and hungry. The air felt wrong, humid, metallic, with a faint, sour edge. They moved through the rooms, calling for him. Mail piled on a counter. A streak on the hallway carpet caught one friend's eye. It was dark, almost brown in the low light. Another step, and the smell changed, stronger near the master suite. The bedroom door was partly closed. Someone pushed it open and froze. The bedding was stripped, a mess by the corner. A path of stains led toward the bathroom. One of them said, "Call 911." Another kept walking, drawn and afraid of what he would find. The bathroom door was closed. They opened it to a scene nobody can prepare for. The shower was streaked. The water was off now, but damp still clung to the tile. His body lay in the stall, slumped, with wounds so numerous the shape of him blurred to the eyes of friends trying to process it. Someone started to scream. Someone started praying. The call to dispatch was frantic, words tumbling over each other, blood everywhere. "He is in the shower. We think he is dead." Mesa police arrived fast. They cleared the house, then taped it off. Officers worked to steady the witnesses, separate them, and lock down details. When they last saw him, who had keys, who had codes, who had been in the house. Meanwhile, detectives stepped into the master suite and saw a fight written in stains and lines, blood along the sink and baseboards, cast-off patterns on walls, footprints and swipe marks that told a story of movement and struggle. On the counter near the sink, a small .25 caliber casing rested in blood. That detail landed like a thud. This was not just a stabbing. A gun had been fired, but the room told an even grimmer truth. The volume of blood spoke of sharp force trauma as the main event. The cuts were many. The throat injury was catastrophic. A detective followed the hallway back, noting the palm print on the wall at shoulder height, the elongated smears, the way a body had been dragged back toward the shower. It looked like someone tried to erase the scene and then lost their nerve or their time. In the laundry room, an odd find. The washing machine was mid-cycle, packed with bedding and clothes. When they stopped it, they pulled out a damaged digital camera. The memory card looked corroded by water, but intact. Detectives bagged it carefully, eyes catching on the model and brand. This felt like a mistake left by someone who thought pressing delete meant the past was gone. Nearby lay damp towels, a mix of bleach smell and copper in the air. It read like cleanup, hurried, not thorough. Roommates' statements gave context. They had been in and out over the weekend, assuming he was out or sleeping. They mentioned a complicated ex, someone who had been told not to come over anymore but sometimes did anyway. They said he had planned to go to Cancun on June 10th with a woman from his circle. He was excited. He would not have disappeared without telling anyone. He kept commitments. The dog's agitation underscored the timeline. Nobody had fed him properly in days. Detectives began triage, preserve every trace, photograph every inch, and list every missing or moved item. They found the camera's dock in the office, a card reader on the desk, and a tangle of cables. They pulled phone records, logged computers, and noted a bed frame nicked by something sharp. The shower drain held diluted blood. A small trash bin had been shifted. The master closet showed signs of disturbance. It all pointed to an attack that started in the bathroom and spilled into the hall, then ended where it began. Outside, the street looked calm, neighbors peeking past blinds as patrol cars lined the curb. Word moved fast through the church and business networks. Friends gathered across the street, holding each other and replaying the last normal message he had sent. A detective asked for names of people who had conflicts with him recently. One name surfaced quickly and more than once. An officer wrote it down and underlined it. Back inside, the countdown began. Every hour away from the moment of death erased scent trails and smeared memories, but the house had given up a witness that never forgets. In an evidence bag, the soaked camera card waited to be decoded. If it held anything, it might tell what happened in minutes, rather than guesses, and it might show who was there when the bathroom turned red. Detectives started with the body, then expanded outward in concentric circles. Time of death estimates were narrowed by decomposition, water exposure, and the last known contact. The pathologist's early look suggested several days had passed. Travis's calendar ended on June 4th. That date became an anchor. Investigators requested his phone records, bank activity, and email logins. They canvassed neighbors for cars or sounds out of place during the week. One remembered seeing a U-Haul-type truck nearby days earlier. Another mentioned nothing odd. Patrol noted minimal forced entry. The house favored someone he knew, or someone with access. Inside, crime scene text documented everything. Angles of spatter, lengths of swipe marks, the position of the casing near the sink. A latent print specialist dusted along walls and door frames, lifting smudged ridges. One partial stood out, a bloody palm impression on the hallway wall. That would go to the lab for comparison. Meanwhile, the laundry room's contents were spread on clean tarps and photographed. The camera was triaged immediately. Its battery was pulled, the card removed and air-dried, then sealed for digital recovery. Detectives interviewed the roommates formally. They described a house with rotating schedules, roommates using different entrances, and a dog that could go in the yard. They had not felt alarmed because Travis sometimes worked odd hours or travelled. One roommate mentioned a foul smell on June 9th that forced him to check the master bathroom. The door was locked. He assumed Travis wanted privacy. He regretted that assumption now. They gave passwords where they could, codes for the garage and alarm, and names of frequent visitors. Among those names, one came up with an edge: Jodi Arias, an ex who had a complicated history with Travis. Multiple friends said she had been asked not to come by anymore. One said Travis felt she had crossed boundaries. Another recalled him joking days earlier that if he were killed, she would be involved. Jokes aside, detectives took note. Ex-partners are always near the top of the list in intimate homicides. They asked about her location. Friends believed she had moved back to Eureka. That made distance her shield. It did not rule her out. Detectives called her. On the phone, Jodi sounded helpful and soft-spoken. She said she loved Travis, that they had dated, and that they were no longer together. She volunteered that she had not been to Arizona in weeks. She asked what happened, expressed shock, and offered to cooperate in any way. She mentioned she had planned to visit an ex-boyfriend in Utah around that time. Detectives logged the details carefully. People who talk in specifics early can be telling, either forthright or rehearsed. Back at the lab, digital forensics worked the soaked memory card. A technician cloned the card before attempting recovery. Bit by bit, thumbnails emerged. Sexually explicit photos time-stamped June 4th in the afternoon. Then, a shower sequence of Travis, minutes apart. The final frames were chaotic: an unintentional shot of the floor, a blurred image of a person's leg in pants, and a shoe near blood. The timestamps placed someone in that bathroom with him at the critical window. That someone was taking the pictures. Detectives cross-referenced the timestamps with phone records. Travis's phone activity went quiet mid-afternoon, June 4th. Incoming calls piled up later with no answer. They checked his incoming and outgoing logs for Jodi. There were calls between them in the days before June 4th, some long, some short. On June 4th itself, nothing after midday. Then, interesting gaps. Jodi's phone showed hours of inactivity as she claimed to be on a road trip to Utah. Towers along the route showed her on the move around that period, but there were stretches where the phone was off or out of service. The bloody palm print returned a hit. It belonged to Jodi Arias, matching her known prints on file from a prior employment background card and a civil matter. That changed the tone internally. Now, her presence was not a rumor. It was forensic. Detectives flew to Eureka to interview her in person. Before that, they continued building the picture. Gas station receipts near California and Nevada, with a car matching a rental that week, a hair dye purchase, and testimony from an ex-boyfriend in Riverside who said she borrowed gas cans days before. The initial in-person interview in Eureka was recorded. Jodi arrived with her hair brown, not blonde. She was composed, cooperative, and quick to offer context. She said she loved photography, that she and Travis sometimes took pictures together, and that she last saw him in April. She repeated that she went to Utah to see a friend around June 4th. She smiled often, asked about the investigation's progress, and did not flinch when asked about their sex life. She denied being in Mesa then. Detectives did not press the evidence yet. They let her talk. Meanwhile, searches were coordinated. In Eureka, a warrant turned up a .25 caliber ammunition box in a closet, various photos, and journals. The .25 caliber mattered. The casing in Mesa was not a common household caliber. It was not proof of the murder weapon, but it knitted threads. Detectives also noted cuts on her hands in photos taken around that time and asked how she got them. She said they were from broken glass. The explanations stacked beside the data. The data did not bend easily. Suspicion coalesced, but detectives resisted tunnel vision. They checked other leads, business disputes, recent romances, anyone with a grudge. Nothing else matched access, motive, and timeline like Jodi. The camera had spoken, the print had spoken, and the phone gaps hummed. Quietly, they prepared a case that would hinge on planning and presence, and on a storyline they knew she would try to rewrite. From the start, her story came preloaded with details meant to sound ordinary. She said she left Eureka on June 2nd for a photography work trip. She rented a white Ford Focus in Redding. She planned to visit friends, then an ex-boyfriend, Ryan Burns, in Utah on June 5th. She would sleep in her car if needed. She mentioned a new camera purchase, a stop to see family, and a desire to clear her head. It was the kind of itinerary that sounds flexible and free until you look at the receipts. The rental clerk in Reading remembered her asking for a car that would not stand out. She left with a Focus. By the time she brought it back, the floor mats were missing, and the car had a faint red stain at the center console the clerk thought looked like Kool-Aid. She said she spilled something. The mileage raised eyebrows. It suggested a route far longer than a straight shot to Utah, even with detours. Her phone map had holes. On June 3rd and 4th, it went dark for hours that lined up with an Arizona detour. That silence was bridged by old-school planning, gas cans borrowed from her ex-boyfriend in Riverside, Darryl Brewer. He later told police she asked for 2, maybe 3, and said she did not want to stop in sketchy areas. Receipts showed large gas purchases that, combined with the cans, could carry her through stretches without swiping a card. That mattered, because swipes leave trails and cameras. In interviews, when detectives floated the idea she had been in Mesa, she smiled and shook her head. She said she would never do anything to hurt Travis. She said she loved him. She said she was en route to Utah that day, taking scenic highways, getting lost near the Hoover Dam, and napping in the car. She tossed in an oddity. She said she lost her phone charger. That explained gaps, she claimed. But gaps piled up in the exact slices that mattered the most. Then came the pivot. After detectives recovered the camera images and got a match on the bloody palm print, they confronted her with pieces. Her tone changed, but not the performance. She sighed, asked for water, and said she had thought about this a lot. She floated the intruder story. 2 masked people broke in, she said. 1 male, 1 female. They attacked Travis. 1 pointed a gun at her and told her to leave. She did not call police, she said, because she was scared and wanted to protect her family. Detectives let the silence sit. The story did not explain the photos, the print, or the cleanup. She tried to repair it with emotion. She cried softly and talked about their bond. She said Travis had a dark side and that people did not know the whole him. She played a tape. Detectives had already started to learn, shift blame, muddy motive, and ask for understanding. But the physical evidence did not respond to sympathy. The timestamps said she was in the bathroom with him at the exact window he died. The palm print said her hand was on the wall as blood flowed. The washing machine said someone tried to erase what happened. In Utah, Ryan Burns filled in the other end of the timeline. He said she arrived late on June 5th, hours after she had said she would. With bandaged fingers and darker hair, she was affectionate, he said, but exhausted. She mentioned a long drive, a detour, and car trouble. She did not talk about Arizona. They went to a work meeting. He noticed she laughed at odd times, and that her cuts looked fresh. She told him she had cut herself on broken glass while working. He believed her then. Later, he would not. Jody called friends, too, laying groundwork. She mentioned the road trip, the Utah visit, the missed calls. She posted about gratitude and new beginnings. When news of Travis's death reached her, she phoned and asked what happened, sounded devastated, and offered support. She wanted to attend the memorial. She framed herself as the grieving ex. On social media, she wrote about love and loss. Privately, she practiced answers for questions nobody had asked her yet. When detectives arrested her on July 15th in Eureka, they found a .25 caliber ammunition box in the house and a camera in her room. She had hair dye, receipts, and journals that traced fluctuating moods. In the interrogation room, she stretched like a house cat, sang a little, and tried a headstand against the wall. It read less like shock and more like someone waiting out a storm. Between performances, she inched toward a third story. Self-defense, she said. He snapped. She said she grabbed what she could and fought back. Now the alibi was gone, the intruders were gone, and a new narrative took their place, one that would carry into court, reshaped again and again, always bending around the facts that would not move. The soaked memory card looked ruined, but it was not. In the lab, technicians cloned it first, then ran recovery software that crawled sector by sector. Corruption hid thumbnails, not data. One by one, images blinked into view. Explicit photos of Travis and Jody on the bed, time-stamped June 4th in the afternoon. Then the shower sequence with Travis alone under running water. The metadata held more than timestamps. It logged the camera model and internal counter, creating a precise spine for the afternoon that ended in blood. Detectives matched those timestamps to everything else they had. Travis's phone stopped pinging after mid-afternoon. His computer stayed idle. There were no outgoing communications that would have pulled him from that bathroom alive. The final recovered images were jarring. A blurry, low-angle shot of the hallway floor, then a partial of a male body on tile, then what looked like a pant leg and a shoe in frame near blood. The shutter had fired as the camera tumbled. That accident mattered. It captured chaos at the exact moment the narrative snapped. The camera itself told a second story. In the laundry room, it was found inside the washer with damp clothes. The card had been deleted, but deletion just clears pointers. Forensics pulled the directory structure, reconstructed file headers, and located images in unallocated space. Embedded EXIF data preserved June 4th's chronology down to the minute. That removed guesswork and undercut later claims about when anyone was present. The photos were not hearsay. They were the house talking. Investigators also noticed something about the shooting style. The bedroom photos were framed and deliberate. The shower shots were close, intimate, and steady. The last images were wild, unfocused, and unintentional. That progression suggested a clear sequence. Consensual intimacy. Posed shower images with Travis unaware of danger. Then a sudden break. Movement, struggle, camera drop. It contradicted any claim that a fight began with Jodi being attacked out of nowhere while she stood at a distance. She was right there, holding the camera, minutes before violence. The digital trail widened. On Travis's desktop, the camera's software had synchronized previous sessions, proving Jodi knew the system and that the camera belonged in his routine. In the EXIF data, a single field, shutter count, lined up across the day, showing no manipulation like manual clock changes between sets. If the internal clock had been altered, adjacent photos from prior weeks would drift. They did not. That gave prosecutors an anchor. These happened when the camera says they did. Phone records bridged the gaps between devices. Jodi's handset went dark during the exact window the camera was active in Mesa. When it woke up later, it pinged towers toward Utah. Between those points, gas receipts from Southern California and Nevada showed purchases that exceeded the tank's capacity, possible only with auxiliary cans. This explained how she could drive long stretches without hitting stations that recorded her presence on cameras. The absence of swipes was not innocence, it was intent. Print evidence locked the digital to the physical. The bloody palm print on the hall wall contained a mixture. Jodi's left palm ridge pattern matched, and DNA analysis detected both Travis's and Jodi's DNA in the same print. That was not transfer from an old visit, that was presence in blood during the attack. Prosecution would later call it a signature you cannot perform into existence. It connected her body to the house at the exact time the photos proved she was there. Then came the casing science. The .25 caliber casing near the sink was not a digital artifact, but its position relative to blood patterns mattered. Blood underneath, casing on top, indicated the shot occurred after significant bleeding. If so, the gunshot was not the first act. It was a finalization. That dovetailed with the medical examiner's opinion and with the photographic sequence. It pushed back against later claims that a gun went off first during a struggle for a dropped weapon. Defense would try to argue contamination and coincidence. Could someone else have used the camera? Could timestamps drift? Could prints transfer through damp laundry? Forensics answered with redundancies. The card clone matched byte for byte. Checksums verified integrity before and after recovery. EXIF, shutter count, and JPEG quantization tables were consistent. The palm print's ridge detail was high quality, lifted from a smooth wall where old dust prints would not survive regular cleaning. DNA profiles showed a mixture that fit an active blood event, not a touch remnant. The last digital strand was deletion behavior. Files were removed in a short burst, back to back, the way someone presses delete in review mode. Immediately afterward, the washer ran. That sequence betrayed a belief that erasure and water would wipe it all. It did not. Instead, it preserved a narrative that people might have argued about for years. The camera did not have loyalty, it had memory. And its memory fixed the timeline, the presence, and the moment the bathroom turned into a killing ground. They moved when the puzzle pieces stopped wobbling. On July 15th, 2008, officers in Eureka knocked on the door of Jodi Arias's grandparents' house. She answered calm, hair darker, voice soft. The warrant ran long: computers, journals, a camera, and a .25 caliber ammunition box in a closet. Detectives noted bandage supplies, hair dye, and receipts that echoed the road trip she had described with careful casualness. They placed her in cuffs for first-degree murder. She asked for her makeup bag. She said she would cooperate. In the car, she asked about Travis and whether the media knew. At the station, the interrogation became its own show. She chatted, laughed at odd moments, and shifted poses like a subject in a studio set. When detectives left the room, she sang, and then pushed into a headstand, feet against the wall, as if the floor could flip and make another story true. On camera, she toggled between innocence and intimacy, telling officers she could not hurt him, then pivoting to the intruder tale, then, hours later, to self-defense. The transitions were smooth, the edges hard. By the end, they had booked her. The story would not stay in the room. News broke fast. A handsome motivational speaker slaughtered in his shower, a striking ex-girlfriend accused, sex photos recovered from a washing machine, a memory card that would not die. The ingredients drew national outlets. Cable shows looped his stage clips and her mugshot. Pundits mapped the case into simple lines: purity and betrayal, seduction and violence. The narrative was too tidy to resist and too messy to ignore. Mesa's LDS community closed ranks around grief. True crime audiences leaned in. Producers saw a saga with acts built in. In Arizona, prosecutors filed first-degree murder charges, signaling premeditation, road trip prep, phone gaps, gas cans, hair dye, and a timeline locked by digital timestamps. They hinted at aggravators, especially cruelty, to justify pursuing death. The defense assembled a counterframe: a toxic relationship, emotional abuse, a fight that spiraled. In Eureka, family and friends of Jodi spoke to local stations about a sweet girl, an artist, someone who could not have done this. In Mesa, Travis's circle spoke about a loyal friend whose boundaries had been breached over and over. The split set the tone. Every pre-trial hearing felt like a dress rehearsal for a larger stage. Cameras were allowed. That decision turned filings into fodder. Motions argued over venue, over media saturation, over what the jury could hear. The defense wanted limits on the sex evidence, calling it prejudicial. The prosecution said intimacy explained access, motive, and manipulation, and the photos anchored time. A judge threaded the needle. Relevant evidence could come in. Sideshows would be trimmed. Reporters filed from the hallway, microphones poised for quotes that could fit a lower third. Meanwhile, discovery uncovered more that fed coverage. Those recorded phone calls, explicit, revealing clashing personas, would be played later, but their existence seeped out, teasing a trial where the bedroom would become Exhibit A. The medical examiner's preliminary notes circulated: 29 stab wounds, a deep throat cut, a gunshot to the head. Even without specifics, the numbers landed like a hammer. Commentators framed it as overkill, inconsistent with a panicked struggle. The defense previewed fog and trauma, hinting at memory gaps. Jodi's jail persona became part of the hype. She gave a jailhouse TV interview insisting, "No jury will convict me," then added, "And you can mark my words on that." Clips replayed constantly, a soundbite that would haunt the defense and energize viewers. She posed for a jail art story, sketches floating to auction sites, letters leaked. The public read them like tea leaves, manipulative to some, misunderstood to others. Each leak fed the cycle. Fundraising and advocacy spun up on both sides. Supporters of Travis organized memorials, charity events, and a blog that chronicled hearings. The Justice for Travis refrain traveled online, amplified by posters who tracked filings and scheduled watch parties. Supporters of Jodi built forums discussing domestic violence narratives and prosecutorial overreach, debating evidence, admissibility, and media bias. Threads turned hostile, moderators deleted threats. The case was not just in a court, it was in a million living rooms, litigated in comments. As trial neared, the prosecution sharpened its spine. A plan, a betrayal, an afternoon preserved by a camera that would not lie. The defense honed its counter. Secrets, shame, a man who lived two lives, and a woman who broke under pressure. Jury selection would have to sift through people who had already formed opinions. The judge warned about decorum and sealed certain details. Outside, trucks from national networks idled, satellite dishes aimed, ready for a daily feed. Inside a cell, Jodi adjusted her story to the newest angle. Across town, Travis's family braced for months of reliving a day they could not escape. The stage lights warmed. The spectacle was about to begin. The courtroom felt more like a studio, cameras fixed, gallery full, and a jury box bracing for months. The prosecutor stood with a timeline in one hand and a simple thesis. This was premeditated. He started not with sex or scandal, but with planning. He walked the jury through the road trip that was not a road trip. A rental car chosen to blend in. Hair dyed. A phone that went dark at the exact slices that mattered. Gas cans borrowed to skip credit card trails. He called it preparation, not coincidence. Then he moved to June 4th, 2008. The camera, he said, would be their witness. He showed the jurors a photo of Travis on the bed, alive, relaxed, and intimate, time-stamped mid-afternoon. He let the time linger on the monitor. Next, shower shots. Travis standing underwater, eyes on the lens, unaware that the lens was about to betray him. The timestamps marched forward in minutes. The prosecutor's voice stayed even. He told them the photos were not a sideshow. They fixed who was there and when. He laid out the house like a map. Blood in the master bath, the hallway smears, the palm print at shoulder height. He pointed to a blown-up card of that palm print and explained that within those ridges, DNA labs found a mixture of two people, Travis and Jody. That print was not from a past visit, he said. It was a print in blood during the attack. He said the print told them who tried to catch the wall when the fight spilled into the hall. Medical evidence came early. The prosecutor previewed what the medical examiner would later detail: 29 stab wounds, a deep cut to the throat that severed major structures, and a .25 caliber bullet to the head. He told the jury the gunshot came after the blood loss, a final act rather than the first. He framed it as a sequence: stabbing first, throat cut, then a gunshot to silence. He did not dramatize. He let the numbers work. He told them cruelty would be an aggravator they would need to consider. He returned to the washing machine. The camera, found inside with damp clothes, had its memory card deleted. Digital forensics would show that deletion is not destruction. The recovered images ended with a blur on the floor, a shoe and pant leg near blood. He said that was not art. That was a camera hitting tile during a struggle. He looked at the jury and made the point cleanly. The lens captured the moment the killing began. Motive came wrapped in control, he said. Jody could not accept the break. Cancun was days away, a new woman on that ticket. He did not paint Travis as perfect. He acknowledged boundaries crossed and a relationship that churned. But he told the jury that adult mistakes do not justify execution. He called the stalking behaviors, pressure, tire slashing, uninvited entries, monitoring. He said the planning phase showed intent: gas cans to avoid stations and cameras, phone silences, and a route that kept receipts thin. He showed a photo of the .25 casing near the sink, perched on blood. On top of blood, he emphasized. That meant bleeding first, shot later. He previewed how ballistics would show the casing story. He tied it to a .25 caliber ammunition box recovered from Jody's residence in Eureka. He did not claim it as the murder gun. He called it a thread in a rope woven with many. Then the words. He told the jury they would hear 3 stories from the defendant. First, she was not there. When evidence crushed that, masked intruders did it. When that crumbled, it became self-defense. He said truth does not change costumes. He promised they would hear recorded calls, see explicit photos, and read messages that revealed manipulation. He asked them not to be distracted by sex, but to see access and leverage. He asked them to follow the timestamps, the blood, and the planning. He acknowledged the spectacle. Cameras in the room did not make it a show, he said. They made it public. He asked the jury to ignore the noise outside and focus on the facts inside. He promised they would hear from friends who warned Travis, from a man in Utah who saw Jody with bandaged hands the day after, and from experts who rebuilt the scene minute by minute. He closed the opening not with flourish, but with the same image he began with: Travis in the shower, looking at the lens. He did not know, the prosecutor said softly. She did. When she took the stand, she did not start with June 4th. She began years earlier: childhood fights, strict parents, and a pattern of seeking approval that, she said, made her vulnerable. She described meeting Travis as a miracle and a trap. According to her, the relationship was sweet in public and cruel in private. She said he mocked her, controlled her, and demanded sex that violated her values once she converted. She framed their intimacy not as mutual, but as coerced by emotional pressure and threats of abandonment. She told the jury about slaps and shoves, about being pinned to the floor for disagreeing, about a time he allegedly choked her until she saw spots. She said he broke her finger during an argument and that she did not seek treatment because she was ashamed and protective. The X-ray never surfaced. The photos did not appear. But on the stand, she held up her hand and pointed to a slight bend as proof. She said she journaled to cope, but left out abuse to protect him and herself. Then came the most explosive claim. She said she once caught him with images of young boys, and that he cried, begged forgiveness, and asked her to keep the secret. She presented it as the root of power over her, his shame, her silence, and a dynamic where he alternated between tenderness and degradation. The defense pushed the idea that the sex tapes and photos did not show corruption. They showed grooming and control. The prosecution objected, witnesses disputed the story, and no child pornography was found on his devices. Still, the allegation hung in the air, a toxic cloud meant to reshape their understanding of him and her. Her narrative of June 4th shifted into a slow, trembling cadence. She said she arrived to return a camera and to talk. They reconnected physically, she admitted, but she claimed it was part of their cycle, his need, her compliance. In the bathroom, she said, she took photos of him in the shower. Then, she said, she dropped the camera. He snapped, she testified. He called her names, lunged at her, and body slammed her to the tile. Fear took over. She said she ran down the hall, grabbed a gun from a shelf in his closet, a gun she believed he kept loaded for protection, and pointed it to stop him. The gun went off. Everything, she said, went foggy after that. She told the jury she remembered almost nothing about the knives. Only flashes, screaming, blood, her hands stinging. She said she did not go there to kill him, she went there to fix things, to reconcile or say goodbye. She repeated that she had been abused, that the violence that day was a culmination, not a plan. She cried when describing the throat wound, saying she could not imagine herself doing that, and insisting she must have been dissociating. She claimed she cleaned in a daze, not to destroy evidence, but to quiet the chaos. Juan Martinez, on cross, dismantled the timeline with timestamps. He held up the photo sequence and asked where the rage was on Travis's face, minutes before the attack. He played phone sex snippets where she led, teased, and seemed in control. He pointed to explicit texts she had sent after breakups, undercutting her claim that she always acted out of fear. He asked about the gas cans, the hair dye, the phone silences. Planning, he said. She called it safety and vanity. He asked about the intruder story. Why invent masked attackers if she had acted in self-defense? She said she was ashamed and scared. He asked why she wrote in her journal about love and gratitude without a word about violence. She said she hid abuse to protect him and herself. He showed the closet photograph, the tight space where she claimed to have sprinted past him, retrieved a gun, and returned while he stood by. He asked the jury to try that in their heads. He pressed the point. The shot's casing on top of blood showed the gun came last. Her demeanor shifted under pressure. Soft, then defiant, then overly precise on trivial details and vague on the moment of killing. Juror questions probed the gaps. Why borrow gas cans? Why keep contacting him if he frightened you? How did a camera drop become a slaughter? She answered with fog, trauma, and memory issues. The jury watched, weighing a story that kept evolving against a record that did not. In the end, her testimony gave them a new lens. The evidence kept pulling it back into focus. Outside the courthouse, tripods sprouted before dawn. By noon, the sidewalk was a collage of logoed mic flags, folding chairs, and fans with homemade signs. Reporters practiced stand-ups, while producers whispered about the afternoon witness list. The case had everything television liked: beauty, faith, sex, blood, and a defendant willing to talk. Cable shows rolled lower thirds that turned nuance into punchlines. LDS love triangle scrolled under a shot of a temple. Femme fatale or survivor ran beneath Jodie's booking photo. The frame shaped public feeling before testimony did. In Mesa's church halls, the mood was different. Quiet grief, defensive shoulders, and parents answering hard questions from kids who had seen headlines. Ward leaders urged compassion and privacy. Friends wore small pins with Travis's initials. They attended court when they could, then debriefed on porches, swapping observations about the judge's tone and the prosecutor's clipped cadence. They hated the way cameras lingered on the explicit photos. They hated the allegation about child pornography more. It was not just false in their view, it felt like a second killing. The court found none on his devices. That did not stop some shows from airing the claim before the denial. Online, true crime forums became arenas. Threads filled with timestamp charts, floor plans, and debates about knife angles. Amateur sleuths posted annotated maps of gas stations and tower pings. Others shared long posts about domestic violence dynamics and memory fog. Mods tried to keep doxing at bay. They deleted threats and begged for focus. But polarization energized clicks. Justice for Travis blogs chronicled every hearing. Jodie support pages reframed evidence as bias. Comment wars flared under every video package. Thousands of strangers arguing about two people they had never met. Spectacle seeped into mundane places. Hair salons and break rooms carried the trial on small TVs. Bartenders toggled between basketball and testimony. A juror's hairstyle prompted speculation. A sidebar became a cliffhanger. People who had never served found themselves yelling at screens about impeachment foundations and hearsay exceptions. Ratings climbed. Anchors teased shocking new details that were not new or shocking. A network promoted a primetime special mid-trial, promising answers nobody could deliver until verdict. For Travis's family, the spectacle meant no refuge. Journalists asked for quotes between sobs. Camera operators tracked them to elevators. They learned to speak in short, careful lines. They stopped reading comments. They set group text rules about which segments to skip. A sister kept notes in a small spiral binder. Dates, phrases, names, determined to hold the narrative steady as the show tried to bend it. They sat inches from the woman accused of killing their brother, while strangers weighed their expression for signs of bias. For Jodi, the circus cut two ways. She courted it early: jail interviews, confident lines, sketches passed to reporters. By trial, the lights burned. Every smirk, every sarcasm on cross-exam, every tear became B-roll. She became a Rorschach, manipulator to some, trauma survivor to others. Letters to the jail spiked. A few admirers sent money and marriage proposals. Others mailed threats. She performed calm, then bristled at scrutiny, lamenting that the jury watched an edited version of her life, even as she had edited her stories. Media ethics became a subplot. Commentators asked whether cameras warped testimony, whether witnesses shaped answers to play well at 5 o'clock. The judge admonished the gallery more than once, reminding them this was not daytime TV. Still, the coverage influenced witness schedules and security. Extra deputies filled aisles. A juror received a warning for a social media like. One outlet aired an expert's soundbite before the jury heard it. The court scolded them on record. Everyone promised to do better. The count trucks outside hummed on. In barbershops and book clubs, people formed moral alliances. Some saw a cautionary tale about double lives. Others fixated on gendered narratives, fatal attraction, or battered woman. The case absorbed real debates about coercive control, sex shaming, and the line between privacy and probative value. Unfortunately, TV cut complexity to keep momentum. A 5-minute panel cracked jokes after autopsy photos. Advocates for domestic violence survivors winced. Advocates for victims' families bristled at false equivalence. Then verdict day arrived, and the sidewalks filled like a parade route. When the word guilty reached the crowd, cheers and sobs mixed. Some hugged strangers. Others stood still, processing the weight behind a headline they had consumed like a cereal. The circus packed up that night, chasing the next show. For those closest, the noise did not fade. It settled into a low hum, the sound of a private catastrophe the world treated like a season finale. The jury filed in after months of testimony, eyes fixed forward, the room holding its breath. When the clerk read, "Guilty of first-degree murder," a tight sound broke from the gallery. Relief, grief, and release tangled together. Some jurors later said felony murder was discussed, but premeditation carried the weight. The camera, the palm print, the road trip planning, those were anchors. Travis's family gripped hands. Jodi's face flickered from stillness to a brief, unreadable smile, then back to practiced calm. Outside, microphones waited. Inside, the case slid into a new lane. Punishment. Arizona splits this next part. First, aggravation. Was the killing cruel? The prosecution called Dr. Kevin Horn back to explain pain and time. He testified that multiple stab wounds, defensive injuries, and the deep throat cut indicated a prolonged, conscious experience of suffering. The sequence mattered: movement from bathroom to hallway, attempts to escape, blood trails showing effort. He said the gunshot appeared to come after extensive blood loss, likely post-mortem or near death. Cruelty, the state argued, was not a label. It was minutes of terror. The jury agreed. They found the aggravator proven, then mitigation. The defense brought family and friends, softening the lights around a woman now facing death, a childhood marked by instability. A young adult who worked, painted, and helped elderly relatives. No prior felony record. They offered character letters, and a jail volunteer who described Jodi as polite and helpful. A psychologist spoke about trauma and borderline traits, arguing that abandonment can trigger extreme, disorganized behavior. They asked jurors to see a life in full, not only a day in Mesa. They leaned on mercy, without saying the word too loudly. Jodi addressed the jury herself, not under oath but from the lectern, straight at the people deciding if she would live. She wore eyeglasses, hair loose, voice measured. She said she was sorry for the pain she caused. She offered to donate her hair to Locks of Love, to start a book club in prison, to teach literacy. To some, it sounded like usefulness in exchange for life. To others, it sounded transactional and thin. The families watched with stiff faces. They had waited 5 years to hear, "I'm sorry." They heard words that did not touch the facts. The prosecution's rebuttal was tight. They put up photos from Cancun plans, texts from the days before, and the washing machine camera. They argued that mercy for the defendant risked erasing the cruelty to the victim. They reminded jurors that mitigation does not have to be accepted, it only has to be weighed. They asked for death. They did not raise their voices. They let the images do most of the work. Deliberations stretched. Jurors asked to rehear portions of expert testimony. They sent notes requesting definitions of cruelty and guidance on weighing mitigation against an aggravator. The judge responded within the rules. The room across the hall stayed full of family and supporters, waiting on the knock that would say there was a decision. Days passed. Reporters guessed at splits. Nobody on the outside knew the count. When the jury returned, they did not have unanimity. The panel was hung on the penalty. Arizona law is clear. A non-unanimous penalty verdict does not end in life by default. It triggers a new penalty phase with a new jury. The judge thanked them, sealed certain records, and set a schedule for retrying the penalty. Outside, the word deadlocked hit like a tuning fork, clean and unyielding. Commentators pivoted to juror psychology and the weight of death decisions. The second penalty phase brought a new jury and the same dividing lines. Aggravation was already found. The state pressed cruelty again in spirit, replaying the path of blood and the autopsy photos. The defense refined mitigation, sharpening the portrait of a woman capable of productivity in prison. Jody spoke once more, saying life would let her make amends in small ways. She wore prison stripes this time, a visual the first jurors had not seen during guilt deliberations. Again, jury room hours stacked. Again, the result was a hang, this time an even clearer split that the court would not publicly parse. In Arizona, 2 hung penalty juries pushed the decision back to the bench. The judge weighed the statutory framework and pronounced life in prison without the possibility of parole. The words landed with a finality the deadlocks had denied. Relief did not look like joy in that room. It looked like exhaustion. Victim impact statements came before the sentence. Travis's siblings spoke about holidays with a missing chair, about nightmares, about their mother aging a decade in one summer. They read from journals and from memory. The judge listened without interruption. Jody stood still, eyes forward, as people she had hurt in ways that would never heal tried to give shape to absence. Outside, the media tried to recapture the surge of verdict day. It did not come. The country had learned the rhythms of this case. Spikes of certainty, pools of waiting, then outcomes that satisfied no one completely. For Travis's loved ones, life without parole meant no appeals on a death sentence, fewer calendar shocks, and a chance to grieve in private. For others, the deadlocks kept the argument alive. What mercy means, what cruelty means, and how 12 strangers carry both. She went to Perryville, a life sentence without parole, measured in counts and routines. Intake shaved away vanity. The cameras turned off. Inmates saw a high-profile case, not a celebrity. She taught GED classes, sketched portraits, wrote letters that tried to soften hard edges. Disciplinary write-ups flickered and faded. Mostly, she adapted. Appeals cycled, claims about prosecutorial conduct and media exposure denied in opinions that felt clinical. Travis's family visited less, not because grief eased, but because prison made memory heavy. In interviews that slipped out, she framed purpose. Hair donations, literacy programs, small restitution. Outside, the house in Mesa sold, the bathroom retiled, the neighborhood moved on. Inside a cell, the story shrank to a bunk, a schedule, and a quiet that never quite forgave. A camera in a washing machine taught investigators how secrets leave trails. Travis's life became a caution about boundaries, obsession, and the cost of ignoring fear. Forensics, timestamps, prints, metadata turned noise into clarity. Families on both sides learned how spectacle drains, how courtrooms reorder grief. Welcome everyone. Before we start, please comment down below where you are listening from and what time it is right now. Also leave a like to the video. Thanks. Let's get to it. The man at the front of the courtroom looked nothing like the monster people had imagined. His grey hair was trimmed neatly. His glasses sat square on his face. He spoke softly, politely, as if giving a church testimony. But the words coming from his mouth described the details of murders so cruel that some jurors averted their eyes. Without emotion, he explained how he had bound, tortured, and killed 10 people over 3 decades. The tone never changed. Each killing was catalogued, each step a routine. Behind him, in the gallery, sat his wife, his grown children, and members of his church congregation. The same congregation that had voted him in as their council president. They had known him as Dennis Rader, volunteer dog catcher, Air Force veteran, code enforcement officer, and devout Lutheran. When one of the prosecutors asked him to confirm his identity, he said it plainly. "Yes, sir. Dennis Lynn Rader, also known as BTK." Gasps rippled across the room. For 30 years, BTK, short for bind, torture, kill, had been a ghost story in Wichita. Parents whispered his name when warning their kids to lock the doors. Police had followed hundreds of leads, often chasing shadows. And now, the unassuming man in a courthouse suit calmly admitted it was him all along. In that instant, the city's longest nightmare collided with the life of one of its most ordinary citizens. Neighbors who had borrowed his tools sat stunned. His co-workers from the security company could not believe the news. His pastor could not find the words. The revelation posed a disturbing question. How does someone live 2 completely separate lives without ever slipping? For 3 decades, Dennis Rader coached Boy Scouts and led prayers, yet at the same time stalked, photographed, and murdered strangers for what he called projects. The prosecution team listened to his confession with disbelief. Detectives who had once worked the cold case hung their heads. He spoke like a man describing yard work, not murder. But what puzzled everyone most was not how he killed, it was how he managed to stop and stay invisible for 25 years. When the judge asked if he understood the consequences of pleading guilty, Rader nodded. "Yes, Your Honor," he said. "I did it." That quiet admission ended 30 years of speculation. But to understand how an ordinary man fooled an entire city and all the investigators hunting him, we have to go back to the beginning. Wichita, Kansas. January 1974. That is where it all started. In the early 1970s, Wichita was a city that seemed safe. Families left their doors unlocked. Neighborhood kids wandered freely on bicycles through tree-lined streets. It was a place defined by wheat fields, church potlucks, and routine. The kind of city that believed bad things happened somewhere else. Then, in the winter of 1974, that illusion shattered. On the morning of January 15th, a family of 4 was found dead inside a small white house on East Edgemore Street. Joseph Otero, a retired Air Force man, his wife, Julie, and their 2 young children, Joseph Jr. and Josephine, had been strangled. The crime scene was meticulous, almost ritualistic. There were no signs of forced entry, no usable fingerprints. Whoever did it had taken his time. Detectives arriving at the Otero home would later say it was the most disturbing scene they had ever witnessed. Each victim had been bound with cord in a precise way. A radio had been moved, curtains carefully closed. The killer had even taken souvenirs, a few small items gone missing, including a wristwatch and a driver's license. For Wichita police, it seemed unexplainable. There was no robbery, no arson, no clear motive. Investigators checked family connections and grudges, assuming someone close must be responsible. But the truth was far stranger. The Oteros had been chosen by a man they did not know, at random. After being watched for weeks, word spread quickly. Newspapers struggled with what to print. By dinner that same day, every household in town was talking about the Otero murders. People double-checked locks. Hardware stores sold out of deadbolts. The friendly, trusting energy of the city began to twist into unease. Detective Ken Landwehr, then early in his career, remembered how fear rippled outward. Police had no precedent for something like this. The crimes looked planned, organized, committed by someone who understood police procedures and intentionally left red herrings. At that point, Wichita had never dealt with a serial killer, though no one yet dared use the term. 2 months later, in April, another murder. A young woman named Catherine Bright was found in her home, stabbed and strangled. Her brother, who survived an attack, described a calm stranger who tied them up before striking. Again, the knot styles matched the Otero crime. Still, no clear suspect. The killer wanted to be known, though not caught. He watched the news coverage closely, disappointed by how quickly it faded. That same year, a typed letter arrived at a local TV station, supposedly from the killer himself. It contained graphic details from inside the Otero home that only the murderer could know. In it, he wrote the 3 words that would define him: bind, torture, kill. The signature, BTK Strangler, seared itself into local memory. Wichita had a name for its terror now, though no face. Soon, the police department was flooded with tips, confessions, and false claims. Every lead ended in frustration. Officers were exhausted, and citizens organized neighborhood watches. Parents forbade daughters from walking alone after sunset. Newspaper editorials debated what kind of person would write to the media about his own crimes. A psychopath? A mastermind? No one could decide. The letter was both arrogant and strangely formal, filled with grammar corrections and lists. It sounded like someone who valued control, someone who believed himself more clever than everyone else. Meanwhile, the killer's life continued unnoticed. He worked quietly, attended community events, and waved to neighbors. When police set up a task force, they circulated sketches. None looked remotely like him. Major crimes detectives compared similar cases in neighboring counties, but found only dead ends. By late 1974, close to 1,000 suspects had been questioned. Still nothing. The city's fear deepened into paranoia. Locksmith companies thrived. Gun sales spiked. And yet the police remained one crucial step behind, not realizing the killer lived among the very people he terrified. Wichita changed during those months. The quiet streets gained new rituals. Parents escorting kids to bus stops. People keeping porch lights on all night. Rumors spread faster than facts. When another anonymous note arrived at the Wichita Eagle a year later, listing potential future victims, the city's nerves snapped. Inside police headquarters, meetings stretched late into the night. Officers studied maps, marking possible stalking zones. Scholars of criminal behavior, still a developing field, were consulted to build a profile. They concluded that BTK was organized, compulsive, possibly married with a steady job, someone who maintained a facade of normalcy. They believed he was likely a white male, meticulous, socially competent, and craving recognition. That assessment was chillingly accurate. But without forensics to match evidence, it remained theory. For the next few years, the investigation expanded in waves. Every few months, a new letter or a new murder rekindled panic. In 1977, 2 more women, Shirley Vian and Nancy Fox, were killed in similar ways. In one call to police after Nancy Fox's death, the killer himself reported the crime, his tone methodical and calm. A recording of that voice would haunt detectives for decades. The community's fear turned into resignation. People understood now that the killer could strike anywhere, at any time. BTK was not targeting a type. His victims spanned ages and backgrounds. That randomness made him unstoppable. Officers drove past potential suspect houses with uneasy tension, waiting for a mistake. But BTK did not make mistakes. At least, not yet. Each crime was carefully orchestrated, rehearsed in his mind for weeks before execution. Unknown to them, he kept trophies in secret: a necklace, a Polaroid, a word typed on an index card. Crimes that began as fantasy had evolved into ritual. Bound victims, precise knots, and tape. Everything catalogued like part of a file system. The working group on the case, now called the BTK Task Force, grew larger than any previous investigation in the city's history. They compared footprints, checked handwriting, traced stolen items, and still, every clue seemed to fade. Retired sergeants later remarked how the killer always seemed to know the limits of police technology. Wichita, in the 1970s, lacked DNA tools, computer databases, or digital record sharing. BTK exploited that fully, vanishing after each act. Meanwhile, reporters faced their own dilemma. Covering the case risked glamorizing the killer, but staying silent risked angering him, which might drive him to kill again. Newspapers balanced caution with public safety, printing his letters only partially. Every message dripped with taunts, as if mocking both media and police for their helplessness. By the end of the decade, BTK had become a haunting local folklore, discussed reluctantly but never forgotten. The fear he left behind seeped into daily life. People lived differently, trusted less, moved through their neighborhoods with a quiet sense of watching and being watched. And somewhere within those very neighborhoods, Dennis Rader smiled politely at his neighbors, mowed his lawn, attended church on Sundays, and planned his next project. While police scoured the dark corners of Wichita, the killer was hiding in plain sight, driving carpools, taking family pictures, and making small talk at grocery stores. They were looking for a shadow. They did not realize the shadow looked just like them. That misunderstanding would sustain his illusion for 3 decades, as the city tried to live normally beneath the weight of a phantom. And for Dennis Rader, ordinary life was the perfect disguise. Dennis Rader blended into Wichita so effortlessly that even his closest friends would later wonder how they had missed the signs. He lived in the suburb of Park City, a quiet, middle-class community just north of town. On paper, his life was ordinary, methodical and unremarkable, just the way he wanted it to look. He had served in the United States Air Force after high school, stationed in Japan and on remote bases where discipline and order were prized. When he returned home in the early 1970s, he married his college sweetheart, Paula, a woman described by neighbors as warm and trusting. Together they started a family and built the kind of stable life most people aspired to. Rader earned a degree in criminal justice at Wichita State University, a choice that seemed logical for someone interested in public service. But for him, it was more than career training. It was reconnaissance. He studied police methods and evidence handling, taking note of weaknesses in procedure. Professors remembered him as serious and rule-bound, a man who corrected others' grammar in class and obsessed over structure. That precision came to define him. Friends later recalled that even his handwriting looked engineered. Around that time, he began work at ADT Security Services, installing alarm systems across Wichita. It was the late 1970s, and fear of BTK had made home security a booming business. Customers hired him because they were scared of the killer. Rader reassured them with professionalism and expertise, carefully checking locks and sensors. Few could imagine that the man protecting their homes was the very predator who had driven them to buy alarms in the first place. The irony was twisted but perfect. He could survey potential targets with legitimate access, all while feeding the image of a helpful neighbor. At home, Rader projected control. He demanded order from his children and kept strict routines. Dinner was served at the same time each evening. The yard had to be trimmed precisely, and minor rule breaking in the household led to stern lectures. He taught Sunday school, volunteered as a scout leader, and never missed a church service. To his congregation at Christ Lutheran Church, he was dependable, organized to a fault, sometimes intense, but generous with time and effort. When positions opened on the church council, Rader was the natural choice for president. He accepted, with calm humility. No one suspected that the meticulous record-keeping he prided himself on mirrored the documentation of his crimes. Behind closed doors, his need for control metastasized into obsession. He kept detailed notes on people he found interesting, especially women who resembled the victims from his fantasies. He called these notes his studies, listing schedules, addresses, and habits. To anyone else, they would have looked like mundane clerical work. To him, they were blueprints for potential projects. Long before he acted again, he rehearsed scenarios privately, constructing elaborate rituals and photographing himself in disguises. Investigators would later find those images stored carefully, labeled like case files. Rader's inner world revolved around secrecy and dominance. He often felt invisible in daily life, a man whose public good manners masked private frustration. The killings brought him what he considered recognition and power, yet he disliked chaos. Every act followed plans drafted weeks in advance. He even tested knots and bindings on himself to ensure efficiency. His victims, he would later say, became subjects of study, language that reduced human suffering to the satisfaction of an academic experiment. Co-workers at ADT described him as dependable and quietly strict, the kind of employee who documented every appointment. He memorized alarm codes and layouts. Occasionally he would correct clients about their paperwork, earning a reputation as detail-oriented. Nothing appeared unusual until looking back, when coincidences multiplied. Houses he serviced that later turned out to be within walking distance of crime scenes. Notes about female clients who fitted his preferred type. But at the time, the overlap seemed meaningless. He was trustworthy, polite, and, above all, normal. The late 1970s into the early 1980s saw Rader solidify his standing as a citizen. He joined community committees, sponsored neighborhood cleanups, and wrote small notices for the church newsletter. That visibility worked as camouflage. When someone holds a clipboard and wears a smile, people rarely question their intentions. It was a tactic he had perfected, using authority as a shield. Years later, former neighbors recalled small anecdotes that now feel chilling. Raider reminding others about lawn ordinances, citing municipal codes, or pacing property lines with a tape measure. At the time, it read as civic pride. In hindsight, it was a preview of the authoritarian side that defined both his day job and his darker life. His job at the city as a compliance officer further satisfied that need for dominance. Residents complained he issued warnings with unnecessary zeal, photographing violations and quoting regulations verbatim. One former homeowner remembered how Raider once threatened citation over weeds and then quietly inspected the property after sunset. To his supervisors, he was dedicated. To those he cited, he was intimidating. This role blurred boundaries between lawful enforcement and personal thrill, extending his private compulsion for control into legitimate power. Within the family, his rigidity caused tension. He expected obedience and silence about private matters. To outsiders, the Raider household embodied moral rectitude, church outings, scout meetings, a tidy home. But Paula occasionally felt unnerved by his intensity, though she could never articulate why. When he travelled for work, he carried notebooks that she assumed were filled with service records. In reality, they were sketches and fantasies organised the same way he catalogued municipal infractions. Throughout the 1980s, communication from BTK faded. Police started to believe he was dead, jailed, or moved away. Meanwhile, Dennis Rader thrived under anonymity. With every year of silence, he convinced himself his secret life had been perfectly compartmentalized. The mask had hardened into his identity. He told himself that phase was behind him, that he was now a respectable man devoted to family and church. But the compulsion never disappeared. It simmered beneath routines, awake in his mind during sermons, flickering through thoughts as he measured grass height for his next citation. He kept mementos hidden, occasionally taking them out to relive moments in solitude. They served as proof of superiority, reminders that he had fooled everyone. What made Raider so difficult to spot was the absence of extremes. He was not overtly eccentric, violent, or socially withdrawn. His blandness became armor. In conversations, he asked polite questions, took interest in others' schedules, and retained information with unnerving precision. Neighbors trusted him with spare keys while on vacation. Small requests like that reinforced his illusion of responsibility. Ironically, he derived reassurance from being trusted. It mirrored his own self-image as protector and enforcer. That duality, guardian and predator, fueled a steady sense of control that kept him functional. Behind the neat exterior, fantasies resurfaced through writing. He composed short stories about abduction and bondage, often inserting coded initials referencing past victims. The writing process mirrored his methodical planning, typed, edited, and stored in folders. None of these pieces left the house. They were both journal and confession, his private archive of control. Years later, detectives would find them stored alongside hit lists and self-portraits, each representing the tension between the ordinary man and the hidden predator. By the early 1990s, Raider had become a fixture in Park City's civic life. His children left for college, and he channeled energy into church leadership. He ran meetings according to strict parliamentary rules, recording every motion and attendance detail. The congregation appreciated his precision. They did not realize it mirrored the same meticulousness he once applied when cataloguing victims. His sense of order had simply migrated from crime scenes to committee rooms. For all appearances, Dennis Rader was an upstanding family man who valued discipline and public virtue. And as Wichita gradually healed from its years of fear, he walked among them, the quiet embodiment of normalcy. But under that calm exterior, the same craving for attention that once drove BTK was stirring again. The newspaper headlines had long since faded, and the city barely spoke of him. To a man who believed control was recognition, silence felt intolerable. Soon, that hunger would drive him to break his own rule of invisibility, because the man who once vowed never to write again, the man whose bland routines kept him safe, could not stand being forgotten, and when he reached out to the media once more, it would mark the beginning of his downfall. By the late 1970s, Dennis Rader's quiet life and the police department's frustration existed in parallel. The city had begun to heal, yet the man responsible for its deepest wounds was still there, moving through ordinary days. For a time, his crimes stayed private, locked away in memory, photographed, and documented only for himself. But the longer the silence stretched, the more it bothered him. BTK was not just a killer. He was a man obsessed with acknowledgement. Being unknown felt like being invisible. And invisibility to Rader was intolerable. He followed news reports on unsolved crimes, scanning for mentions of BTK. When the coverage faded, he took it personally. His identity as a father, church leader, and compliance officer gave him respect, but none of it satisfied the ego behind the mask. What he wanted was confirmation that the world remembered him. Without that, his sense of superiority, his belief that he controlled the narrative, began to crack. In October 1977, not long after the murder of Nancy Fox, the killer's voice returned in the form of another letter, dropped into a typewriter and mailed to a local television station. The tone was formal, almost bureaucratic, like an internal memo written by a man taking inventory. He corrected the press for calling him the Strangler, insisting that his true designation was BTK: bind them, torture them, kill them. Each phrase was clinically spaced, reminiscent of a police report. There was no flourish or slang, only precision. Inside police headquarters, the letter was studied word by word. Detectives had a strong sense that they were hearing from someone who saw himself as methodical and intellectual. Linguistic analysts noticed his phrasing suggested a person educated, rule-oriented, and possibly working in an administrative role. But there was no direct clue to identity, no fingerprints, no DNA, just words. Still, the city now had a living reminder that BTK had not disappeared. His message was clear: I'm still here. That re-emergence reignited fear. The press struggled again with how to cover the letters responsibly. Publishing too much risked giving BTK the fame he wanted. Publishing too little risked provoking him further. The Wichita Eagle opted for partial prints, omitting several paragraphs that contained explicit threats. Yet those omissions did not matter to Rader. What mattered was seeing his chosen name in bold print. It was proof of existence, the validation of a performance. Over the next couple of years, he continued writing sporadically. Each new message arrived with meticulous formatting and references to other famous killers, like Son of Sam and Jack the Ripper. He compared himself not just to monsters but to professionals, men of discipline who executed their work with purpose. It was as if he viewed murder as an art form that required documentation. One letter even mimicked the structure of a university thesis, complete with numbered sections and lists. Detectives noticed another pattern. BTK seemed to crave both audience and control. He wanted attention, but on his terms. In one note, he criticized police for suggesting he might have died or fled the area. In another, he listed potential victims as if teasing future projects. Yet many of these were people he had only fantasized about. The letters gave police the illusion of progress while actually leading them nowhere. Every clue chased turned into a loop, every sentence ending in ambiguity. Reporters who saw the letters up close described the language as chillingly sterile, stripped of emotion. Phrases like subject secured or project completed sounded more like business memos than the boasts of a killer. That detachment mirrored his public demeanor perfectly. The polite man who followed church bylaws to the letter, who filled out municipal forms in triplicate, who viewed rules as sacred. To Rader, rules were a comfort even while breaking the ultimate one. For the Wichita community, BTK's written words were more invasive than his crimes. Murders could be mourned. Letters reminded them he was still among them. Each time a new envelope appeared, radio stations broke into programming to report it. Schools increased safety drills. The panic had context now, not just the act, but the mind behind it. One investigative journalist later explained that covering BTK was like being played by the killer himself. He provided them just enough information to guarantee coverage, but withheld anything that could expose him. And underneath every line lay the same need, to remind the city that he alone dictated when the terror began and when it paused. After the Fox murder, BTK slipped away again. Months passed, then years. Letters stopped. Murders stopped. The task force disbanded. The city exhaled. Detectives moved to other departments or retired. But for Rader, stopping was not reform, it was strategy. He had achieved what he wanted. Anonymity restored, yet legacy secured. Throughout the 1980s, criminology experts revisited the case occasionally, interpreting his correspondence as a form of narcissistic maintenance, a way of ensuring self-importance without direct risk. Forensic psychologists describe such killers as communication-driven predators, those who experience satisfaction from media coverage as much as from the crimes themselves. Rader fit that description perfectly. At home, he sometimes reread copies of his old letters, reliving the attention they once brought. He even corrected typos with a pen, unable to tolerate imperfection. The grammar police persona that his co-workers found tedious at ADT was part of the same compulsion that drove BTK to perfect his public image. Police archives filled with his communications grew thick, and analysts from the Federal Bureau of Investigation Behavioral Science Unit began noting peculiar consistencies. They determined that BTK's writing style contained markers of middle-aged, educated men with structured daily routines, someone bound to duties or family obligations. If such a profile had existed in the late 1970s, it might have narrowed the suspect pool dramatically. But by then, Rader's life as a father of two and a soon-to-be church leader fit that profile too perfectly to draw suspicion. As media attention shifted to other crimes across the country, BTK's story faded from headlines. Wichita slowly reclaimed a sense of normalcy. Children grew up without hearing the name whispered at dinner tables. Teenagers who had been infants during the terror graduated and left for college. In Rader's mind, this erasure was unacceptable. He needed his narrative revived, but circumstances and aging kept him cautious. Even so, the pattern of control never dissolved. Occasionally, Rader drafted unsent letters during sleepless nights, critiquing old newspaper coverage or suggesting that if BTK were ever caught, it would be due to arrogance, not evidence. The irony of that statement lingered in his private notebooks for years, long before it would prove prophetic. By the end of the 1980s, the communications ceased completely. Officially, investigators declared BTK inactive. Unofficially, detectives like Ken Landwehr still kept boxes of files under their desks. They never really believed such a methodical man could just stop. He had stopped, but not by choice. Rader had grown comfortable inside the life he had created, a father, homeowner, and moral authority who attended city council meetings, yet every newspaper anniversary, every retrospective article reminding Wichita of its unsolved case, stirred the ego again. Somewhere deep down, he knew he would eventually reach out. The story of BTK was incomplete without an audience, and Dennis Rader had never been good at staying silent. As the 1980s slipped into the 1990s, the world moved toward computers, digital storage, and early internet forums. Rader watched quietly, fascinated by the new ways information could be shared. He understood that communication had evolved, but the impulse behind it had not changed. Whether ink or floppy disk, he still believed he could control the message. For 25 years, he would manage that silence, keeping the legend alive in isolation. But when he resurfaced decades later, through a simple package sent to a local news station, the cat-and-mouse game reignited, one that would finally expose him. Before that, though, Wichita would endure decades of haunting uncertainty, knowing BTK might be gone but never gone for good. And for Dennis Rader, fading attention was not peace, it was punishment. In early 2004, Wichita's oldest nightmare came back to life. The newsroom at KAKE-TV received a small manila envelope with no return address. Inside were photocopies of old crime scene photographs, a word puzzle, and a photocopy of a driver's license that matched one stolen from a BTK victim decades earlier. The letter was signed simply BTK. At first, producers thought it was a prank, until detectives confirmed the items were authentic. They had been missing since the Fox murder in 1977. After 25 quiet years, the serial killer had returned. The timing was not random. Just months earlier, the Wichita Eagle had published its anniversary piece on the Otero case. Rader had clipped it carefully, annoyed that journalists seemed to treat BTK as part of remote history. Now he wanted to prove he was still around and still smarter than everyone searching for him. The envelope's contents showed the same obsessive precision as before, typed lines, numbered references, and calculations describing how long victims had struggled. To detectives, it was like receiving a time capsule from the city's darkest era. Within hours, Police Chief Norman Williams called an emergency meeting. Officers who had never worked the original case gathered beside veterans who knew every detail by heart. The first step was verification, and once the stolen license matched police evidence, the grim truth settled in. BTK had not died or disappeared. He had been living somewhere nearby, quietly watching the city forget him. News coverage reignited immediately. Television anchors, some of whom had been children during the 1970s, reported on the development with disbelief. Residents phoned tip lines by the hundreds, describing suspicious neighbors or recalling strange encounters from decades earlier. For investigators, the chatter felt like déjà vu. The same dread spread across Wichita as doors locked, porch lights burned late, and the Phantom's name once again filled headlines. But this time, police had new tools. DNA analysis could now detect microscopic traces that had long been invisible. The task force that reformed around the BTK communication included specialists in digital forensics and data management. They catalogued every archived sample from the Otero, Fox, and Bright scenes. For the first time, officers believed technology might do what legwork never could. Meanwhile, Dennis Rader followed the coverage closely from his Park City home. He watched television reports at night, quietly pleased. The tone of respect, mixed with fear, was exactly what he wanted. 15 minutes of news fame restored the identity he had suppressed for decades. The next package he prepared was more elaborate. A cereal box decorated with hand-drawn symbols containing a doll positioned like one of his victims. He left it at a local Home Depot parking lot, confident the police would find it. They did. Inside were clues referencing previous murders and another cryptic message promising more to come. Detectives analyzed every item for DNA, but Rader's caution held. He used gloves, avoided stamps that required saliva, and sealed envelopes manually. For investigators, it was frustratingly familiar. He seemed to know their process almost too well. Theories circulated that BTK was either law enforcement, retired military, or someone who had studied criminal investigations. They were closer than they realized. As packages continued arriving through 2004, the pattern revealed more about the sender's psychology. Between boasts and puzzles, he asked strange questions, testing boundaries and searching for reassurance. One message included a request for feedback, as though he were corresponding with colleagues on a project. He wanted acknowledgement that police were reading, engaging, and most importantly, respecting him. That craving, stronger than fear of discovery, was about to expose him. Chief Williams authorized detectives to respond indirectly through public statements. Press conferences hinted that police were open to communication but avoided direct promises. The plan worked. The killer sent more. Each new message tightened the circle. One arrived inside a post office drop box, wrapped in a garbage bag. Another appeared under a deadline day newspaper rack downtown. None contained fingerprints, but consistent typing errors and phrasing established a clear linguistic pattern. Forensic linguists began mapping those patterns, comparing them with local publications, online forums, and even church newsletters. Detectives also noticed how modern technology fascinated the writer. In several notes, he referenced computer disks, commenting on their convenience and secrecy. He wondered aloud whether electronic files could be traced. To the FBI team assisting, that curiosity was a gift. They planned to let him believe whatever they needed him to believe. While police reconstructed traps, Rader continued living normally. He chaired church meetings, wrote agenda notes, and lectured Boy Scouts on responsibility. No one near him suspected he was composing coded letters between civic duties. His wife noticed none of the extra errands, and his co-workers dismissed his muttered jokes about serial killers as dark humor. The double life resumed effortlessly. But unlike in the 1970s, his communications now left digital footprints, invisible but traceable. Each new package toyed with investigators, photographs, poems, and crossword teasers. One included a sketch titled "The Sexual Thrill Is My Truth," signed BTK. Another contained a list of possible next targets, though none of those people existed. The illusion of control thrilled him. Detectives interpreted it differently. They were dealing with an aging man whose ego was fighting irrelevance, desperate to relive past notoriety. That insight helped shape their counter-strategy. The task force monitored local printing stores, library computers, and office supply shops. Surveillance footage was reviewed for anyone using public copy machines repeatedly within short timeframes. Tip lines reopened, and one caller mentioned a man named Dennis, who frequently boasted about knowing detailed stories of the BTK case. It was noted, but seemed too vague to act on. Still, as 2004 turned into 2005, the packages kept coming, and their content betrayed subtle carelessness. Each one displayed a slightly updated home printer font, suggesting newer equipment. Investigators concluded the killer had adopted modern technology, but did not fully understand how traceable it could be. Detectives decided to coax him into using something electronic, something that would store metadata. That opportunity came when Rader sent a message asking whether a floppy disk could be used safely. He wrote, "If I send one, will it be traceable? Be honest." The police responded publicly through a newspaper column, assuring him the disk would be untraceable. It was a deliberate trap. They hoped his need for attention would override caution. Before sending it, Rader planned the delivery on paper, calculating routes and times like a reconnaissance mission. He wore gloves, sealed the disk in a single envelope, and mailed it from downtown Wichita like any other piece of correspondence. Then he waited, proud of his modern touch. When no arrest came immediately, he relaxed. That act of pride would mark the beginning of his collapse. Meanwhile, detectives at the lab studied every previous communication, confident the killer's arrogance would soon betray him. Chief Williams reminded his team daily that after 30 years of loss and fear, the city deserved closure. "We'll get him this time," he said. and for the first time, even skeptics believed it. Raider, sitting in his tidy Park City office, watched the evening news smiling faintly. When reporters described BTK's intelligence and longevity, he nodded, savouring the validation. He had given the police a puzzle, and so far, they had not solved it. What he did not realise was that the clue unlocking 30 years of horror already sat in their evidence room, a simple floppy disk, carrying a ghost's digital fingerprint, waiting to expose the man who thought he could never be traced. The city did not know it yet, but the countdown to his arrest had already begun. February 2005 began like any other winter month in Wichita, with cold winds, short days, and a lingering sense of routine. For Dennis Rader, that routine included preparing another communication for the police. He believed the correspondence would cement his reputation as a master of the game, the unseen puppeteer who dictated both the killings and the investigation. When he asked through a previous message whether a floppy disk could be traced, he expected honesty. The police had publicly assured him that it could not. That assurance, a calculated deception, was exactly what he needed to let down his guard. Inside his small home office in Park City, Rader drafted a letter on his computer, addressed to the police. He typed with deliberate formality, the same tone that permeated all his communications. Each sentence bore traces of his peculiar obsession with order, with dates, project numbers, and even bullet points describing his satisfaction with the renewed attention. Then he saved the document on a purple 1.44 megabyte floppy disk, careful not to leave fingerprints. To him, the disk represented modernization, proof that BTK could evolve. He mailed the package from a downtown post office, feeling both anxious and triumphant. The next day, it reached a local television station, which turned it over to authorities. Detectives immediately sent it to the Computer Crimes Division of the Wichita Police Department. Within hours, a specialist inserted the disk into a secure system. On it were a message, a few random images, and one file labeled Tester RTF. The file seemed harmless, a simple text note signed by BTK. But when investigators viewed its metadata, a hidden line of information appeared. The document had been last edited by Dennis on a computer belonging to Christ Lutheran Church. The discovery sent a jolt through the task force room. For 30 years they had chased shadows. Now they had a first name and a location. Detectives cross-referenced every Dennis affiliated with Christ Lutheran Church in Park City. Only one fit the demographic profile they had built. Middle-aged, meticulous, employed in administrative work. His name was Dennis Rader. One investigator recalled the moment vividly. It was like the wind stopped in the room, he said. The team printed the metadata and passed it quietly among themselves. After decades of dead ends, the answer had been sitting a few miles north of the city centre, living as a church president and city compliance officer. Cautiously, they began surveillance. Plainclothes officers parked near Rader's modest beige house. They tracked his routine: morning coffee, commute to the city office, church meetings in the evening. He followed schedules to the minute. Every detail reinforced the Bureau's theory that BTK was a man obsessed with structure. Investigators gathered enough for probable cause but wanted irrefutable proof before making an arrest. The plan centered on DNA, the missing link that could tie his modern identity to the old murders. Detectives remembered reading that Rader had an adult daughter studying in college. With coordination from state authorities, agents obtained a medical swab from her during a routine appointment without revealing its purpose. When the sample reached the Kansas Bureau of Investigation's forensic unit, scientists worked overnight. They compared the daughter's genetic material to the trace evidence preserved from decades-old crime scenes. The results were definitive. The familial match indicated that BTK was almost certainly her father, Dennis Rader. Still, the task force moved cautiously. They built layers of corroboration, vehicle registrations matching reports of a specific Jeep seen near one crime scene, handwriting samples from city documents, and Rader's presence at locations overlapping timelines of the letters. Even his use of language in church agendas contained the same quirks found in BTK correspondence: phrase structures, punctuation patterns, capitalization habits. Every piece fit too perfectly to ignore. Throughout February, command meetings intensified. The fear of tipping him off haunted investigators. They knew that confronting him too soon could provoke unpredictable behavior, perhaps escape, or worse, violence against family. Detectives operated under deep cover, following him to grocery stores and monitoring his movements through discreet GPS tracking. Each observation confirmed their suspicion. Dennis Rader was both perfectly ordinary and monstrously calculating. Back at his house, Rader stayed oblivious. He felt proud that the floppy disk had caused media excitement. Seeing reporters discuss his technical savvy made him smirk. He believed the police had no leads. In diary entries later discovered by officers, he wrote about feeling secure in operations and rated his satisfaction level as very good. Beneath his calm, he relished the illusion of control, unaware that his own question about traceability had already signed his confession. The Wichita Task Force prepared the arrest warrant quietly. Chief Norman Williams emphasized restraint. "When we move," he told his officers, "we move without risk." Raiders' predictability worked in their favor. He left for work at the same time each morning and returned for lunch at noon. Surveillance confirmed the habit for days. They planned to intercept him casually between destinations, away from home or church, where family and congregants would not intervene. As the net closed, fragments of the real Dennis Rader began to surface through recorded conversations and public records. Former neighbors mentioned his fascination with ordinances and how he photographed properties for minor code violations. Church members spoke about his perfectionism, how he once scolded them for misnumbering meeting notes. Every story illustrated the same psychological pattern, a man measuring compliance in everyone around him. To the task force psychiatrist, it perfectly aligned with the behavioral markers of BTK, the need for control, ritual, and validation. Officers revisited the physical evidence one last time. They reopened sealed bags containing traces collected decades earlier, fibers, a long hair from one ligature, a partial DNA sample preserved in cold storage. Each test now matched Rader's family line precisely. The science that did not exist in 1974 had finally caught up. In press briefings, authorities maintained silence. They did not want the suspect to sense the investigation's momentum. Local journalists speculated about new leads but had no details. Meanwhile, Rader continued mailing small pieces of correspondence, savoring what he believed was ongoing dominance. His last 2 packages were intercepted before they reached recipients. Each was labeled with playful cryptograms, one referencing the end of the game. Police interpreted it as both confession and foreshadowing. The weekend before his arrest, detectives followed him through errands, dropping off church flyers, driving to a hardware store, returning home to trim hedges with mechanical precision. They debated whether he sensed anything unusual. He did not. To him, life remained a balanced routine of civic duty and private pride. Looking back later, investigators described the case as solved by a question. If Rader had not asked about the floppy disk, years might still have passed without closure. The irony was complete. After decades of eluding capture through his knowledge of police methods, he was undone by outdated technology and a single moment of arrogance. When officers prepared the final arrest order, Chief Williams called it poetic justice. He lived by control, he said, and control is what he just lost. Within hours, every detail was ready: team assignments, timing, the route of his car. They would move on him during a lunch break, between home and City Hall, ensuring no one else would be endangered. The man who called himself BTK believed he was untouchable. In reality, every movement, every breath, was now catalogued by the same precision he once imposed on his victims. The floppy disk, once his proud upgrade into the digital age, had become the digital trail sealing his fate. In its hidden metadata lay the truth he had guarded for 30 years. Soon, that line of code, Christ Lutheran Church, author Dennis, would shift this entire story from rumor to revelation. And as he organized paperwork in his office on February 25, 2005, believing the game with police was still his to manage, unmarked cars waited quietly across Park City. Their radios whispered final instructions. The officers knew they were not just catching a killer. They were about to end a long chapter of Wichita's fear. In the calm before the knock, Dennis Rader still thought he was winning. February 25, 2005. The winter sun hung low over Park City as Dennis Rader left his office for his usual lunch break. He followed the same path he always did, down a narrow suburban street, his white Jeep Cherokee idling quietly at stoplights. He did not notice the unmarked sedans positioned at intersections or the plainclothes officers shadowing him from a distance. For 30 years, he had walked unseen among them, but this time, every move was being watched. As he pulled into a small retail parking lot, a convoy of vehicles closed in. The lead detective stepped forward, badge raised. "Mr. Rader," he said evenly. There was no chase, no chaos. Rader blinked behind his glasses, looked around, and realized exactly what was happening. "What's going on?" he asked, his tone calm but clipped. They told him he was under arrest in connection with the BTK murders. He said nothing. He simply placed his hands behind his back, as if he had rehearsed it. The restraint clicked into place with a sound both ordinary and monumental. Investigators later said, The arrest was almost unsettlingly quiet. Neighbors watching from storefronts saw a middle-aged man surrender like he had been expecting the moment. No resistance, no plea, one officer recalled. He looked more annoyed than scared, like we'd interrupted his day. They drove him straight to Wichita Police Headquarters. The car ride stretched in silence. Through the window, the city he had terrorized for decades rolled past. Gas stations, fields, quiet cul-de-sacs. Now it was just scenery. When they arrived, he was escorted upstairs to an interrogation room. Technicians immediately began collecting samples: hair, saliva, skin cells. Within hours, lab analysts confirmed what they already knew. The DNA matched crime scene evidence from 1974. The ghost had a body, a name, and fingerprints again. News of the arrest spread before sunset. Television anchors broke into broadcasts. Reporters scrambled toward Park City, and by evening, the street near his home was lined with media vans. The church president, code officer, and scout leader, revealed as BTK, had been caught. Residents stared at screens in disbelief. Some recognized him instantly from years of mundane encounters. The man who had issued warnings about grass length, who had ushered them to pews at church, who had smiled politely at town meetings. It felt like the ground had shifted beneath everyday reality. Inside headquarters, detectives began searching Rader's Jeep and home. What they found erased any remaining doubt. Hidden compartments contained Polaroids of crime scenes taken by the killer himself. Boxes marked projects held manuscripts detailing each murder, typed, numbered, and annotated with revision notes. In drawers, they found jewelry, driver's licenses, and scraps of clothing belonging to victims. Every souvenir was catalogued with precise labels, like a librarian archiving memories. His suburban home, tidy and predictable, doubled as a museum of horror. When officers informed Chief Norman Williams, his voice reportedly dropped to a whisper. "It's over," he said. "We got BTK." Relief, mixed with disbelief. Rader was not the faceless monster they had imagined. He was one of them, a respected citizen with steady employment, family photos on the mantle, and campaign flyers thanking voters for civic service. The contradiction confounded even seasoned investigators. As news exploded publicly, Park City residents flooded police lines, demanding reassurance. Was it really him? Were they safe now? Detectives confirmed the identification but offered few details. In the following days, search teams combed his home again, removing hundreds of documents. They discovered a handwritten application for church maintenance project funds filed the same week he mailed one of his last BTK packages. The overlap exemplified his seamless split life, planning church repairs by day and plotting taunts to police by night. At the county jail, Rader spent his first night under suicide watch. He requested reading material about criminal law, asked for his glasses, and declined food. Guards described his demeanor as eerily composed. The next morning, detectives Ken Landwehr and Kelly Otis met him in an interview room. They expected denial, maybe bargaining. Instead, Rader greeted them politely, asked for coffee, and began answering questions in small talk before drifting toward the inevitable topic. "How's the investigation team doing?" he asked. "Must have been quite a job tracking me down." Otis said later that his tone carried neither pride nor fear, just curiosity. When they told him the floppy disk had exposed his name, he sighed and nodded. "So, that's it then," he said softly. "The computer's got me." That acknowledgement opened the floodgates. Over the next 30 hours, Rader spoke openly, methodically recounting crimes, each described as projects, completed according to plan. Detectives filled notebooks faster than they could process. The same meticulous attitude he brought to his city job now structured his confession. Rader showed no visible emotion when discussing victims, yet between descriptions, he would adjust his glasses and complain about procedural details, how some police interpretations of the letters were inaccurate, and how the press misused certain terminology. It was as though he were editing his own story while under arrest. Meanwhile, his wife Paula was informed privately. Authorities arrived at the family home surrounded by flashing lights. She initially believed there had been a mistake. The man she had lived with for 34 years could not be the monster who haunted Wichita. When detectives explained they had DNA and confession, she collapsed, whispering that she had never suspected anything. That disbelief echoed across the city. Parish members gathered at Christ Lutheran, praying together under news cameras, struggling to reconcile the images. Their kind, organized president and the serial killer, now confessing downtown. By evening, investigative teams continued cataloging evidence. In his basement, they found boxes of index cards filled with notes on each victim. summaries of surveillance, approaches, bindings, and outcomes. Many included phrases such as project successful or good work. To police, it read like a professional log rather than a personal diary. He had referred to his victims by initials or nicknames, erasing their humanity to maintain psychological distance. In the garage lay another trove: maps, splice of cords, and an old Polaroid camera. Everything matched descriptions from decades-old crime scenes. One detective later called the home an archive of evil disguised as ordinary. Outside, reporters caught sight of Rader being transferred from headquarters to county jail. He wore a light jacket against the February cold, expression neutral. Cameras flashed, questions flew. "Are you BTK?" someone shouted. He did not look up. The door closed behind him, ending 30 years of pursuit. Back at headquarters, officers shared quiet disbelief rather than celebration. Many had grown up hearing of BTK. Now they had arrested him. Some stayed late into the night rereading his old letters, realizing how close he had lived to their own neighborhoods. Chief Williams thanked his team but reminded them that for victims' families, closure would not erase pain. "We found the man," he said, "but that does not heal 30 years. In Park City, residents stood outside the Rader home as investigators hauled boxes into evidence vans. The porch light cast calm shadows over the neatly trimmed yard. It looked like any other suburban house, meticulous and symmetrical. That contrast unsettled everyone. One neighbor whispered to a reporter, "He used to wave every morning." At jail intake, Rader listed his occupation as compliance officer. When asked about religion, he wrote, "Lutheran." Medical intake recorded no signs of stress. A guard later said he spent that first week arranging his cell possessions in straight lines, folding clothes precisely. Even confined, order was his instinct. Within days, prosecutors prepared formal charges, 10 counts of first-degree murder. Each represented lives connected by a pattern finally unmasked. Detectives who had retired returned just to witness the confirmation. For them, the capture was professional closure and personal relief. When they announced the arrest publicly, Chief Williams stepped to the podium and declared, "The man known as BTK is in custody." The room erupted in camera flashes. For Wichita, those words marked the end of a long reign of fear. As Dennis Rader sat in an interrogation room, sipping coffee and discussing his crimes like administrative tasks, the enormity of what the city had endured sank in. 30 years of terror, hidden behind the face of a neighbor. For the first time, Wichita could begin to exhale, though understanding the truth would take far longer. The man they trusted to keep order had built his life on chaos. The counselor, the father, the church leader, revealed finally as the man who bound, tortured, and killed. And as the world learned his name, Dennis Rader smiled faintly, a remnant of the control he no longer possessed. His invisible rule had ended not in a dramatic chase or final crime, but in a quiet arrest on a street he had driven 1,000 times before. In custody, Dennis Rader did not wait for lawyers or pleas. The moment investigators mentioned evidence, he began talking, almost relieved to release what he had kept compartmentalized for decades. He spoke not like a man unburdening guilt, but like an engineer walking auditors through design schematics. Detectives started recording, notebooks filling page after page. For 31 hours spread over 2 days, he detailed 10 murders, each described as a project. He explained how he had chosen victims through observation, calling it scouting. He described patterns, routes, times of day. He presented each murder as a task completed, rather than a life taken. When detectives asked how he selected households, he said, calmly, that some names just sounded interesting. He used the word factor instead of person, and procedure where others would have said attack. Sergeant Landwehr later admitted he felt nauseated by the detachment. Rader traced his history methodically. For the Otero family, he explained entering the home, pretending to need a car or tools, improvising his plan when they resisted. His tone never changed when recounting how the children begged. He merely said, "That presented a problem," before describing his solution in clinical terms. The same pattern unfolded through every case. Calm description, procedural language, no hesitation. When detectives asked what BTK meant to him, Rader leaned back and recited it like a mission slogan: bind them, torture them, kill them. He said the phrase helped him stay organized and reminded him of his purpose. To him, naming was control. The most disturbing details were not the acts themselves, but the tone, flat, factual, almost professional. He measured events in minutes, distances, sequences. One investigator later said, It was like he was reading a manual you did not want written. Each murder followed what he called the code, a personal checklist. Step 1. Secure the environment. Step 2. Bind. Step 3. Photograph trophies. Check marks followed every stage. Rader described his victims as projects for my files. In his mind, documentation completed the act. Detectives realized his obsessive record-keeping, so evident at work and church, extended to his killings. Every folder found in his home mirrored his oral timeline. He remembered license numbers, clothing colors, and even the arrangement of furniture decades earlier. When asked how he could recall such precision, he shrugged. "Because I'm organized," he said. Occasionally his composure faltered, but never from remorse. When investigators made transcription mistakes or used incorrect phrasing, he interrupted to correct them. "No, she was in the north bedroom first," he would insist. His concern was accuracy, not empathy. One detective compared it to interviewing a factory inspector evaluating inefficiencies. The only emotion came when control slipped. At one point, they asked why he had stopped after 1991. His answer was plain. Life got busier, responsibilities grew, opportunities fewer. "You cannot do projects when people expect you home," he said. He did not claim reform, just lack of time. When asked why he restarted communications in 2004, he admitted irritation that people forgot him. "I'm proud of my work," he said. "I wanted credit." That line silenced the room. Investigators pressed whether he understood the magnitude of his crimes. Rader nodded matter-of-factly. "They're dead because I wanted them dead." It was the closest he came to acknowledging agency, yet he insisted on framing each murder as a structured event rather than violence. Every sentence returned to procedure. For emotional perspective, detectives later invited him to read prepared statements from victims' relatives. He listened politely, but without visible response. When one father's note mentioned the smell of his daughter's old perfume still haunting their house, Rader blinked and calmly asked if the statement would become evidence. To the detectives, the divide between morality and order in his mind was absolute. Behind the two-way glass, officers observing the interview struggled to maintain composure. Some had worked the original Otero scene. They watched him describe minute details that matched their memories precisely, proof of authenticity and a reminder of trauma. Later that night, Sergeant Landwehr stepped outside to smoke, telling a younger officer, "He remembers it like a hobby. We remember it like nightmares." Day 2 of interrogation deepened the paradox. He volunteered more details without prompting: where he parked, how he disguised his car, which neighbors nearly saw him. He smiled faintly, recalling how police patrols once drove by unaware. "I saw them coming," he said. "Timing is everything if you plan right." Those words captured the essence of Dennis Rader, a man who equated murder with scheduling. As he continued, detectives noticed subtle pride in his storytelling. When he listed obstacles overcome, a barking dog, a locked door, he smiled as if describing triumphs in a technical challenge. Each murder was treated as problem-solving rather than tragedy. When one investigator asked if he ever felt empathy during killings, Rader paused only to adjust his glasses before answering. "Not then," he said. "That kind of feeling would get in the way." His emphasis on control surfaced repeatedly. He contrasted his organized projects with what he called messy killers. He considered himself disciplined, professional, even courteous. He claimed he sometimes apologized to victims before restraining them to appear polite. That dissonance, gentle manner overlaying brutality, astounded listeners. Between sessions, Rader requested small comforts: water with ice, a pen of his own choosing, and updates on whether detectives were filing chronologically. Landwehr allowed minor indulgences, understanding that keeping him comfortable ensured more disclosure. The recordings captured hours of unemotional narration, dates, addresses, materials used, followed by detached pauses. Prosecutors reviewed transcripts in disbelief. His self-description aligned perfectly with behavioral profiles written decades earlier. He fit the prediction of an organized, rational offender who compartmentalized daily life completely. What psychology texts debated in theory now sat across from them, arranging his coffee cup symmetrically before speaking. That mechanical precision disturbed investigators more than rage would have. Rader's killings were not impulsive. They were calculated expressions of ego. Each pause, each methodical explanation, turned confession into demonstration. When asked if he prayed afterward, he nodded. "Always," he said, then added, almost cheerfully, "I ask forgiveness. Then I log the project." The term log underscored everything they had learned. control as faith, crime as chore, confession as management. He even compared his documentation to archival work at church meetings, saying, "I like keeping records straight. God likes order." Detectives stared at him, unsure whether the remark was delusion or justification. The sessions culminated with Rader outlining how he balanced dual identities. He described shifting masks, explaining that he saw BTK as a role he entered, Dennis as the everyday self that earned trust. "They never mixed," he said proudly. "That's good compartmentalization." Psychologists later used that phrase to describe pathological disassociation, the ability to perform atrocities while preserving normal social function. After 30 hours, he showed no fatigue. When officers told him questioning was complete, he appeared momentarily disappointed. "Do not you need clarifications?" he asked. Landwehr assured him the record was exhaustive. He nodded, satisfied, and offered to draw diagrams for better understanding. When they brought him paperwork for formal confession, he read every word carefully, correcting minor typographical errors before signing. His penmanship was deliberate, identical to his meticulous church notes. He signed both Dennis Rader and BTK, explaining it should be consistent. That moment symbolized the joining of masks, the civic man and the killer, occupying one line at last. News of his detailed admissions stunned the city. Reporters covering the case described it as the most chilling debrief they had ever heard. Excerpts read in pretrial documents revealed his emotional emptiness and pride in organization. Psychiatrists later summarized him as a man of form without feeling. For victims' families, the confession reopened wounds but answered questions left unspoken for decades. They finally learned their loved ones had not known their killer, had not provoked him, had not failed in some unforeseen way. They were simply victims of a man who saw people as lines on a list. After the sessions ended, Rader was transported back to his cell. He asked guards to ensure his written materials were alphabetized and requested a Bible to read chronologically. The irony was not lost on them. Even in confinement, his instinct was structure. The detectives left the interrogation rooms exhausted and hollow. One of them summarized it quietly as he turned off the recorder. He was not confessing to relieve guilt. He was confessing to complete the record. Those words captured Dennis Rader perfectly. A man whose obsession with order outlived empathy, whose final act of control was to document his own destruction. The announcement of Dennis Rader's guilt plea sent waves through Kansas and beyond. The case that had haunted Wichita for 3 decades was now open in court, and the man who had signed every tormenting letter with BTK was finally ready to take the stand. Yet nothing about the proceeding resembled standard justice theater. Rader was not fighting charges or searching for sympathy. He wanted recognition. From the beginning, his cooperation was conditional on control. Prosecutors agreed to skip a prolonged trial if he provided full disclosure before sentencing. It spared victims' families from testimony battles, though it meant they would still hear the killer's version of events in his own voice. On June 27, 2005, the courtroom filled to capacity, jurors dismissed, cameras arranged quietly at the back. Every bench was taken by relatives of victims, police officers, reporters, and citizens who had lived under the shadow of BTK for much of their lives. When Rader entered, wearing an ill-fitting beige suit, the room froze. There were no shackles visible. He greeted guards with polite nods, adjusted his glasses, and placed a folder neatly on the table. He looked like a retiree preparing for a council meeting. Once sworn in, Judge Gregory Waller asked softly, "Mr. Rader, how do you plead?" His answer was as crisp as his tie. "Guilty, Your Honor." The judge required detailed confirmation, a procedural safeguard to ensure competence and understanding. What followed stunned even seasoned court staff. Asked to describe what made him guilty, Rader began recounting each of the 10 murders in clinical narrative. No visible tremor crossed his face as he outlined how he had pre-planned, secured bindings, and terminated projects. He spoke for over 2 hours, walking through each case as methodically as if reviewing a maintenance checklist. Viewers watching live saw reporters lower their pens in disbelief. Families in the gallery clutched one another tightly, some leaving mid-testimony. When describing the Otero murders, Rader misspoke, calling one child by the wrong name, then corrected himself calmly. "No, that was Joseph Jr., not Josephine," he said, as if amending minutes from a meeting. The judge stopped him several times, struggling to balance formality with compassion. "Mr. Rader, you are not required to go into detail," Waller said. Rader replied gently, "I understand, sir, but it is part of the record." Outside the courthouse, Wichita gathered in collective disbelief. News stations broadcast his monotone explanations, and callers flooded talk shows, trying to process how someone so mild could harbour such calculation. Parish members from Christ Lutheran gave interviews through tears. "He was our friend," a councilwoman said, voice breaking. "He fixed the lock on the nursery door." Inside police headquarters, detectives watched the televised plea from a briefing room. They had known the facts for months, yet hearing them spoken publicly still hit hard. Landwehr, who had chased BTK for half his career, described it later. "He told our whole story back to us, like he had been the narrator the entire time." Prosecutors kept expressions neutral. For them, the hearing was closure in progress. Assistant District Attorney Kevin O'Connor opened the sentencing phase by reading summaries from each victim's relative. One by one, family members stepped forward to speak, facing the man who had devastated their lives. Their voices filled the courtroom with trembling strength. A brother described years of nightmares, a daughter spoke about growing up fatherless, a mother called Raider a coward hiding behind civility. Throughout it all, he listened silently, hands folded. Occasionally he nodded, not in remorse but in acknowledgement, as if confirming meeting points. When one father challenged him directly, "Look at me when I speak about my son," Raider complied, eyes steady and blank. Observers said the absence of emotion was more terrifying than rage could ever be. The prosecution presented physical evidence confirming his guilt beyond doubt. Photographs of hidden boxes, typed confessions, DNA matches, and diaries appeared on screens. Each new slide erased speculation that someone else could have shared responsibility. Raider had acted entirely alone, guided only by his compulsion and his fascination with control. When defense counsel addressed the court, there was little to argue. Their plea was administrative, that Raider fully understood punishment and wanted the record accurate. The court psychiatrist's brief assessment confirmed no legal insanity, only narcissistic personality traits amplified by obsession. In legal terms, he was culpable. Public fascination with the trial approached national obsession. Networks replayed excerpts of his statement nightly. Newspapers printed long analyses of his psychological makeup, contrasting the sharp-dressed churchman with the detached confessor. Discussion boards debated how such duality could exist. For Wichita, it revived ancient anxiety, even while offering closure. People drove by his former house hesitantly, as if to see proof that evil could occupy such plain ground. Journalists interviewed his co-workers at ADT, who remembered how he documented every job with photographs. The eerie overlap between those procedural snapshots and his crime documentation fascinated criminologists. Some noted that his confession taught investigators as much about administrative pathology as criminality. Raider did not kill out of compulsion alone. He required record-keeping to validate identity. Without documentation, he did not exist. In the days leading to sentencing, analysis programs dissected his courtroom demeanor. Experts debated whether his calm signified emotional absence or deliberate performance. Former FBI profiler Roy Hazelwood remarked in an interview, "He enjoyed being the lecturer again. Control for him means defining the narrative." Others saw frailty, a man aged by confinement realizing the myth had ended. When sentencing day arrived on August 18, 2005, the courthouse overflowed again. Victims' families filled the front rows, law enforcement the next, and media crews lined the walls. Raider entered, with slight stiffness, offering faint smiles at the guards who escorted him. Before the judge read his punishment, he requested to make a statement. For nearly 20 minutes, he delivered what sounded like a strange sermon, a mixture of apology, self-analysis, and procedural review. He thanked law enforcement for their professionalism, apologized if any of the families were hurt, and referenced God's ultimate judgment as the official audit. Listeners shifted uneasily at the bureaucratic language. He concluded with, "I know my punishment is deserved. The record is complete." Judge Waller leaned forward, expression hardening. "Mr. Raider," he said, "your conduct was indescribable. The words evil and selfish are inadequate. You have left behind more victims than those slain, wives without husbands, children without parents, a community without peace." He sentenced him to 10 consecutive life terms without parole, 405 years before eligibility. The courtroom erupted in quiet relief. Families wept openly. Officers embraced. As deputies prepared to lead him away, Raider adjusted his glasses once more, nodded toward prosecutors, and said softly, "Thank you for your fairness." It was an astonishing parting line, revealing a man still believing in order even as that order dismantled him. Outside, the crowd of hundreds gathered under the summer sun broke into applause when the life sentences were confirmed. Police officers who had carried guilt over unsolved years stood together silently, feeling the chapter close at last. News coverage called it Wichita's Day of Catharsis. In the following weeks, the city tried to process what closure truly meant. Churches held vigils not for the killer, but for communal healing. Sermons focused on resilience and vigilance. Psychologists offered counseling to residents who had lived decades in precaution. Locking doors again, even without reason, remains habit. One counselor noted, the fear had left scars deeper than awareness admitted. Rader's family retreated from public life. His wife filed for divorce immediately after the plea, citing emotional trauma. His daughter issued a brief letter expressing heartbreak, but also sympathy for the victims. Wichita responded with compassion toward them, recognizing they too were casualties of deception. For reporters, covering the sentencing ended one of Kansas's longest-running stories. Yet even in closure, fascination persisted. Academics studied his communications, using them as case material in criminology and behavioral psychology. Textbooks began referring to his correspondence as the Rader Files, proof of organized seriality evolving within ordinary life. Law enforcement agencies nationwide re-examined unsolved serial cases, emphasizing preservation of digital evidence. The metadata on Rader's floppy disk became legendary among forensic teams, a warning that ego leaves fingerprints more permanent than DNA. Back in Sedgwick County Jail, denied further interviews, Rader spent his days cataloging books in the prison library. Guards reported he arranged shelves alphabetically and filed requests for revised checkout policies. Even there, control defined existence. For Wichita, however, control returned to the community. Streets, once haunted by uncertainty, regained quiet. Children played outside again. Neighbors waved without fear. When television documentaries revisited the case later, many residents declined to participate. They preferred memory's slow fade over re-traumatization. Detective Landwehr, speaking years after retirement, summarized the journey plainly. He hid because he looked like us. We caught him because he thought he was smarter than us. In the end, arrogance is what confesses. The story of Dennis Rader's trial was not only about crime or justice. It was about how a city reclaimed its narrative from someone who believed he owned it. When the cell door finally shut behind him, Wichita did not cheer for punishment. It exhaled after 3 decades of holding its breath. For the first time since 1974, the community could tell its children not a warning, but an ending. The man who called himself BTK was gone, and he was never coming back. For Wichita, the months following Dennis Rader's sentencing felt strangely still. The noise of media coverage faded, replaced by the everyday hum of ordinary life. Yet under that quiet, the community carried the weight of knowledge that the man who had terrorized them for decades had lived among them as a neighbor, a church president, and a father. The relief of closure mixed with confusion. Many residents could not decide which was more frightening, the murders themselves or the mask that had hidden them. City leaders organized memorials for the victims, planting trees at local parks in their memory. Families gathered with candles and photographs, speaking softly about lives interrupted but never erased. Each name represented years of absence finally acknowledged. For parents who had once warned their children about BTK as a shadowy monster, it was jarring to discover that the monster had been a familiar face holding clipboards and quoting city codes. The lesson was unsettlingly simple. Evil can be ordinary, thorough, polite. Reporters looking back on the investigation traced its ripple effects through every department involved. Advances born from failure reshaped policing across Kansas. The use of preserved evidence and digital forensics became standard procedure. Detectives who had once stored files in cardboard boxes now archived them in secure databases. The case that had outlasted generations of investigators turned into a blueprint for modern cold case strategy. The role of forensic science changed most visibly. The DNA match that confirmed Rader's guilt was among the earliest high-profile examples of familial DNA identification. Laboratories across the country adopted similar techniques soon after. In law enforcement conferences, specialists referred to BTK not only as a crime case but as a turning point for technology, the moment when silence could no longer protect a killer from evidence preserved long before. Criminologists saw other lessons in Rader's double life. His seamless balance between public virtue and hidden cruelty forced psychologists to reconsider diagnostic assumptions. Traditional models of serial behavior emphasized social isolation or early dysfunction. Rader defied those projections. He attended meetings, raised children, performed administrative work with precision. The absence of visible chaos made him uniquely dangerous. Researchers began discussing compartmentalized offenders, individuals who construct entire frameworks of routine to mask deviance. His name appeared in criminology textbooks beside theories on narcissistic control and behavioral organization. For victims' families, academic discussions felt distant. Their focus turned to rebuilding lives interrupted by decades of not knowing. Many formed advocacy groups supporting victims of unsolved crimes. They pushed for funding of cold case units and DNA databanks, believing that if technology had existed earlier, the killings might have stopped sooner. Some families attended lectures on forensic advancement, turning grief into activism. Their message was consistent: awareness saves lives. Within Wichita, efforts to restore trust unfolded quietly. Church congregations examined internal practices for protecting members. Civic offices reviewed hiring and psychological screening procedures. Residents found comfort in small gestures. Neighborhood cleanups, block parties, shared remembrance events. A sense of communal vigilance replaced collective fear. People watched out for one another, not with paranoia, but with renewed accountability. Local journalists reflected on their own roles. Many admitted that balancing coverage with restraint had been agonizing. Raiders' letters, deliberately designed for publication, had forced ethical dilemmas about attention and responsibility. In later interviews, editors said they learned that transparency must include compassion, that sensationalism risks amplifying the voice of perpetrators over victims. The Wichita Eagle eventually curated an exhibition focused entirely on those who were lost, excluding Raiders' imagery altogether. It drew thousands of visitors, including detectives who had once read his taunts in despair. Far from the commotion, Dennis Rader adapted to incarceration with the same mechanical discipline that defined his life outside. At El Dorado Correctional Facility, he organized his small cell meticulously. Guards noted how he arranged books alphabetically, timed his routines, and kept journals under strict headings like daily reflections and upcoming tasks. His correspondence was monitored, yet he continued writing about control, describing prison regulations as another system to master. Psychiatric evaluations reported limited remorse and persistent self-focus. He viewed imprisonment as structure rather than punishment. Occasionally, Rader granted approved interviews for criminological research. His responses were composed, sometimes pedantic. When asked why people still studied him, he answered, "Because I'm organized, and organized offenders make better reading." The bluntness disgusted many, but fascinated behavioral scientists searching for patterns in order-driven pathology. Each publication widened the uncomfortable legacy, knowledge gained through horror. Outside prison walls, Wichita commemorated its survival differently. Schools integrated discussions on safety and civility into curricula. Teachers reminded students that kindness and vigilance coexist. A city once defined by fear aimed to redefine itself through resilience. Murals celebrating community pride appeared downtown. Civic volunteers painted one near the courthouse, depicting birds rising over the skyline. Embedded in the mural was a simple inscription: "We remember, and we go on." For police officers who had inherited the unsolved case only to see it end, the aftermath carried emotional complexity. Some felt triumph, others emptiness. Detective Landwehr retired 2 years later, insisting he wanted Wichita remembered not for BTK, but for perseverance. "He's confined forever," he told reporters, but this city learned how to adapt. His words resonated more deeply than celebratory headlines. Nationally, the case continued influencing profiling methods. Training academies used it to demonstrate how offenders exploit normalcy and authority positions. The duality of Rader's life, church president and serial killer, became an archetype in criminal psychology lectures. Students studied his communications to understand manipulation of media and investigators. In this strange way, his failures contributed to the prevention of future ones. The cultural fascination, however, never disappeared entirely. Documentaries, podcasts, and films revisited the story repeatedly. Producers often sought permission from victims' families, some of whom declined to participate, preferring quiet remembrance. Others cooperated to ensure accuracy, emphasizing that revisiting history could serve education rather than spectacle. Through those retellings, Wichita's tragedy transformed into collective cautionary memory, a narrative about the unseen capacities of deceit. In personal spaces, survivors continued ordinary lives, shadowed by fragments of fear. Many still locked doors reflexively or flinched at sudden headlines. Yet, they also shared moments of renewed freedom, children walking safely to school, neighbors rebuilding connections once severed by suspicion. The legacy of BTK was paradoxical, proof of human darkness alongside evidence of communal endurance. Years after the sentencing, a journalist visited the now quiet Rader home in Park City. The lawn still trimmed evenly, the porch light replaced but working. A new family lived there, unaware of every camera that had once stood outside. When asked what it felt like to inhabit the former house of a notorious killer, the homeowner replied, "It's just a home to us now. We made it ours." That comment captured Wichita's broader recovery, the transformation of dread into ownership of normalcy again. In scholarly circles, researchers debated the concept of the banality of evil, long tied to bureaucratic atrocities. Rader's name became a modern embodiment of the phrase. His crimes showed how method, rather than passion, could produce devastation. Control, unchecked by empathy, proved as lethal as rage. Those reflections entered ethics courses far beyond criminology, stretching into theology, sociology, and political science. For the people directly touched by the case, the abstract meant little. Their solace lay in knowing the city no longer lived under threat. Memorial gatherings evolved into community celebrations, emphasizing compassion over horror. Streets once described as haunted became symbols of endurance. And inside his cell, Dennis Rader continued to write, drafting lists of daily chores, cataloguing reading progress, noting prison maintenance issues. In one confiscated notebook, he labeled a section, Project's Life Phase 2. Guards found it chilling yet predictable. Even stripped of freedom, he sought structure, proving that for him, control was identity. Wichita, by contrast, had learned that control could also heal. Through collective memory and vigilance, the city rebuilt trust in both law enforcement and one another. The legacy of BTK was not confined to fear, but embedded in the renewed commitment to responsibility. The simple awareness that evil can wear a friendly expression, and that ordinary people together can confront it. In the end, Dennis Rader's story stood not as the tale of a genius criminal, but as the caution of an obsession with order detached from conscience. The city he had once terrorized refused to let that define its spirit. From candlelit vigils to courthouse murals, Wichita rewrote its identity, a place that looked horror in the eye and chose compassion in return. In the quiet of his cell at El Dorado Correctional Facility, Dennis Rader sits at a narrow desk under flickering fluorescent light. On a lined sheet of paper, he draws tidy boxes, labeling them daily schedule, maintenance, and reflections. To guards passing by, it looks harmless, a middle-aged inmate keeping notes, but the system is familiar. Every column echoes the format he once used for projects. Even now, the need for order never fades. He studies the lists with the same detached concentration that once guided his crimes, as though control itself were the only rhythm he recognizes. Outside those walls, Wichita has resumed breathing. The streets he surveyed, the churches he led, all function without him. Children born after his arrest play in front yards once shadowed by fear, yet his story lingers as a reminder that danger does not always announce itself in chaos. Sometimes it organizes meetings, folds bulletins, and mows lawns on Saturdays. That contradiction remains the part hardest to understand, that devotion and destruction could share the same steady hands. Psychologists reviewing the case often describe Rader as the embodiment of ordinary evil. He was not driven by poverty, vengeance, or ideology. He was driven by the desire to manage, to prove superiority through method. The uniform of authority, a church badge, a city emblem, a clipboard, became camouflage for obsession. His victims were not chosen for who they were, but for how easily they fit into his system of order. To him, life was a series of boxes to organize, and people, tragically, were tasks to complete. The lesson his case leaves behind is both moral and institutional. For investigators, it is proof that precision leaves traces. Every record, every digital echo can one day testify. For communities, it is a warning about complacency. Normalcy is not always safety. The idea that a respected church president could also be Wichita's phantom forced people to reconsider what trust looks like. It changed how police profile, how neighborhoods communicate, and how society defines the word monster. Families of the victims continue to honor the names lost, choosing remembrance without spectacle. They tell future generations that vigilance means empathy, not suspicion. That confronting cruelty begins with compassion strong enough to recognize humanity, even when evil hides behind it. Wichita's recovery became its justice, rebuilding meaning from the wreckage of deception. Inside his cell, Rader folds his paper neatly and slides it into a folder marked personal files. It is another false sense of control, a routine pretending to bring order to a life defined by disorder. Time stretches ahead of him in measured sequence, lights on, lights off, day after identical day. Beyond the bars, A city once terrorized by his need for structure now thrives precisely because it learned to live without him. That is the final truth of Dennis Rader, the man who mistook control for purpose and found that, in the end, structure without conscience is only emptiness. Welcome everyone. Today's story is one of the most shocking stories I have covered on this channel. But before we start, please comment down below where you are listening from and what time it is. Feel free to leave a like to the video as well. Thank you. Let's get to it. The snow fell heavy across Plainfield that November evening. Sheriff's deputies stumbled through the frozen fields toward a dimly lit farmhouse, still unsure what they were walking into. Inside, the air was thick with an unfamiliar odor, something between decay and damp earth. In the kitchen, the lantern light flickered across objects that did not belong in any home. One deputy froze before calling the others. Hanging from a crossbeam was what remained of Bernice Worden. The sheriff would later say it was the most horrifying thing he had ever seen. The house was silent except for the creak of the boards under their boots. Each room told a piece of a nightmare they could not yet understand. Articles of clothing that had been stitched from something unnatural, skulls converted into bowls, furniture covered in tan hides that were not from animals. Every corner revealed another detail that turned disbelief into sickness. Plainfield, Wisconsin, population barely 600, had never seen anything like it. Worden, a 58-year-old hardware store owner and mother, had vanished earlier that day. Her son, Frank Worden, returned to find blood on the floor and the cash register missing. He told investigators that one of the last sales recorded that morning was for antifreeze, sold to a man named Ed Gein. When police questioned neighbors, everyone knew exactly who Ed was. He lived alone on a rundown farm outside town. People described him as shy, awkward, and polite, a good handyman who helped with odd jobs. He seemed lonely but harmless. That faint sense of harmlessness was what led officers to approach his property with little caution. The barn door was unlocked, and the lights burned faintly through dust-coated windows. They expected to find stolen goods or evidence of robbery. What they uncovered was a place trapped between life and death. A farmhouse frozen in time, part museum, part tomb. The officers did not even realize yet that most of what they saw, the remains and the artifacts, were not all from Bernice Worden. Some pieces came from others, people long buried, taken from their graves in secret. After calling for backup, investigators moved carefully through the rooms. The sitting room was sealed with grime, filled with outdated furniture and yellowing newspapers stacked almost to the ceiling. In the corner, a shrine of sorts, preserved and untouched. Ed's mother's Bible, her rosary, and her chair, all arranged as though she might return any moment. Beyond that room, the house changed completely. Haphazard stacks of bones, jars filled with something pale, boxes labelled only with dates. The refrigerator contained nothing edible, just fragments no one could identify at first. It was impossible to separate the human from the domestic. The place looked less like a killer's lair and more like a workshop for ritual. When Sheriff Art Schley walked back out into the cold, he could not speak. Officers described the scene in broken sentences, trying to reconcile how a mild-mannered neighbor had created something so grotesque. As word spread, the people of Plainfield locked their doors for the first time in years. Some refused to believe the reports until they saw the newspapers. Others burned their junk mail rather than risk a stranger setting foot on their property. For a town where everyone knew each other, the discovery was like a betrayal. Who was this man the community had trusted? How could the soft-spoken farmhand who babysat local children have turned into the monster at the center of that house? To answer that question, police retraced Gein's steps. They interviewed townspeople who remembered seeing him at the hardware store just hours before Bernice disappeared. Witnesses said he seemed distracted, almost absent-minded, but polite as always. No one noticed the gun stored in his car or the receipts folded neatly in his jacket pocket, evidence that would seal his fate. By dawn, Ed Gein was in custody. He offered no resistance, just confusion that he was being arrested at all. During questioning, his composure disturbed everyone in the room. He spoke calmly, almost politely, about visiting graves, about his mother, about how everything he did had a reason, even if he could not explain it clearly. Detectives noticed that his eyes drifted when he talked about death, as if he were somewhere else entirely. In the hours that followed, teams worked through the property cataloguing evidence. The list grew longer than any murder case in Wisconsin history. Dozens of human remains, preserved or reassembled, were found across multiple rooms. Some were crafted into masks, others into household items. Among the items catalogued were articles belonging to women long missing from the county, names once whispered as mysteries, now painfully resolved. Some evidence also pointed to abuse inflicted on victims before death, adding another layer of horror. Reporters arrived within days, turning the lonely farm into a media circus. To most of America, Ed Gein became a dark curiosity, a man whose acts defied even the vocabulary of crime. But for Plainfield, it was not distant horror. It was personal. The small town that once seemed sheltered from modern violence was now synonymous with madness. Whole families left town to escape the publicity. What the police uncovered that night was more than one murder scene. It was a window into a disturbed world, built from loneliness, loss, and delusion. Every item found hinted at a pattern, a man trying to bring something back that should have stayed gone. But before they could understand the why, investigators needed to understand the who. How had Ed Gein become this man on the edge of town, creating atrocities no one could imagine? To understand what they found inside that house, we need to go back decades, before Ed was even a killer. Long before the farmhouse on the edge of Plainfield became infamous, it stood as a simple structure, surrounded by swampy fields and open sky. It was rough land, 30 miles from anything that resembled a city. In the winter, silence covered everything except the wind pushing through broken fence lines. That stillness shaped the Gein family. It was all Ed ever knew. Edward Theodore Gein was born in 1906, the second son of George and Augusta Gein. His arrival did not bring joy to the household. It reinforced Augusta's sense of duty, not affection. She had already decided that her children would be raised apart from what she believed was a poisoned world, one filled with sin and temptation. The family's isolation did not just happen. It was enforced. Augusta demanded it. The Geins moved to that 160-acre farm outside Plainfield when Ed was still a small boy. It was functional land, a few animals, some crops, and endless chores. There were no neighbors nearby, only an occasional traveler on the road into town. Augusta liked it that way. She could keep her children close, untouched by what she called corrupt influences. Every Sunday, and many nights in between, she would read from her worn family Bible, usually passages describing punishment, disobedience, and eternal suffering. To Ed, her voice was law. George, Ed's father, was a different story. He had once worked as a tanner and later ran a small grocery store before Augusta convinced him they needed the farm. By then, his drinking had worsened. He was rough around the edges, a frustrated man who resented his wife's dominance but lacked the strength to defy her. For the boys, especially Ed, their father was more an obstacle than a guide. He shouted, sometimes hit, but then disappeared into silence for days. Ed learned early that comfort came from pleasing his mother, not his father. Augusta's world revolved around judgment. In her eyes, women were a source of corruption. She would point to the young women in Plainfield who flirted or danced and call them fallen. She told her sons that all women, except herself, were instruments of evil, temptations meant to destroy men. Her words penetrated deeply. Ed listened, obedient and wide-eyed, convinced that her view of morality was absolute truth. Henry, the older brother, reacted differently. He was more independent, more skeptical of their mother's preaching. He took side jobs in town and made friends outside the farm. Where Ed retreated inward, Henry pushed back quietly. People later described him as good-natured but realistic, aware that his family was not normal. He worried about how attached Ed was to Augusta. He once confided to a friend that Ed's devotion to their mother was not healthy. School did not offer much reprieve for Ed. His classmates remembered him as shy and withdrawn, with an odd sense of humor that made others uncomfortable. He laughed at the wrong times, smiled when others were silent. Some stories claim he was bullied. Others say he just did not understand how to connect. He was not violent, just painfully strange. Teachers noted his cleanliness, his politeness, and the way he blushed when spoken to. Still, he kept to himself, spending evenings in the woods or helping his mother with chores. Augusta often forbade playdates or visits to nearby farms. Outsiders, she said, would taint them. Life on the Gein farm moved with the seasons, but never changed much. Days began before sunrise with milking, feeding hogs, cutting wood. Nights ended with scripture. The radio was rarely turned on, and books other than the Bible were scarce. On rare trips to town, Ed would stay close to his mother. watching how others seemed relaxed and careless in ways he could never be. He wanted to understand them, but could not. Back home, when he tried to talk about what he had seen, Augusta would lecture about sin and degradation until guilt replaced curiosity. In those years, Ed learned lessons that twisted ordinary facts of life. Death was not something to fear, it was a moral lesson. When an animal died, Augusta saw it as nature's judgment. When a neighbor passed away, she spoke about divine punishment. One childhood story, repeated in police interviews later, described the day Ed watched local hunters slaughter a hog. Most children would have been disturbed. For Ed, the sight of flesh exposed beneath skin left an impression that never faded. It was not horror, it was fascination mixed with reverence. He was growing in a perfect storm of emotional neglect, religious control, and social isolation. Psychologists later noted that every support system that might have corrected his worldview, school, friends, extended family, had been stripped away. His mother not only dictated what he thought, but also defined who he was. She told him he had been spared for a special purpose, to care for her, to stay pure, to reject the world's corruption. That belief would become the root of his delusion decades later. The farm's isolation meant that no one really saw what was happening within those walls. To outsiders, the Gein family was simply reclusive. They paid their taxes, sometimes sold produce, occasionally hired help. Inside, conversation revolved around guilt and repentance. Laughter was rare, affection almost non-existent. Augusta never hugged her sons. Instead, she corrected them. She corrected everything. When Ed reached his teenage years, he began reading medical magazines for the pictures. Anatomy fascinated him. He did not understand human relationships as others did. His mother's teachings had made them sinful. To him, the human body was something mysterious and forbidden, yet central to his thoughts. He felt both compelled and ashamed, emotions that would feed each other for years. By his 20s, the relationship between Augusta and her sons created tension. Henry wanted freedom and sometimes mocked Ed for his blind devotion. He told neighbors he worried about how much influence Augusta held. For Ed, criticism of his mother felt like blasphemy. He defended her fiercely, even when Henry's words were more concerned than cruel. Every disagreement ended the same way, with Augusta deciding whose faith was stronger. When George's drinking worsened, responsibility for the farm fell mainly on the boys. Augusta used that to reinforce dependence. She told them that together, with her guidance, they could survive anything. There were no celebrations, no visitors, no change. Only the rhythm of isolation repeating until time blurred. As adulthood approached, Ed remained emotionally childlike. He idolized his mother and saw her as the center of moral authority. The outside world frightened him, especially women who did not fit Augusta's ideals. Yet inside that fear was curiosity, a quiet conflict that would later turn deadly. Even then, some neighbors noticed odd details, the way Ed stared too long or laughed to himself while working. Most dismissed it as harmless eccentricity. In small towns, odd behavior rarely drew serious attention. Isolation has a way of intensifying what it shelters. On that farm, with miles of nothing surrounding him, Ed Gein's identity was being formed in a vacuum. Everything he knew about good and evil came from one woman's interpretation of scripture. Everything he felt for warmth or belonging came from her approval. When Augusta prayed aloud, Ed listened, as if God were speaking directly through her. As long as Augusta was alive, Ed had rules. But rules do not last forever. By the early 1940s, the Gein farm had become more a burden than a home. The soil grew thin, the livestock fewer, and the machinery older. George Gein, now in his 70s, spent most days drinking, offering little help. The tension between him and Augusta remained constant, filled with shouted scripture and silence. For Henry and Ed, every winter felt longer, every year smaller. Their lives revolved around survival and subservience. But change was coming, and it would come through loss. George was the first to go. In 1940, after years of heavy drinking, he collapsed during a bitter March morning. Ed and Henry carried him inside, but the old man never regained consciousness. Officially, the cause was heart failure related to alcoholism. There was no funeral service. Augusta refused anything she deemed worldly or unnecessary. Henry dug the grave himself on the frozen farmyard. To Ed, his father's death was sad, but not tragic. In later interviews, he mentioned it casually, almost kindly, as though George had simply outlived his usefulness. Psychiatrists would later say that the death removed the only weak barrier standing between Ed and his mother's total control. With George gone, the remaining three formed an uneasy triangle. Henry began to see the situation for what it was. He loved his mother, but felt suffocated by her moral rigidity and disgusted by her treatment of Ed. He started spending more time in town, socializing with people Augusta despised. He even dated a widow who lived nearby, something that outrageously defied his mother's view of morality. Ed stayed home, more devoted than ever. When neighbors asked after him, he would smile and say he was keeping house for Ma. Henry's frustration grew. He began confronting Augusta's sermons, telling her not everything in the world was wicked. To Ed, that sounded like betrayal. The brothers argued, sometimes violently. Still, they worked the farm together, dependent on each other for livelihood if not affection. In May of 1944, Plainfield's prairies were dry and hot. Farmers were burning brush to prepare for planting season, a common but risky practice. On one such day, Henry and Ed set a fire near their property line to clear marsh grass. The wind shifted unexpectedly, spreading flames across the dry field. By evening, smoke covered the horizon. Firefighters from Plainfield responded, but darkness forced them to stop. Henry was missing. When the fire finally burned out, the search began. Ed helped lead volunteers through the charred field, carrying a lantern. Later reports claimed he seemed strangely composed, even cheerful. After several hours, he told firefighters he thought he knew where Henry was. They followed him to a spot far from the burned area. There, they found Henry's body lying face down. His skin showed minor burns, but not enough to explain death. Investigators noted bruising on his head. The official report listed asphyxiation from smoke inhalation, but the bruises led some to suspect something else. Still, there was no autopsy and no further inquiry. The coroner's cause of death stood. Plainfield did not question tragedies for long. Whether accident or something darker, Henry's death left Ed and Augusta alone, exactly what she had always wanted and what he had always feared. From that day on, he acted as her full-time caretaker, addressing her as though she were divine. She, meanwhile, grew more frail but more commanding. Her control deepened rather than softened with age. A few months later, Augusta suffered a small stroke that paralyzed part of her body. Ed nursed her constantly, cooking, cleaning, reading scripture aloud at her bedside. He told doctors she was everything to him. When she recovered enough to walk, her bitterness grew sharper. She scolded him for minor mistakes, corrected his prayers, and reminded him daily that women were the root of all sin. Despite the cruelty, Ed adored her attention. She was the only person he had. Each insult bound him tighter to her approval. That same year, a neighbor named Smith invited Ed to his farm to buy straw. While there, Ed witnessed Smith beating a dog painfully while a woman screamed for him to stop. Later, Ed recounted the event not with empathy but fixation. He remembered the woman most, the way she pleaded, the sound of her voice. When he told Augusta about it, she erupted in anger, not at the cruelty toward the animal, but at the woman's presence. That woman was not married to that man, she told him. She lived in sin. That is why his soul is damned. Something in Ed's mind linked the two, the sinful woman and the notion of punishment. Her words became almost ritual to him. Within a year, Augusta's health declined again. Another stroke left her nearly helpless. Ed tended to her day and night, watching her fade. In later hospital interviews, he said those days were the best of his life. When Augusta finally died in December 1945, Ed's world simply stopped. There was no funeral procession, only a small service at the local cemetery. He rarely spoke during it, clutching his hat, staring at the casket as if waiting for her to speak again. Afterward, he returned to the farmhouse alone. Neighbors saw a light burning in her bedroom every night for weeks. Psychiatrists later suggested that this was the moment reality fractured for Ed Gein. Without his mother, there was no moral compass, no structure. Everything that had restrained him emotionally dissolved. He boarded up her rooms, sealing them like a shrine, a museum to the one person he could not live without. The rest of the house fell into decay, dust, rodents, clutter. The contrast between those preserved rooms and the rest of the farm symbolized the divide inside his mind. Reverence and ruin living side by side. Plainfield saw only a quiet man who shopped for necessities, did minor repairs, and kept to himself. Some pitied him, others thought him simple but kind. They did not see the isolation fermenting just beyond the flicker of his lamp. To them, Ed was the man who lent a hand without asking for money, who showed up at funerals alone, then vanished before the meal. They could not have known that each passing year after Augusta's death was eroding what little sanity he had left. In every tragedy that touched the Gein family, the pattern was the same. Someone died, and Ed retreated deeper into solitude. By 1945, he had no father, no brother, and no mother. Only memories and moral confusion stitched together in his head. That emptiness would eventually seek form, carving the path toward the horrors in his farmhouse. Plainfield saw a quiet man alone on a decaying farm. Inside, something else was evolving. After his mother's death, the farmhouse on the edge of Plainfield became a different kind of silence. For the first time in his life, Ed Gein woke to an empty kitchen. The absence of Augusta's footsteps was loud enough to echo. He still cooked breakfast for two, setting her plate on the table before realizing she was not coming back. Neighbors saw him less and less after that. The few who did said he looked smaller somehow, like the house itself was swallowing him. In the early years alone, Ed tried to keep up with chores. The fields went untended, but he patched roofs, fixed tools, and bartered for supplies in town. Money came from selling bits of the farm or odd jobs. He worked as a handyman for local families, shoveling snow, repairing fences, and babysitting children, while parents ran errands. Everyone called him dependable, if peculiar. He laughed at his own jokes and told strange stories, but people forgave his eccentricities. In Plainfield, help was help, no matter how odd the helper. Inside the farmhouse, reality was deteriorating. Ed closed off every room his mother had used, the parlor, her bedroom, even the sitting area where she read scripture. He nailed boards over the doors and hung blankets to block dust. Those rooms stayed as they were in 1945, perfectly frozen, her Bible open, her rosary still hanging, furniture arranged exactly as she left it. The rest of the house unraveled. Newspapers and magazines stacked in towers, dishes crusted over, and the smell of damp wood filled the air. He slept in a small caved-in corner near the kitchen stove where he could keep a fire going through winter. When visitors from town dropped by, he greeted them outside. No one entered after Augusta died. Plainfield did not gossip much about him. In rural towns, a recluse was easier to overlook than to understand. People assumed grief made him strange. When he came to town, he was polite, soft-spoken, sometimes awkward. He would sit in the tavern, nursing a single beer, or browse the hardware store like a man with nowhere else to be. Now and then he brought gifts, animal meat, vegetables, even venison out of season, and most folks looked the other way. Despite his oddness, Ed had charm. He fixed things, remembered birthdays, and once helped a widow mend her porch without charging her a cent. Loneliness became ritual. Evenings stretched endlessly, so he filled them with reading. What began with comic strips and Western pulp drifted toward true adventure magazines filled with stories of crime and anatomy. Later, searches of his home revealed stacks of publications focused on wartime medical experiments, cannibal tribes, and horror tales about grave robbers. They fed an obsession taking shape quietly, the same curiosity that had haunted him since childhood. He studied the human body, not scientifically, but with reverence mixed with distortion. To him, anatomy books were intimate. They bridged life and death, the same divide his mother had warned him never to cross. By day, Ed stayed busy fixing machinery or collecting scrap metal. By night, he read by kerosene lamp, clipping photographs from magazines and saving newspaper obituaries of recently buried women. In town, he was seen often at funerals, sometimes of people he barely knew. He stood off to the side of the service, expressionless, then disappeared before the burial ended. When asked why, he would say he liked to pay his respects. Most dismissed it as small-town kindness. Only later did investigators learn those obituaries became maps of a different kind. The difference between day and night for Ed blurred with each passing winter. Isolation twisted his thoughts inward, and dreams of his mother returned stronger every year. He spoke to her out loud, sometimes answering himself. Neighbors heard faint laughter at odd hours, the flicker of his lantern moving from room to room. Someone remarked that Ed looked right through you, like he was not entirely there. He was not. Much of his sense of self was still tied to Augusta. He wore her clothes when the farm was cold, claiming they reminded him of warmth. Whether symbolic or delusional, it deepened his bond with her memory. He rarely bought fresh meat after 1946. Instead, he hunted small animals and kept their parts preserved in jars, labeling them like specimens. He told a local grocer he had been learning about taxidermy, which explained the smell when he came into town, formaldehyde mixed with must. Some laughed and said it fit his character. Others began locking their doors when Ed walked by. Still, no one thought he was dangerous. In psychological terms, Ed's world was collapsing into a single obsession: control over death. Losing Augusta had been unbearable. Keeping her presence alive became his way to cope. He surrounded himself with death in manageable amounts, animals first, then fantasies of resurrection. He read stories about ancient rituals and grave robbers who tried to bring spirits back. For Ed, the notion held something holy. Death was not punishment, it was passage. And perhaps passage could be reversed. He avoided women face to face but spoke about them often, usually through his mother's words. To friends at the tavern, he would say things like, "Most women are trouble." Sometimes he contradicted himself, calling a young cashier pure like Ma used to be. People laughed uneasily. It sounded like rural awkwardness, not danger. But his view of womanhood had fractured into opposites, sacred and corrupt, both of which lived vividly in his imagination. The shrine to Augusta began to sink under dust, but Ed kept her room immaculate. Once a month, he entered quietly, sat in her chair, and read aloud from her Bible. Neighbors passing by at dusk could see the glow of a single lamp through the curtained window. He would sit there for hours, motionless, murmuring as if she might answer. Outside that room, his mind wandered further into fantasy. He started imagining ways to restore her physically, piecing together concepts he had read about in pulp magazines. Parts of the body became vessels, skin as clothing, memory living inside flesh. These were delusions, but to him they seemed scientific. He was not driven by mania or rage. It was longing shaped by isolation. Experts later described it as an extreme grief response, turned psychotic. For Ed, it was simply devotion taken beyond the living. Meanwhile, the town continued on. Children grew up, neighbors moved away, and the Gein farm rotted quietly past the tree line. The roof caved in places, tools rusted, and fields filled with weeds taller than a man. Inside, the floors bowed beneath clutter, yet Ed moved through it like routine. When radio news reported crimes or war casualties, he listened carefully, absorbing every mention of death. Headlines about missing people made him restless. He started keeping clippings, faces of women who reminded him of Augusta in youth. Local police later pieced together that during these years, Ed made test runs at cemeteries. He would visit graves of recently buried middle-aged women, sit by the markers, talk softly, and leave trinkets. It appeared innocent enough for a grieving man. In reality, it was rehearsal for what would soon follow. The boundaries between worship and violation were almost gone. Still, outwardly, Ed Gein remained the same quiet handyman. He attended church occasionally, lent tools, and fixed engines when asked. When a neighbor teased him about never dating, he just said, "Ma would not like it." People laughed, unaware that to Ed, Augusta's opinion still governed every choice. Her voice filled the silence of the farmhouse, guiding what came next. By the early 1950s, isolation had fermented into something irreversible. The man Plainfield thought it knew was an empty vessel, maintaining manners by habit. Inside, obsession ruled. He no longer saw the difference between honoring the dead and disturbing them. Soon, the graves of Plainfield would start to open, and the name Ed Gein would leave that lonely farm forever. By the early 1950s, Plainfield Cemetery lay quiet on the edge of town, its rows of modest stones brushing up against frozen cornfields. For most people, it was a place of rest. For Ed Gein, it became something else, a place of calling. Police would later learn that long before murder entered the story, Ed had been making nightly visits to those burial grounds. What he did there turned Plainfield's grief into terror. Investigators first suspected grave robbing after the farmhouse search in 1957. The sheer number of remains inside could not all belong to Bernice Worden. There were too many unique items: skulls, masks, and preserved pieces, clearly taken from multiple individuals. When questioned, Ed did not deny it. He told Sheriff Schley matter-of-factly that he had dug up a few women, maybe 9. He said he often chose recently buried ones who looked like Ma. His tone remained calm, like someone explaining an odd hobby. To him, he was not confessing to desecration. He was describing resurrection. The first clues came from a set of missing person cases stretching over several years. Families had noticed disturbed earth or missing keepsakes at grave sites, but no one had considered theft of bodies possible. Rural Wisconsin was not known for macabre crimes. When Gein pointed investigators to specific sites, they were skeptical, but when they began to dig, they found disturbed coffins, exactly where he said they would be. In one, the remains were gone completely except for scraps of clothing. In another, the casket lid had been pried open. The soil pattern matched tools found on Gein's property. It was undeniable. During interrogation, Ed described his nighttime trips with unsettling clarity. He said he read obituaries in the newspaper, seeking women who reminded him of Augusta, usually middle-aged and recently deceased. On nights when the moon felt right, he would load his pickup with a pry bar, shovels and lanterns. He insisted he often fell into a trance during these drives, his memory foggy until he stood at the cemetery gate. Then, as he put it, something took over. He would dig quickly, spending hours in the cold dirt until reaching the coffin. Other times, he removed the body entirely and brought it back to the farm. Psychiatrists later determined that these actions fit the pattern of necromania combined with psychotic grief. But to Ed, they were acts of devotion. He claimed he never desecrated purely for pleasure, saying he was trying to bring her back. He told authorities he hoped constructing a suit of skin could somehow let him become Augusta, to feel her presence, to stop the loneliness. Doctors would call this delusional transvestitism with identity confusion. Ed simply said he wanted to be close to Ma. The scale shocked investigators. From his own admissions and physical evidence, at least 10 graves were disturbed between 1947 and 1952. Most were women who had died of natural causes and whose graves Geen revisited within days of burial. He remembered details with eerie precision, locations, markers, even the weather that night. Yet he often insisted he did not dig every time. Sometimes, he said, he just sat there and talked. Police could never fully confirm each claim, but the consistency of his descriptions left little doubt. Each trip followed the same ritual. He would drive under cover of darkness, park off a rural road, and walk across the field with his lantern shielded by a coffee can. After exhuming the body, he loaded it carefully, covering it with burlap sacks. Once home, he dissected what he collected in the shed near his kitchen. He treated each piece as material for an imagined reconstruction of his mother. Human skin became fabric, skulls became decoration, and internal parts were preserved in jars labeled by date or initials. He arranged some objects throughout the house like trophies, others like components of a larger project he could not name aloud. When agents catalogued his inventory in 1957, it resembled the inventory of a macabre museum. They found bowls carved from skulls, belts made of tanned human flesh, masks shaped from preserved faces, and chairs upholstered with skin. Ed explained their origins as though describing household crafts, most from the graveyard, some I made for Ma. To him, these were not crimes. They were extensions of grief, moulded into the physical world. In another context, he could have been considered an artist working with unthinkable materials. In reality, he was a delusional man, recreating his only relationship. Locals struggled to accept the facts when exhumations confirmed his stories. Families reopened graves only to find caskets empty. One relative fainted at the sight of disturbed bones. Others refused to ever visit the cemetery again. Plainfield's identity as a safe rural community fractured overnight. Churches addressed the fear in sermons. Hardware stores sold extra locks. Even sheriff's deputies carried guilt, realizing they had dismissed earlier reports of strange footprints near burial sites. For years, people had joked about Ed being a little off. Now, the laughter felt cruel. Psychologists reviewing the case later argued that Ed's grave robbing represented an attempt to master the loss of his mother. Without her, his social and moral framework collapsed. The grave visits gave him control over death, a reversal of helplessness. In his distorted logic, if he could possess parts of the dead, he could possess the comfort Augusta once gave. The behavior resembled religious ritual more than psychopathy, monumental sadness mixed with delusion, yet it crossed every moral and human boundary imaginable. Asked why he stopped digging around 1953, Ed said the bodies got too stiff. Professionals interpreted that as the point where his dissociation began giving way to frustration. Graves no longer satisfied the illusion. He wanted the living essence his mother represented. For that, he would eventually need someone alive. His collecting turned from graves to flesh taken by force. The discovery of his grave robberies raised complex legal questions. Most states, including Wisconsin, had vague statutes on body desecration. Charges could be filed for property damage or theft, but nothing captured the enormity of what Ed had done. Prosecutors focused on murder once the connection to Mary Hogan and Bernice Worden emerged. Still, the grave evidence became critical to understanding his state of mind. Doctors examining him for trial relied heavily on these accounts to diagnose his mix of schizophrenia, necrophilic tendencies, and identity disorder. One psychiatrist wrote that Geen operated in the borderland between psychosis and mysticism. Reporters called Plainfield the town of the living dead. Sensational headlines turned local tragedy into national curiosity. Tourists arrived at the cemetery, taking photographs and stealing handfuls of dirt as souvenirs. Families of the disturbed graves requested privacy but rarely received it. Even clergy felt helpless. One minister publicly stated, "What he took from this ground cannot be given back." Within months, several families reburied relatives elsewhere, hoping distance could restore peace. Lawmen who listened to Ed's soft-spoken confessions described the experience as surreal. He showed no aggression, no remorse, only detached politeness. When asked whether he understood how horrific his acts were, he nodded gently and said, "I guess it was wrong, but it felt right at the time." That line, recorded in a sheriff's report, became emblematic of his mental split, rational awareness overshadowed by delusional justification. Ultimately, the grave robberies defined the boundary between Ed Gein, the eccentric farmer, and Ed Gein, the criminal legend. They were the bridge between grief and homicide, between fantasy and fulfillment. Once disturbing the dead no longer sustained his illusion, he looked toward the living. But eventually, stealing was not enough. Ed would need a living victim. Mary Hogan ran the Pine Grove Tavern on the snowy edge of Plainfield's main road. She was 44 and loud in the way quiet towns notice. Locals liked her quick humor and her impatience with gossip. She cursed like a truck driver and called everyone kid. People either adored or avoided her, but everyone knew who she was. To Ed Gein, she was both foreign and familiar, a woman whose face and shape somehow reminded him of Augusta, but whose words were everything Augusta despised. By 1954, Ed's dark habits had slowed but not stopped. The grave visits became rare, and the fantasy of bringing anyone back was fading. He still kept his clipping books, studied anatomy magazines, and spent long evenings reading by lantern. When he first met Mary at the tavern, he went mostly for company. He would sit at the corner stool nursing a single beer, responding politely when she teased him about being too quiet for a drinker. Neighbours remembered seeing him there often, awkward but friendly. She would laugh, call him Eddie from the sticks, and hand him a sandwich on the house. For Ed, those moments felt almost domestic, like some strange echo of affection. To the regulars, Mary was tough and independent. She had moved to Plainfield only a few years earlier from Chicago, leaving behind a failed marriage and rumours of less respectable work. She was brash in a way that rubbed some men wrong. Augusta would have called her sinful. To Ed, that contradiction fascinated him. He would drive past the tavern at night just to see its lights glowing through the trees, imagining Augusta preaching disapproval and hearing himself agree, even as he loitered outside, wanting to step inside. That tug between fascination and condemnation built over the following months, until fantasy carried him further than restraint. On the night of December 8th, 1954, snow had started falling again across Waushara County. The Pine Grove Tavern stayed open late, as usual. Around closing, Mary told a friend she wanted to shut early and go home. No one saw her after that. The next morning, the tavern door stood ajar. Blood pooled near the bar and trailed toward the back door. Her cash register was missing, along with several bills from the till. Plainfield's sheriff, Art Schley, investigated but found few clues. They guessed robbery, maybe a traveller passing through. The community mourned her disappearance, but soon returned to routine. People half joked when her name came up that Old Eddie took her home. The joke was not cruel at first, just a small-town way of teasing the eccentric man who listened too much to his mother's ghost. At the time, there was no evidence linking Ed to any violence. He remained the quiet handyman who lent tools and patched roofs. The gossip faded. It was not until 3 years later, after his arrest for Bernice Worden's murder, that officers discovered just how literal that joke had been. When deputies combed through the farmhouse in November 1957, they found items too numerous to process in one night. Among them were preserved remains, later identified, through forensic examination, as belonging to Mary Hogan. She had not vanished. She had been kept. The discovery rewrote Plainfield's recent history in a single, horrifying moment. Investigators pieced together how Ed had lured her from the tavern under the pretense of help or conversation, then shot her once with a .22 caliber pistol. He loaded her into his truck and brought her back to the farm before dawn. The crime seemed methodical rather than impulsive. He told police after his arrest that he did not remember it clearly, describing the event as though he were observing someone else acting. His voice stayed calm. "It felt like Ma was near that night," he reportedly said, emphasizing that he believed Augusta wanted him to act against women she considered unclean. Those words unnerved the detectives more than the evidence itself. The murder of Mary Hogan was not about rage. It was about obedience to a phantom. Cross-referencing Ed's confession with physical evidence revealed a timeline that fit the missing person report exactly. Ballistics from his rifle matched the shell casing found at the tavern. Hair and tissue fragments on his tools matched remains discovered in his house. What shocked investigators most was the difference in Ed's demeanor. He did not act like a man caught in murder. He behaved like someone explaining misplaced belongings. When Sheriff Schley asked him if he realized Mary was dead, Ed nodded and said, "I guess so. She had been gone a while." That mild tone haunted the sheriff for the rest of his life. For the people of Plainfield, the revelation turned laughter to revulsion. Those who had repeated the "Ed took her home" joke refused to speak of it again. Regular customers of Mary's tavern gathered outside its boarded windows, silent and pale. Some still hoped there was a mistake, but newspapers confirmed the match through dental records. In a single day, humor transformed into guilt. Everyone had known Ed, but no one had known what he was. Psychiatrists later examined why Mary became his first living target. They concluded she embodied what Ed's mother condemned most: outspoken independence and confidence. She represented defiance personified. Killing her, to Ed, was both retribution and fulfillment. The act blurred the boundary between devotion to Augusta and hatred of women who defied her image. One report described it as a psychological collision of repression and yearning. In practical terms, it was murder committed with the serenity of religious duty. Following Ed's confession, officers exhumed more evidence from the property. They found Mary's jewelry, traces of ash, and articles unmistakably linked to her. Each discovery deepened the horror, proof that her disappearance had not been quick or impersonal. Ed had kept reminders as part of the world he was building within those walls. A world where the line between his mother and all other women ceased to exist. Plainfield's response bordered on disbelief. Churches filled that week as people sought words to scrub the images forming in their minds. Parents warned children never to roam the countryside alone. Even acquaintances who had defended Ed as harmless wanted distance from the memory. Reporters brought national media to the frozen highway, turning the small Wisconsin farm into a symbol of evil's ordinariness. Across the country, headlines spoke of the ghoul of Plainfield. Yet those closest to the case insisted he did not fit the monster stereotype. He was quiet, polite, and meek. Proof, they said, that horror does not always roar. Sometimes it whispers. In legal terms, the Mary Hogan case was harder to prosecute. By 1957, Ed faced certain conviction for the murder of Bernice Worden, which offered stronger evidence. Still, Hogan's death served as prelude and pattern. It showed the escalation from fantasy to physical act, the point where loneliness demanded a living sacrifice. When questioned again about her, Ed looked down and murmured, "She reminded me of Ma, but not the good parts." Those few words encapsulated the distorted morality driving him. Years later, psychiatrists would analyze audio transcripts of his interviews, noting that his tone softened whenever he mentioned Mary. He referred to her as poor Mary once, as though he pitied the very victim he created. That complexity, tenderness mixed with horror, became central to understanding him. For Ed Gein, murder was not about power, it was about contact. Each act was an attempt to close the distance between himself and the mother he had lost. The Pine Grove Tavern never reopened. Its wooden sign faded until the letters were barely visible. Locals tore it down quietly, hoping to end the gossip. But the space where it once stood remained a scar on the town's sense of safety. The woman who had once brought laughter and chaos to cold winter nights had vanished into legend, a victim of one man's delusion and a community's casual trust. Even that horror did not prepare them for what happened in 1957. On the morning of November 16th, 1957, Plainfield awoke under a thin veil of frost. It was the first day of deer season, and many residents were in the woods before dawn. Bernice Worden opened her hardware store at sunrise, as she had for years. She was a familiar figure, 58 years old, practical, with a calm voice that steadied customers who came to buy hunting supplies or hardware parts. Her son, Frank, worked as deputy sheriff and often checked on her throughout the day. That Saturday, he left for hunting, assuming his mother's routine was as predictable as ever. By nightfall, she was gone. At about 5 p.m., Frank returned to find the store dark, the door unlocked, and blood on the floor leading toward the back room. The cash register was missing, and so was his mother. Instinct told him this was not a robbery gone wrong. When he checked the sales log, the last entry stopped him cold. A receipt made out to Ed Gein. 2 gallons of antifreeze. Sheriff Art Schley and Deputy Dan Chase immediately started toward Gein's farm. a few miles outside of town. Everyone in Plainfield knew Ed, the mild handyman who lived alone on his mother's property. He had been around the hardware store the day before, talking casually with Bernice about prices and weather. To Frank, his mother's disappearance and that receipt felt like a thread that could unravel everything. He told Schley, "If Ma sold antifreeze to Ed, check there first." It was not an accusation, just desperation framed as a clue. When officers reached the Gein property, night had already settled across the frozen fields. The place looked abandoned. There was no smoke from the chimney and no sign of light. They knocked, but no one answered. Ed was reportedly in town at a neighbor's house. Schley decided to wait for daylight, but curiosity led them to the unlocked barn. What they discovered made them forget the cold entirely. Hanging from a rafter was the body of a woman, decapitated and prepared like game from a hunt. It was Bernice Worden. The discovery stunned the officers. Each detail defied comprehension. The precision of the cut, the methodical preparation, the familiarity of someone who had done such tasks before. The barn was quiet, except for the chains twisting slightly in the draft. It was not the chaos of a murderer's frenzy. It was the order of ritual. They stepped outside and called for reinforcements, careful to close the door as if shielding her from further indignity. That night, a team surrounded Ed's house and arrested him without struggle. He was found at a neighbor's kitchen table, sipping coffee and reading the newspaper headline about Bernice's disappearance, as if he were not connected to it. When told they were taking him in, he simply said, "Worden's at my place, ain't she?" The officers exchanged glances, uncertain whether he was confessing or delusional. Later, that statement would become one of the most chilling in Wisconsin law enforcement history, not for what it revealed, but for how calmly he spoke it. Inside the farmhouse, investigators entered the world Ed Gein had created. Each room was a grotesque parody of a home, cluttered with relics of death. They found Bernice's head, stored in a sack, tools stained beyond recognition, and countless objects crafted from human remains. Police photographers documented everything, their flashes punctuating the silence like lightning strikes. Forensic experts later counted at least 15 distinct human sources across the materials inside. The horror no longer fit into words. When confronted with these findings, Ed did not protest. In his soft voice, he described how he had gone to the store that morning to buy antifreeze. He said Bernice had let him handle the gun she kept near the counter. It went off, accidentally, he claimed, shooting her. Instead of panic, he felt an odd calm. He loaded her body into his truck and drove home. He mentioned hanging her like deer because that is how he had been taught to handle death. The officers listened, appalled at how procedural his explanation sounded. To him, death lacked moral weight. It was a task. His detailed confessions painted the timeline. He shot Bernice between 9:30 and 10 a.m., cleaned the blood at the scene, and locked the store before driving back. He worked methodically all afternoon in the barn, preparing her body as though reenacting something rehearsed. When questioned about motive, he murmured, "I thought maybe Ma would like her." That sentence became the psychological core of the entire case. Murkier than insanity, deeper than rage. As medical experts examined the remains, they confirmed overlaps with numerous missing persons reports spanning a decade. Bones, organs, and preserved fragments bound the Worden case directly to Ed's grave robberies. It explained the origin of the artifacts found in his house and how long he had been living surrounded by the dead. Neighbors recalled occasional aromas drifting from his chimney that made them turn away, assuming he was burning animal hides. They had not been wrong, just unaware of what kind. The investigation consumed Plainfield. Reporters arrived first by car, then by helicopter, trampling snow and privacy alike. The morning after his arrest, the town's population doubled with strangers holding cameras. Sheriff Schley tried to maintain control, keeping details sealed, but word spread faster than containment. Rumor inflated each truth. 10 victims became 20, furniture became whole skins. Even so, reality remained worse than fiction. Frank Worden sat through each briefing, stoic yet crumbling inside. He had followed every lead, only to discover his mother's remains catalogued as evidence. When asked later about Ed, he said quietly, "He looked right through people. Maybe that's why no one saw him coming." That remark captured the town's collective guilt. They had trusted the harmless handyman who fixed their barns, never realizing the interior life he was building miles away. Psychiatrists later observed that the murder of Bernice Worden marked the transformation of Gein's fantasies into deliberate homicide. Whereas Mary Hogan's death hinted at confusion, Bernice's killing was preparation, ritual, and completion. Experts speculated that he chose her because she embodied maternal qualities, stern, respectable, and moral. In his delusion, she blurred with Augusta. Killing her might have symbolized trying to merge two realities: the mother he worshipped and the women she condemned. Interrogation records show moments of startling lucidity amid his confusion. When asked whether he recognized Bernice's humanity, he said, "She seemed nice. Ma would not have liked her, but she seemed nice." That split loyalty between affection and obedience explained everything that followed. His crimes were not simply acts of violence, they were attempts to reconcile devotion with memory, morality with madness. At Ed's property, investigators worked for days, collecting remains and sealing containers. Ordinary townsfolk volunteered, believing it would restore decency, but most left long before nightfall, unable to stomach the scene. The list of seized items filled dozens of pages. Each piece, lanterns made of skin, masks, bowls from skulls, told the same story of a man chasing memory through horror. By Sunday, Plainfield's church bells rang not for service, but for reassurance. Parents whispered during sermons, asking how to tell their children the truth. Legal proceedings began within weeks, transferring Ed to a secure facility for psychiatric evaluation. Newspapers printed his mild photograph beside lurid headlines: "House of Horror Farmer, Wisconsin Cannibal, Mad Butcher of Plainfield." The town hated every headline, but could not deny their accuracy. For psychologists, the Bernice Worden case provided rare insight into psychotic identity disorders. His calm obedience and lack of motive beyond delusion challenged legal definitions of sanity itself. For Plainfield, it left scars that time could not hide. The farm stood fenced, tools still rusting on the porch, windows broken, snow drifting through. Children dared each other to get close, but even decades later, few did. In the end, what investigators saw that night went beyond crime. It was the physical manifestation of loneliness, years of silent worship, twisting into ritualized death. The farmhouse was not just a scene, it was Ed Gein's mind turned inside out. The murder of Bernice Worden ended the illusion that he was harmless, but it also revealed how isolation can grow monstrous when left unseen. What investigators saw would haunt them forever, and the truth behind it was even darker. At the State Crime Laboratory, doctors struggled to categorize what they were seeing. The remains, the craftsmanship, the calmness of Ed's confessions, none of it matched traditional definitions of criminal behavior. To the Wisconsin authorities, Gein was not a typical murderer driven by impulse or greed. He was an enigma between illness and intention. Understanding him required dismantling not only his crimes but also the careful logic that governed them. Soon after his arrest, Ed was declared unfit for trial and transferred to the Central State Hospital for the criminally insane in Waupun. There, psychiatrists met a man described as courteous, soft-spoken, and strangely cooperative. He addressed doctors as "Sir," thanked nurses for meals, and spent hours answering questions in the same tone he might use to discuss weather. His politeness made the interviews haunting. Beneath that mild exterior, they found a psyche split by delusion and repression. The first evaluations documented a flat affect, a lack of familiar emotional responses. When asked about Bernice Worden or Mary Hogan, Ed did not express anger or guilt. He spoke instead about getting ideas and things being cloudy. Dr. George Arndt, a psychiatrist who interviewed him extensively, wrote that Gein does not distinguish between fantasy and waking reality. He moves within, both without transition. Another examiner described him as living in two worlds, one of Plainfield's fields and barns, another of imagined resurrections. Doctors quickly recognized symptoms of chronic schizophrenia, marked by auditory hallucinations and dissociative episodes. They also noted evidence of obsessive-compulsive tendencies and identity confusion, conditions rarely studied at the time. Gein confessed to keeping bodies because he felt alone to the bone, explaining that when he used parts from corpses, he imagined making a friend from what was left. The line chilled the staff. It revealed loneliness weaponized by delusion, an attempt to create companionship out of death. The psychiatric team charted his development backwards. As a child, his mother's domination taught him that women were both sacred and corrupt. When she died, those opposing images collided. He could not accept Augusta's death, because doing so meant losing his only moral anchor. Instead, he created rituals to make her return plausible. His mind converted faith into tangible acts. Grave digging was not rebellion, it was obedience to her perceived will. Each exhumed corpse was a distorted prayer. During interviews, Ed frequently referred to his body crafting as projects. He said he wanted to make a woman's suit so he could be inside her, like walking in Ma's skin. Doctors debated how literally to take that confession. Some viewed it as a metaphor for wanting to embody his mother's strength. Others saw a genuine psychotic plan to erase the boundary between self and idol. Every psychiatrist agreed it signified identity confusion, so severe he no longer recognized himself as separate from her. When ordered to take standardized intelligence and personality tests, Ed scored within normal range. He was not intellectually impaired. What stunned clinicians was how reason coexisted with madness. He could recall farming techniques, market prices, and weather patterns precisely, then segue without pause into describing his conversations with Augusta's voice. One examiner compared his cognitive pattern to a cracked mirror, each shard reflecting a piece of rational thought, but none aligning into coherence. Staff observations painted a portrait of contradiction. He read comic books and farm journals during recreation hours, and never caused disturbances. Yet at night, nurses reported hearing him whisper prayers mixed with fragments of his mother's name. He was fascinated by hospital maintenance work, asking repeatedly about tools, cleaners, and plumbing. Once, when told he could not help with minor repairs, he said gently, "I've been good with fixing things." The normalcy of his manner unsettled employees more than aggression would have. State psychiatrists produced dozens of reports detailing overlapping diagnoses, including schizophrenia with obsessive-compulsive features, a form of gender dysphoria linked to maternal identification, and delusional mourning behaviors. Each tried to define what combination of isolation and control had hollowed him. They noted that Ed never expressed pleasure from his actions, distinguishing him from typical offenders. His motive was possession, not desire. He wanted proximity to an idealized figure he could no longer reach. Interview transcripts revealed how his mental landscape functioned. He spoke in short sentences with concrete imagery. When asked how he chose his victims, he said, "They seemed kind, like Ma before she got sick." When doctors asked if he understood death, he replied, "People look asleep. If you take care, they stay nice for a while." The phrasing indicated genuine belief that death was reversible through care, not cruelty. It fit a model of psychotic mourning called magical reattachment, where grief seeks to physically preserve the lost loved one. In exploring the deeper structure of his delusion, psychologists compared his behavior to religious ritual. The farmhouse items were not trophies. They were relics arranged with reverence. He surrounded himself with fragments to reconstruct a world untouched by loss. The locked parlor, dedicated to Augusta, symbolized holiness. The cluttered rooms outside represented exile. When asked why he sealed her door, he explained, "It kept her clean," he meant spiritually. While confined, Ed showed limited awareness that his acts violated morality. He conceded they were against the law, but argued it was not really killing if they were already dead. This rationalization provided insight into his moral reasoning. Legality existed, but ethics were filtered through Augusta's doctrine. Within his delusional belief system, death did not end personhood, it paused it. His acts became caretaking rather than homicide. As therapists probed further, Ed revealed that he heard his mother's voice years after her death. She sometimes scolded him for impure thoughts or encouraged him to correct wrongdoing. He could not recall if the voices came before his first grave robbery, but he insisted they guided him toward the cemetery. Auditory hallucinations like these supported the schizophrenia diagnosis. They also explained why his crimes appeared methodical rather than impulsive. He believed he was following instruction. Doctors faced the question every court would later ask: was Ed Gein criminally insane or morally evil? The consensus leaned toward insanity. He understood fragments of legality but lacked grasp of reality's boundaries. When examiners introduced hypothetical scenarios about right and wrong, he responded in biblical analogies, citing punishment and resurrection rather than human law. Dr. Arndt summarized it succinctly. He replaced the 10 Commandments with one, "Honor thy mother." Reports from hospital staff depicted a patient paradoxically easier to manage than most. He ate modestly, followed rules, and thanked orderlies. They wrote that he rarely displayed anger and often smiled when spoken to. For them, it was disconcerting, a man capable of unimaginable acts behaving like a model patient. Some attendants even admitted to forgetting his crimes during daily routines. Only when reading newspapers filled with his name did reality return. Over time, treatment focused on medication and structured routines. Thorazine reduced his hallucinations, but the absence of voices sometimes left him listless. Nurses noted that he often stared at walls for hours. When asked what he was thinking, he said, "I do not hear Ma anymore. It is quiet." To psychiatrists, that statement represented progress. To Ed, it was loss. Despite therapy, he never developed remorse in the conventional sense. He accepted confinement as consequence, but not as moral judgment. Across interviews, he displayed minimal comprehension of public outrage. When told his farm had become a tourist destination, he seemed curious, but indifferent. He asked if the barn was still standing. That detachment revealed both awareness and distance, recognition of external events without emotional engagement. Experts described it as depersonalization, the psychological armor of a man who processed trauma by disconnecting from reality. Forensic psychologists extracted lessons from his case that later influenced diagnostic categories. He embodied how isolation, grief, and severe maternal dominance could merge into psychosis without overt violence until triggered. His lack of criminal record before 40 indicated long-term latent disorder. Many investigators concluded that if Augusta had lived longer, Ed might never have killed. Her presence cruel but stabilizing. Her death removed the only structure his mind recognized. Legal discussions surrounding Gein's responsibility continued for years. When the question of sanity reached court in the late 1960s, experts cited these earlier hospital observations. They testified that he suffered from a chronic mental disease, rendering him incapable of appreciating the wrongfulness of his conduct. Prosecutors argued that his planning showed awareness, but even they admitted his motive stemmed from delusion rather than greed or malice. The judge accepted the psychiatric determination of insanity, committing him indefinitely. For the broader public, those conclusions blurred distinctions between madness and evil. Film directors and writers soon drew inspiration from his contradictions. Gentle voice, domestic horror, devotion twisted into desecration. But within hospital walls, he remained quiet, folding laundry during group therapy, humming hymns from childhood. Staff nicknamed him Old Eddie, long after media attention moved on. In private notes, one psychiatrist wrote, "He is both victim and author of his isolation." That line summarized what many came to believe. Ed Gein's violence grew not from hatred, but from a void of human connection. Years in confinement revealed no hidden rage or duplicity, only emptiness where empathy should reside. When questioned late in life about whether he missed Plainfield, he smiled faintly and said, "It was peaceful there." Even confined, Ed's story did not end. It spread beyond Plainfield into textbooks, film scripts, and cultural nightmares. Inside the institution, he aged quietly. Outside, his mind's blueprints reshaped how society imagined the face of madness. Each retelling examined anew how deprivation, dogma, and delusion can twist an ordinary human longing for love into unspeakable ritual. For doctors, Ed Gein was a study in fractured humanity. For everyone else, he was proof that the most terrifying monsters may never realize they are monsters at all. When Ed Gein was declared competent to stand trial in late 1968, more than a decade had passed since his arrest. The small courthouse in Waushara County had seen its share of local disputes, but nothing comparable to the quiet man now seated at the defense table. Age and confinement had left Ed frail. His hair had thinned, his posture stooped, and his hands shook slightly as he adjusted his glasses. This was no longer the farmer who had once haunted Plainfield. He was, by all outward appearances, an elderly patient waiting for instructions. Yet behind that vacant calm sat one of the most infamous defendants in American history. The proceeding lasted less than a week, though preparation had dragged on for years. The delay came from psychiatric evaluations, legal appeals, and endless debate over how to classify his mental state. Prosecutors wanted to ensure that justice for Bernice Worden was recorded formally, even if the outcome was predetermined. The charge was simple: one count of first-degree murder. The complexity lay in whether the man charged understood his crime. The trial opened on November 7th, 1968. Judge Robert H. Golmar presided without a jury. Both sides had agreed that publicity would make an impartial jury impossible. The courtroom filled with reporters, psychologists, and a handful of Plainfield residents who still carried conflicting emotions, curiosity, anger, and fatigue. Sheriff Schley, retired by then, refused to attend. He said he had seen enough of Gein to last him a lifetime. Ed's attorney, William Belter, presented the insanity defense that doctors had supported for years. He explained that Gein's acts stemmed from psychotic delusions born of isolation and maternal domination. The prosecution, led by District Attorney James Fitzgerald, did not disagree about insanity, but sought to preserve the record of guilt. They wanted history to state clearly that Ed Gein had murdered Bernice Worden, regardless of his mind's condition. Witness testimony recounted the investigation succinctly: the receipt for antifreeze, the arrest, the discoveries in the farmhouse, Photographs of evidence were entered under seal, but described aloud in careful terms. No one wanted sensationalism. The courtroom remained eerily quiet, except for the rustle of papers and the soft hum of a tape recorder documenting each word. When asked to stand and state his plea, Ed spoke firmly, "Not guilty by reason of insanity." It was the only clear sentence he uttered during the entire proceeding. Experts from Central State Hospital took the stand to summarize years of observation. They described Ed as cooperative, non-violent, and permanently detached from reality. Dr. Arndt told the court that Geen lived in a chronic state of schizophrenic psychosis at the time of the crime. He believed his mother directed him through auditory hallucinations, and that his actions did not arise from rational thought. The prosecution did not challenge these findings. Instead, they focused on documenting intent through routine, how he had planned purchases, moved the body, and concealed evidence. Their goal was not conviction for its own sake, but acknowledgement that a life had been taken deliberately, not erased by legal abstraction. Throughout the testimony, Ed listened without visible reaction. He occasionally smiled faintly when doctors mentioned his cooperation, as if proud of being a good patient. At one point, when photographs of Bernice Worden were mentioned, he lowered his gaze, but not from shame. It looked more like confusion, as though recalling a vague dream. Observers scribbled notes describing his demeanor as benign to the point of unreality. Closing arguments barely filled an hour. The district attorney summarized the state's position that Ed Geen committed the acts in question, but was clearly insane at the time. Belter concurred, adding that punishment would serve no purpose other than cruelty. Judge Golmar recessed briefly before delivering his decision. When he returned, he read from his notes in an even tone. The court found Edward Theodore Geen guilty of the offence charged as to the act, but legally insane at the time of its commission. He was recommitted to Central State Hospital for the rest of his natural life. The proceedings ended at 2:35 p.m., 11 years after the crimes that had shattered Plainfield. The outcome surprised no one, yet the atmosphere in the room felt heavy. Reporters rushed to telephones. Locals left silently. For Frank Worden and the remaining families affected by Ed's actions, the judgment offered neither closure nor true justice. Insanity felt like leniency to some, though doctors insisted it was simply accurate. Wisconsin law provided no death penalty, and few believed Ed truly understood where he was. As the bailiff led him out, someone asked if he had anything to say. He hesitated, then muttered, "I am sorry about what happened to Mrs. Worden." Whether those words reflected comprehension or repetition of what doctors told him to express, no one could tell. Life inside the institution settled into monotony. Geen transferred between Central State and Mendota Mental Health Institute, depending on overcrowding and shifts in treatment policy. Staff described him as model behavior, helpful, polite, rarely disruptive. He read magazines, worked in the kitchen, peeling potatoes, and attended occupational therapy sessions where patients practiced woodworking or painting. Some employees admitted they forgot his history until new staff whispered, "That is the man from Plainfield." Over the years, visitors' curiosity waned. Journalists occasionally requested interviews, all denied. The state wanted to minimize sensational coverage. A few psychiatrists continued to study his case, focusing on language patterns and emotional flatness. Many noted that Ed seemed content within institutional walls. The routines replaced the structure his mother once provided: regular meals, instructions, authority. The hospital became a surrogate parent, consistent and predictable. He thrived quietly in captivity, showing how environment could pacify even the most disturbed mind when boundaries were clear. During the 1970s and early 1980s, Ed experienced minor health problems: arthritis, impaired vision, and later cancer. When doctors discussed mortality, he showed no fear. He said death meant going where Ma went. Nurses heard him humming hymns on evenings before medical procedures, always calm, never resistant. He rarely spoke of his crimes, referring instead to the old case. To new attendants, unaware of his past, he came across as an unremarkable elderly man with gentle manners. Outside, public fascination resurged as his story inspired films and books. Requests for his correspondence flooded the hospital, but administrators withheld them. Within Plainfield, time dulled outrage but not memory. The farm had long been demolished, burned down by unknown arsonists in 1958, the night before it was scheduled for auction. People said the flames ended its curse, though the empty land remained a place of unease. Over the years, Ed's grave marker in the town cemetery was stolen repeatedly until officials stored what was left in secret. The town preferred absence to reminder. Inside Mendota, Ed's final years passed quietly. He attended chapel services, helped clean tables, and celebrated small holidays with other patients. Staff described him as almost gentle, incapable of imagining the violence behind his history. He never again spoke of hearing voices. When asked in an evaluation whether he still thought of his mother, he answered, "Every day, but it does not hurt anymore." Those were among his last recorded words. On July 26, 1984, Ed Gein died of respiratory failure at the age of 77. The hospital notified few people. No family remained. His burial occurred quietly in Plainfield Cemetery beside Augusta, the woman who had defined his entire existence. Only a handful of officials attended. The rest of the town pretended not to notice, though nearly everyone knew. As dusk settled that evening, the cemetery stood empty except for the fresh mound and a single wooden cross marking the spot until a proper stone could be placed. By then, his legend had already escaped Wisconsin. Stories, films, and analyses surpassed the facts, turning the quiet handyman into an archetype of isolated madness. For the people who had lived through it, the myth was almost easier to bear than the truth. A frail man whose loneliness grew until it swallowed everyone near him. In the sterile hallways of Mendota, he ended his life the way it had begun, alone, polite, and haunted by a mother's voice only he could hear. When news of the Plainfield murders spread, the world did not just recoil, it became obsessed. The details coming out of Wisconsin in the late 1950s sounded like fiction, something beyond the scope of ordinary crime. Newspapers on both coasts called Ed Gein America's real-life ghoul, and reporters filled pages describing his farmhouse without truly understanding what they were seeing. Once the shock eased, fascination took hold. Within months, Gein's story passed from crime columns into the bloodstream of popular culture, eventually giving birth to some of Hollywood's most enduring monsters. Writers were the first to transform curiosity into creation. In 1959, novelist Robert Bloch, who lived only 50 miles from Plainfield, began drafting a story loosely inspired by what he had read in local papers. He never visited the crime scene or met Gein. All he needed were the facts: a lonely man, a dead mother, and a decaying house that hid the unthinkable. From those fragments came Psycho. When Alfred Hitchcock adapted it into film a year later, Norman Bates was born, a mild-mannered motel clerk, obsessed with his mother, calm on the surface but fractured within. Viewers shuddered at the ending revelation, not realizing how closely it echoed the quiet man who had once bought antifreeze from Bernice Worden. The influence extended far beyond one film. In the 1970s, decades after the farm had burned, a new generation of filmmakers used real-world horror to reflect America's growing unease. Tobe Hooper's The Texas Chainsaw Massacre was perhaps the most direct interpretation. Its chaotic violence and grotesque imagery were fictional, but Leatherface's mask of human skin came straight from the police reports of Plainfield. Hooper later explained that he wanted to capture the atmosphere of fear and decay felt in small towns, places where evil hides in routine rather than the supernatural. The film's low budget only amplified its realism, leaving audiences shaken not by fantasy but by recognition. Thomas Harris, writing a decade later, mined similar territory for his novel The Silence of the Lambs. The character of Buffalo Bill shared features lifted almost verbatim from Gein, crafting garments from human skin and equating transformation with physical disguise. When the movie adaptation succeeded in the early 1990s, younger audiences learned Gein's story secondhand without realizing it. He had become a mythic DNA encoded into cinematic terror, silently shaping how the world visualized insanity. Back in Wisconsin, that transformation cut both ways. Residents of Plainfield resented the attention. Their town, once barely a dot on the map, became shorthand for depravity. Tourists arrived, hoping to glimpse remnants of the House of Horrors, only to find an empty field. Souvenir hunters combed the cemetery despite pleas from families to stay away. Shopkeepers refused to talk, and local newspapers stopped printing stories entirely for a time. Yet curiosity persisted. Each new movie revived the same question: how could ordinary rural life create such darkness? For Plainfield, the answer felt endlessly misrepresented. Ethical debates grew with each retelling. Critics argued that filmmakers profited from real pain, reducing victims to props. Others countered that art reflects the culture's need to confront fear safely. In classrooms, criminologists used Gein's case to discuss the boundaries between pathology and evil. Students dissected his interviews, searching for meaning behind the calm tone. A man once dismissed as insane had become a subject of intellectual fascination, dissected by psychology and popular culture alike. That divide between real suffering and symbolic fear has shadowed his legacy ever since. The fascination was not limited to film. Musicians referenced his name in lyrics. Authors wrote novels tracing the psychology of isolation, and tabloid magazines recycled his image whenever public interest in horror spiked. Each retelling trimmed complexity for shock or moral lesson. The human being, sick, deluded, and pitiful, became overshadowed by the caricature of the mad butcher. Yet the core of the story remained alluring because it eroded comforting assumptions. If Ed Gein could exist quietly for decades in a peaceful town, then normalcy itself offered no safety. That implication haunted audiences more than gore ever could. In 1958, just months after his trial, the Gein farmhouse mysteriously burned to the ground. Firefighters arrived too late to save it, and locals quietly agreed not to rebuild. Some believed it was arson by townspeople wanting closure. Others said it was accidental. Whatever the cause, the flames erased the tangible reminder of horror, leaving behind cold ashes and a single concrete foundation. When word spread, one Plainfield resident reportedly sighed, "Good riddance." For the first time since the discovery, the town slept without the silhouette of that barn against the sky. The artifacts removed earlier ensured the story's survival. Photographs entered crime exhibits, copied by journalists, studied by criminologists. Museums sought to borrow pieces, an idea the state rejected immediately. Officials understood that any display would turn tragedy into attraction. Despite safeguards, rumors spread internationally about exhibits featuring Gein's possessions, none of which truly existed. The myth had overtaken the evidence. In later decades, when true crime entertainment flourished, Ed's case became the template for countless documentaries and books. Each sought new psychological interpretation, Freudian, sociological, or theological, but all circled the same paradox. A gentle voice paired with unimaginable acts. Audiences watched not to understand him, but to reassure themselves that they were nothing like him. Ironically, that reassurance fueled the genre's popularity. The more viewers compared their own sanity against Gein's madness, the more they returned for another comparison. Plainfield's relationship with its past remained uneasy. Some residents tried to reclaim normalcy by promoting hunting and fishing tourism. Others left town entirely. Even decades later, when film crews requested permission to shoot near the cemetery, the answer was always no. Silence became the community's defense. Still, every Halloween, letters arrived at the sheriff's office asking for directions to the old Gein place. No one received an answer. The legacy extended most powerfully into the collective imagination of horror itself. Before Gein, cinematic villains were often charming masterminds or supernatural fiends. After him, filmmakers turned inward, exploring terror born from loneliness and repression. Norman Bates, Leatherface, Buffalo Bill, each reflected pieces of Ed that society recognized yet did not want to claim. Devotion without empathy, morality, warped by guilt, and the chilling ordinariness of evil. Scholars later called it the Plainfield archetype, the monster who looks harmless until the walls come down. Decades after his death, fascination shifted toward the philosophical. Writers debated whether recounting his story endlessly granted him a form of immortality he never sought. Others argued that confronting such darkness prevents its repetition. Neither answer satisfied Plainfield, where families of victims still lived quietly with the burden of notoriety. When vandals eventually stole Ed's gravestone in 2000, the town replaced it with grass and anonymity. The plot remains unmarked today, an intentional forgetting, yet forgetting has never been complete. The films, books, and commentary ensure that Ed Gein's presence lingers, not as celebration, but as warning. His crimes forced Americans to rethink what isolation, fanatic belief, and loneliness can produce when left unseen. Each artistic adaptation, however fictionalized, carries that echo. The characters he inspired stalk screens worldwide, but none erase the reality beneath them. A small farmhouse, a lonely man, and a community forever altered by what hid behind its closed doors. When investigators, doctors, and townspeople tried to make sense of what had happened on that bleak stretch of Wisconsin farmland, they all ran into the same problem. How do you explain a man like Ed Gein without turning him into either a symbol or a joke? Over the years, he became both a punchline for macabre humor and a blueprint for fictional killers, yet the deeper lesson lay buried beneath that noise. His story was not simply about gore or madness, it was about what happens when isolation becomes a substitute for humanity. From the beginning, Gein's life unfolded in a kind of slow suffocation. Every person who might have offered perspective or affection disappeared until only two forces remained: his mother's voice and his own imagination. In psychiatric terms, he was a study in environmental deprivation. Deprived of emotional contact, community, and correction, He built an inner world that replaced them all. When reality contradicted that world, he changed reality to match. The crimes that shocked Plainfield were extreme examples of the same instinct that drives anyone who feels unseen to create an environment where they cannot be ignored, even if that environment exists only inside the mind. The house itself represented that failure of connection. Investigators remembered silence so deep that even wind seemed cautious. The boarded-up rooms were not only relics of obsession, but monuments to fear of decay. Ed wanted everything sacred to remain exactly as it was. Psychologists later said that this impulse to freeze a loved one's space in time is common among mourners. Most eventually release it. Ed never did. He amplified his grief until it replaced human contact entirely. His isolation grew literal, miles from town, fields enclosing the property, winters cutting him off for weeks. What began as protection slowly transformed into delusion. For Plainfield, the trauma lingered for generations. People born decades after 1957 still grew up hearing warnings about wandering too far after dark. The town rarely discussed the killings openly, but the absence of conversation became its own memorial. The burned foundation of the farm stayed empty, overgrown with grass and thistle. Some locals swore they could still feel unease driving past it. Historians noted that Plainfield's population never truly recovered. Businesses closed. People moved away. The stigma settled like dust. The line between community identity and individual evil blurred until outsiders saw them as one. To residents, that was the hardest wound to live with. The idea that one man's madness defined everyone else's home. In universities and psychological journals, Gein's case became required reading. Analysts focused on 4 recurring themes: isolation, maternal fixation, religious guilt, and societal denial. The combination formed a perfect storm. Each factor alone might have produced eccentricity. Together they produced psychosis. The term Gein complex briefly appeared in early forensic psychology courses to describe extreme dependency fused with delusional devotion. It was later replaced by more clinical language, but the insight remained. Unchecked loneliness can mimic faith, and repetition can harden grief into ritual. Several criminologists pointed out something easily overlooked amid the horror. Before his crimes were exposed, Ed was not terrifying. He was invisible. He was the kind man who fixed engines for neighbors, who greeted cashiers softly, who waved from his truck. People saw oddity, not peril. In that blind spot lay a harsher truth about small-town life. Familiarity can hide dysfunction because confronting it feels impolite. Plainfield's culture of modesty, the same politeness that kept doors open and gossip contained, also allowed a deeply disturbed man to vanish in plain sight. Modern investigators examining patterns of isolated offenders often cite Gein's environment as cautionary context. Solitude itself is not dangerous. Unacknowledged solitude is. The absence of genuine connection leaves a vacuum eager to fill with fantasy. When that fantasy centers on worship or guilt, as it did for Gein, imagination stops being creative and becomes compulsory. He did not imagine evil acts out of thrill. He enacted symbols he thought were sacred. The distinction may feel academic, but it determines how experts study prevention today, recognizing obsession masked as virtue long before violence appears. Culturally, his legacy forced the public to confront morbid curiosity. Every generation discovers his name anew, often through film before fact. Yet the real story lacks cinematic rhythm. It is slow, repetitive, dominated by silence. Psychologists interpret that stillness as the sound of repression, the emotional vacuum that can breed atrocity when left unchallenged. Modern viewers who encountered him through horror movies later confronted the documents, police inventories, psychiatric reports, court transcripts showing polite handwriting and careful penmanship. The contrast between his ordinary demeanor and extraordinary deeds became the lasting fascination. Audiences were not horrified solely by what he did, but by how human he seemed while doing it. Some writers compared his pathology to a dark mirror of post-war American ideals. The vacant farm, the self-reliant bachelor, the worship of domestic order, all turned grotesque under pressure. His crimes unfolded amid an era celebrating home ownership and family purity. Within those same walls, loneliness grew unchecked. Sociologists argued that Gein represented the underside of conformity, submission so total that it consumed individuality. The result was not rebellion against social norms, but their perverse perfection, obedience without empathy, morality without mercy. For medical historians, his case symbolized a turning point in how society approached mental illness. Before the 1950s, rural America rarely discussed psychiatric care. After Gein, Wisconsin invested in mental health training, community check-ins, and early interventions. Hospitals cited the Plainfield case whenever requesting funding for outreach programs. Officials admitted they could not have predicted his crimes, yet the embarrassment of being blindsided pushed reform faster than legislation ever could. In that sense, public shock produced progress, however grim its origins. Over the decades, observers searched for meaning in his final years at Mendota. Staff remembered him as calm, helpful, almost gentle. To some, that quiet behavior contradicted everything they had learned about evil. If monstrosity can exist without malice, what does morality even measure? The question remains central to debates in criminal psychology. Was Gein evil, or was he profoundly broken, a man who lost the capacity to know difference? The answer may lie in how we define empathy, the ability to see others as real. That ability vanished in Ed long before his crimes. Beneath every diagnosis, that simple absence explains more than any theory. Plainfield's history now sits mostly in archives, yellowed newspaper clippings, brittle photographs, court documents scanned into databases. But stories resist burial. Locals still tell newcomers fragments, always ending with the same reflection: you never really know what is going on inside a person. That sentence, banal at first, holds the entire tragedy. No matter how many films or reports reinterpret it, the core warning remains human rather than supernatural. The boundary between loneliness and danger is not drawn at the edge of sanity. It is drawn at the edge of connection. The myth of Gein will continue to live far longer than his physical remains. Each retelling risks distorting the truth, yet erasing it entirely feels irresponsible. Remembering is not glorifying. It is acknowledging what neglect and silence can allow. The horror inside that farmhouse did not grow overnight. It accumulated through years of someone being too invisible to notice. That invisibility is the real cautionary tale. In the end, Ed Gein's story reveals less about brutality than about emptiness, the vacuum left when love turns possessive and faith becomes fear. It reminds us that evil rarely descends from outside. It incubates quietly in rooms where grief goes unanswered. For Plainfield, remembering means resisting that silence. The field where his home once stood is empty now, but every frostbitten winter seems to carry an echo of footsteps returning across the snow. What remains is not legend or fright, but a reminder of how easily loneliness can masquerade as devotion until destruction feels like care. That understanding haunts because it is uncomfortably close to ordinary life. Behind every locked door exists the potential for isolation to harden into obsession, for love to twist into control. Ed Gein was one extreme outcome of a pattern that still hides in quieter forms everywhere. His life forces us to ask where compassion ends and worship begins, and whether neglect, not hatred, is the first step toward creating monsters. Was Ed Gein a monster of his own making, or one made by his world? Perhaps both. His crimes ended long ago, but the questions they raise remain alive, echoing through every story, every headline, and every uneasy silence that follows the words.